Being weird isn't an aesthetic. It's not neon hair or theater kid energy. Weird is what happens when our expectations break. Our brains are prediction machines, constantly assessing what's coming next. And most of the time, schools train brains to predict nothing that's all that interesting. So when something unexpected happens, a joke lands, a person laughs, a lesson goes in a way that you weren't expecting, our brains don't just notice. Chemically, they light up. These neurotransmitters spike not because something is fun, but because something is new. This right here is the moment that gets labeled weird. The lie that we've all been told for our entire lives is that being weird and weirdness is a distraction from learning. But weird is the feeling the brain labels when something interrupts our pattern of thought. And this interruption, done safely, is exactly where learning happens. These interruptions of novelty, surprise, humor, and deviation, they are all signals, not sins. The brain does not learn by compliance. It learns by contrast, and weird is contrast with a pulse. So when a classroom labels a student weird, what it's really saying is your brain noticed something that we didn't plan for. Welcome back to a brand new season of D-Talk. I'm your host, David They, and D-Talk is your safe space to explore your creativity, cringe, critical thinking, and connection. And this season, season 4, we're doing things a little bit differently. This season is all dedicated to a concept that I've labeled as weird pedagogy. It just means teaching, the act of teaching, to teach. Pedagogue. Pedagogue is the noun, that's the person. I am so excited to share this project with you. It's been a long time in the making, and before we get into all of it, I would like to make my dedication to all you weirdos out there. You know exactly who you are. This is for the kids that were a lot. Too loud, too fast, too emotional, too gay, too interested in the wrong thing at the wrong time. This is for the students who were told they were distracted when they were actually just bored by nonsense. The ones whose report cards said bright, but too talkative. Which is usually adult code for we didn't know what to do with you. This is for the teachers who were told to be more professional, which apparently means less laughing, less warmth, less personality. This is for everyone who looked at a school and thought, this in no way is the best that we can do. So if you've ever been told to turn it down, sit still, stop asking questions, or act normal, let me say this for you. Absolutely fucking not. That's my one F word, so this can still be rated PG-13. You are not broken. You are just incompatible with boring pedagogy. And honestly, that's hot. Let's get into it. D-Talk Season 4 starts now. Okay, you bunch of weirdos. Let's start by naming something, because weird is one of those words that a lot of us use pretty regularly, but almost never define. We say a person is weird, a question is weird, an outfit is weird, a lesson went weird, and usually what we mean is something didn't behave the way we expected it to. In education, weirdness tends to function as a warning label, a signal that a moment, a learner, or a behavior has slipped outside the approved script. And my project here is interested in what happens when we stop treating weirdness like it's a problem that we need to fix and start treating it like a pedagogical signal that we need to pay attention to. For the purposes of this season, weird pedagogy refers to a teaching stance that treats these moments of surprise, deviation, non-linearity in general as meaningful data rather than an instructional failure. And hey, let me be the first to say that not every weird moment is good. Not every disruption is productive. Oh, I'm really bleeding. Sorry, I injured myself with a glue gun, but I made this cool fireplace. Look, now that you're still listening to me. Right, not every disruption is productive, but every weird moment tells us something about an environment if we are willing to listen. One of the quiet failures of schooling is how often weirdness gets attached to a person versus the situation itself. When a classroom moment goes off script, we rarely say, "That moment was weird." We say, "That kid was weird." And once weirdness is stuck to an actual person, this idea of teaching becomes all about management. And that's a boring place to live. Weird in this framework is situational and it's relational. It emerges from the interaction between classroom structures, teacher presence, social norms, and student responses. Educational theorist Deborah Britzman, writing from Queer Pedagogy, reminds us that learning is not a process of smooth alignment, but of disruption, becoming, and unlearning expectations. Weirdness, in this sense, is not evidence that learning has failed. It's often evidence that learning has just begun. And yet, most schooling systems are built to minimize exactly these moments that I'm referring to. Predictability is rewarded. Pacing is prized, and deviation is quickly corrected. As Gert Biesta, it's gotta be Biesta, I should have looked it up. I didn't look it up. As Bert Kiesta argues in The Beautiful Risk of Education, education becomes fragile when it tries to eliminate uncertainty rather than working with it. And weird pedagogy doesn't reject structure, but it resists rigidity when structure becomes more important than sense making. Let me be clear on what weird pedagogy is not. It is not chaos. It is not anything goes. Anything goes. It is not teaching without intention. Weird is bounded. Weird pedagogy is about how teachers respond when intention meets unpredictability. Educational researcher Keith Sawyer describes effective teaching as a form of disciplined improvisation, where educators plan carefully but remain responsive to the emergent moments rather than rigidly adhering to scripts. And weird pedagogy lives in this exact space, not in abandoning plans, but in noticing when plans no longer fit the moment. And here's the line I want to reiterate so crystal clearly before we move on. A moment can be weird, but a person cannot. When weirdness is framed as a pedagogical condition rather than a personal flaw, it can be something that teachers design for, reflect on, and navigate ethically. Parker Palmer reminds us that teaching is not simply a technical act, but rather a relational one, rooted in presence, attentiveness, and care. Weird pedagogy begins there, not with strategies, but with stance. So this is not our time to argue why weird moments matter or how the brain responds to them, who benefits most, or what risks are involved. Those questions deserve their own space, and it is coming, but not yet. For now, weirdness functions as a descriptive category, a way of naming moments when learning slips, surprises, or resists containment. If we can define weird clearly, we can stop pushing it reflexively, and we can stop punishing it and start learning from it. For now, I want you to consider the following questions so we can wrap up our definition of what weird means. When something goes weird in your life, in your classroom, at any time, what is your first instinct? Is it curiosity? Or is it correction? I bet I know what your answer is, you little weirdo. Can you remember a time where you were labeled off task, but you were actually thinking more deeply? And what kinds of weirdness are celebrated around us, and which ones are punished? And if weirdness isn't a flaw, what might it be trying to tell you? Because if we look around our world, weird art is interesting, weird music is innovative, and weird fashion is iconic. School is one of the only places where weirdness reliably becomes a problem. So, Chapter 2. The brain as a prediction machine. Our brains are not filing cabinets, waiting patiently for information to be placed inside of it. Our brains are prediction machines that are looking for patterns and answers. Every moment, it's guessing what's happening next, what we'll see, what we'll hear. And when the guess is right, the brain relaxes. She got it. She's happy. But when it's wrong, the brain pays attention. And this is how perception works. Neuroscientists a good day to have a lisp. Neuroscientists describe the brain as constantly generating models of the world and updating them when reality disagrees. So we are not reacting to the world, we are continuously predicting it and correcting ourselves in real time, which means that learning doesn't start with information, it starts with expectation. When nothing violates the brain's expectation, the brain doesn't panic, but it also doesn't really care. Predictable input fades into the background. Familiar patterns get compressed. This is efficient, but it's terrible for learning and noticing new things. Surprise is the interruption signal. When something doesn't fit the brain's prediction, it goes, hold on, update required. I'm pretty sure we have to update this. And this, I'm so happy that this is all about weird stuff and I can keep in all my stupid comments, weird comments. They're not stupid. I'm still learning this with you. And this moment of holding on to update is where cognition is coming into the foreground, which is what we want in a school. This is why saying pay attention has never worked. Attention isn't something the brain gives on command. It's something the brain earns when its own predictions fail. And this is where weirdness quietly enters the room. Weirdness is not randomness. It's deviation with just enough structure to be noticeable. Too predictable, the brain checks out. Too chaotic, the brain shuts down. But right in the middle, where expectation is challenged but not threatened, that's where learning lives. Most classrooms are optimized for prediction accuracy, not prediction updating. And the brain learns the pattern and then just goes into autopilot, which looks like compliance, but feels like boredom. When something unexpected happens, the brain doesn't experience it as misbehavior first. It experiences it as data. That's why novelty feels so energizing. Not because it's solely entertaining, but because it forces the brain to revise its model of the world. And learning, at its core, is model revision. So when we talk about weird moments in learning, we're not talking about chaos. We're talking about moments where the brain is forced to update its expectations instead of just recycling them. Weirdness is the sound of a prediction failing. And if that makes you uncomfortable, that also might be valuable information. Not me reading you right in the first episode. This is particularly challenging as an educator because when we think of the myth of the off-task student, if a student's brain is predicting the outcome effectively, disengagement isn't defiance, it's actually efficiency. Because once the brain can predict things, attention drops. And by now you may be thinking, but David, if our brains are evolutionarily wired to seek comfort and efficiency and pattern recognition, and you're regularly challenging that biological process, isn't that uncomfortable? And, well, yes. I never said that this would be easy, but I am saying that it is worthwhile. Before we end this chapter, I want you to consider the learning environments that you foster. You don't have to be a teacher to make use of this. You just need to be a leader in any sense of the world. And hey, I would argue that even if nobody else in the world is being led by you, you are being led by you. So let yourself have some weirdness, okay? Don't be so goddamn hard on yourself. And finally, I want you to begin to consider what it could look like when you start designing things for surprise instead of just simple compliance. Okay, Chapter 3, Curiosity as a Biological State. Some people are curious, some people aren't. But when we look at the research, curiosity is not a personality trait. It's a biological state, something that happens to us before it ever becomes something that we choose for ourselves. From a neuroscience perspective, curiosity emerges when our brains detect a gap between what we know and what we want to know. And this gap creates a state of cognitive tension, unresolved, uncomfortable, and compelling. We don't get curious because learning is fun. We get curious because our brain is designed to not like open loops. And when that gap appears, our attention narrows, our perception sharpens. We start scanning for information that might close the loop. In other words, curiosity recognizes our mental priorities in real time. It changes what we notice and what we ignore and what feels urgent. It's so cool. And in terms of teaching, this reframes engagement entirely. If curiosity is a biological response, then disengagement isn't a failure of effort, it's a failure of conditions. When classrooms eliminate uncertainty, overscript outcomes, or rush too quickly to the answers, they shut down the very state that makes learning possible. God, it's upsetting. It's not upsetting. It's just upsetting when you think about the majority of schools. Anyway, curiosity thrives in environments that tolerate ambiguity. It needs questions that aren't immediately resolved and problems that feel ever so slightly out of reach. When we allow confusion to linger, when we don't rescue students from not knowing something, we give their nervous systems time to enter a state where learning can actually happen. This also explains why weird moments work diva, a tangent, an unexpected joke, a strange example. These disruptions create micro gaps in expectation. The brain notices the mismatch and leans forward. Curiosity ignites not because the content changed, but because prediction briefly failed. So when we design learning spaces, it's not just about delivering information, we're shaping biological states. We are either opening loops or we are closing them, and most often we are doing that way too fast. And once we understand curiosity as something embodied and situational, we stop asking why students aren't motivated and start asking what conditions we've imposed to make that impossible. What would it look like to design lessons that protect confusion instead of eliminating it? It's not an easy answer, and I don't have them all, but it's cool to think about. In the beginning, at least, these things are not pretty. It's hard. Students' brains are so incredibly uncomfortable with ambiguity, and their immediate reaction is often frustration. Yeah, they get angry, girl. But who can blame them, because they have most likely grown up in a world where the adults around them are scurrying around them with label makers, deeming things as right or wrong. I've been called a lot of things, but let me add one more. I'm passionate. Okay, chapter 4, dopamine as anticipation. So a lot of people talk about dopamine as the pleasure chemical, as if it shows up after something good happens, but that's actually not the case. Dopamine is not about reward, it is about expectation. Dopamine is released when our brains predict that something meaningful might happen. It's the chemistry of anticipation, not satisfaction. That spike comes before the outcome, not after. And once the result is known, dopamine drops off. So mystery fuels it, and certainty kills it. This reframes the way that we can think of motivation and engagement in the classroom. Engagement doesn't come from making learning feel good at the end. The end result, I'd argue, is close to meaningless. Dopamine comes from designing moments where the brain senses possibility and where the outcome isn't guaranteed and something is at stake. When we introduce a problem without immediately revealing the solution, dopamine activity increases because the brain is tracking potential outcomes. When we ask a question and wait, actually wait, we create a prediction window where the brain actually leans in and doesn't switch off. This is why over-scaffolding instruction backfires. When every step is spelled out, and there's nothing left to predict, no uncertainty, no anticipation, the nervous system disengages. Again, not because it's lazy, but because there's simply nothing to prepare for. Our nervous systems, over everything else, value efficiency. So they are not going to waste energy to appear a certain way unless we train them to appear a certain way. Gross. For me personally, as a classroom teacher, I will make lesson plans. I'll write it down and talk about what I'm going to do and how I'm going to get there. But I am notorious for never referencing that lesson plan again. I know what I want to teach and how I want to get there, but it's almost never what I wrote down that actually happens in the classroom. Ever. And in those moments where I am tied to my lesson plan for one reason or another, it becomes so incredibly boring and I get sleepy and nobody has any fun because you can never accurately plan for what's going to happen with a group of people. You just can't. So to finish up this chapter, importantly, dopamine is not about pressure. It responds to perceived opportunity and not a threat. High stakes evaluation collapses anticipation into anxiety, but playful uncertainty, where failure is survivable, keeps the system open and exploratory. So when weird pedagogy uses humor, narrative, or surprise, these are not gimmicks. It's a way of keeping the brain in a state of motivated readiness, not chasing rewards, but tracking meaning. Learning doesn't accelerate when we promise outcomes. It accelerates when we hold space for anticipation to breathe. Is it just me, or is this really good? I want you to think about this as you are designing a learning activity. Look for moments that you can leave things slightly unfinished to invite anticipation. And something else I want you to consider here is the way that some folks use pressure to motivate people, or its ugly cousin, fear, as motivation. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We're gonna get into that later. So before we get any further into this, I want to talk about where this season is going. So on screen right now, you're seeing the first of 4 visuals. This season is structured in 4 different acts. So this is Act 1, Foundations of Weird. This is where we are right now. This is where we get our footing. What brains do, why novelty matters, how emotion, identity, and curiosity shape learning before instruction even begins. Act 1 is about unlearning some very stubborn myths about how thinking works. Act 2, Pedagogy in Motion. So this is where things get messy, but in a good way. Attention, humor, story, mistakes, failure, equity, not all of these things as buzzwords, but as lived experiences with neurological consequences. Act 2 is about design, what we signal, what we reward, and what we accidentally punish. Act 3 is brains in the wild, because classrooms don't exist in a vacuum. Systems matter, stress matters, power matters. Act 3 will zoom out and ask what happens when real human brains collide with institutional structures that were never built for them. And finally, Act 4, which is just episode 13. It's the finale, or the synthesis. This is where we will pull all of the threads together, not to simplify them, but to hold complexity honestly. So this final episode is where we'll discuss what it means to teach ethically when we understand how this influence actually works, and what responsibility comes with knowing how easily brains can be shaped. So all of these different episodes will stand alone, but together they will explore this bigger idea of weird pedagogy. This season is not about fixing education, but it's about taking it seriously enough to stop pretending that it's neutral. So if you're watching this season in order, you definitely will feel an arc, but if you're dropping in for a single episode, you'll still have something solid to stand on. That's the roadmap. 4 acts, 13 episodes, and one central question underneath all of it. What happens when we stop asking people to adapt to broken systems and start redesigning learning around how humans actually learn, think, and feel? We're not here to optimize kids. We're not here to hack motivation. We're not here to slap neuroscience onto bad pedagogy and call it innovation. We're here to examine how novelty, humor, narrative, and relational safety actually operate at a neurological level, and what ethical responsibility comes with that knowledge. Some episodes will feel very grounded and scientific. Some, if not all, will feel uncomfortable, and a handful will probably feel way too close for home. Because I look at those audience demographics, I know the majority of you are just like me. But anyway, all of these things are intentional, because weird pedagogy is not just a bag of tricks you're going to sling onto your back of the next bandwagon thing. It's a stance. It's honestly a way of life, and it's a refusal to pretend that learning is neutral or emotionless or somehow detached from our identities. So if you're out here looking for classroom hacks, you're going to be annoyed. But if you're here because you've always felt that school could be warmer, smarter, braver, and more honest than it currently is, you are exactly who this season is for. Thank you so much for watching and getting to the end of this episode. Feel free to read my reference list in the description of this video and go peruse through that at your leisure. Like and subscribe, ooh woo, and I will see you next week for episode 2. And until then, goodbye. Also, do you like my new background? I don't know if I like it yet. I made this myself, and at some point during this season, it's probably gonna come crashing off of the wall, but hey, that will be a prediction error, and then everybody will be really paying attention. I don't know, some of my friends said it's giving nipples. Do you think it's giving nipples? Hell, you probably can't see them. Okay, bye! Imagine that you're sitting in a classroom where the air feels watchful. Not hostile, but alert. The tables are facing forward, the agenda's on the board. Then somebody raises their hand to speak. And right before they start to give their answer, they hesitate. The kind of answer that goes in a loop and quickly becomes a snake eating its own tail. You know the kind of hesitation I'm talking about here. It's those kind of responses that end with that upward inflection to imply that everything is a question. I don't know if it's right. I'm not totally sure, but I think maybe. And in that pause, before the idea even lands, something happens. The room tightens. There's a general shift in posture. A teacher subtly smiles that implies that I'm being patient, but please hurry up because the bell's gonna ring in 4 minutes and I have 18 things to do today. What's being communicated in this moment is not content, it's relational information. It's the answer to a question every nervous system asks long before it can ask anything academic. Is it safe to be unfinished here? And that's what today's episode is all about. Not love as a sentiment, not love as softness, but love as orientation. Because learning, neurologically and socially, is an act of exposure. To learn is to admit that you don't know yet. It sounds so cliche, but it's true. You have to be comfortable not knowing things, but it does require so much practice and vulnerability to risk being seen mid-process. And brains do not do that in environments that feel conditional. So when I talk about learning as a love language, I'm not being poetic, although I do that from time to time. I'm being precise. I'm talking about the way attention changes when care is felt, the way that curiosity collapses under evaluation, and the way that safety determines whether somebody explores or retreats. In today's episode, we're going to go through a few essential ideas why learning has never been emotionally neutral, even though a lot of us pretend that it is. What people mean when they say care in education and what they're usually avoiding saying, how relational safety reshapes attention, motivation, and risk, and finally, why creativity does not bloom under pressure to perform correctly. Let me just overcome an objection before it even happens. This is not an argument for teachers to be nicer. It's an argument for teachers to be truer. Sure, learning doesn't happen when students feel loved in this abstract sense. Learning happens when students' nervous systems recognize patterns of safety. It happens when they feel held in a moment where they might be wrong. Welcome back to season 4 of D-Talk. I'm your host, David Day, and in today's episode, we are discussing the idea of learning as a love language. Let's get into it. D-Talk starts now. Oh, I had an Amazon delivery. Okay, hurry up. Chapter 1. Learning was never emotionless. Learning is not a transaction. It's not compliance in exchange for grades. It's not silence in exchange for approval. Learning is a relational risk. It asks our bodies to soften, our brains to wander. And systems that are obsessed with control will always call that dangerous, unprofessional, or inappropriate. They'll call it weird, but what they're really reacting to is intimacy. Because intimacy can't be standardized, and it can't be handled without crushing it under the weight of your grasp. So if this word, intimacy, within itself makes you uncomfortable, good. That may be your nervous system realizing it has been trained to brace instead of belong. We don't make learning safer by shrinking it. Nothing meaningful is ever learned without care, and care, real care, requires emotion. A few days ago, while I was teaching a mask making class, I walked past a table of students working with their paper mache. The kind of activity where you're just covered head to toe in Elmer's. I just happened to notice that one of the students in this little pod was shaping the mask with such incredible care. His fingers were gliding, adjusting, smoothing, and he was fully absorbed in the activity. I said out loud, without thinking too hard about it, "This feels so intimate." And immediately a few heads snapped up. Some of them absolutely thought that I said something inappropriate. And herein lies the issue. Intimacy is not synonymous with sex. Intimacy is proximity without threat. It's our nervous system saying, I'm safe enough to stay right here. And we are biologically wired to achieve this kind of closeness between hands and materials, between people and ideas, between learners and the work in front of them. Intimacy is what allows emotion to surface without panic and learning to actually take root. You see, schools get nervous around intimacy because it asks educators to be present and not procedural. Without intimacy, learning remains very shallow. And my conceptualization of weird pedagogy doesn't create intimacy, it simply notices it and tries to protect it. The discomfort that many of us feel when we think of this idea of intimacy, closeness, vulnerability, is the clearest signal that we've been trained to confuse closeness for danger. And hey, evolutionarily speaking, intimacy, closeness, vulnerability, they have been dangerous. The challenge here is to retrain our brains to accurately assess when we are safe. Most of us, hopefully, do not live in a constant state of danger, but yet our brains are wired to tell us that we are, and that's exactly the lesson that we need to unlearn. Cognitive neuroscience is very clear on this. The brain does not allocate attention or effort in environments it perceives as threatening. So when a threat is detected, that can be social, emotional, relational, the brain shifts its resources away from exploration and towards self-protection. So learning doesn't necessarily disappear in these moments, but it gets deprioritized. So what that student was doing at that table with the paper mache wasn't cute or artsy. It was regulation, slow, tactile, focused work that kept his nervous system settled long enough for cognition to remain online. Research on embodied cognition shows that hands-on sensory engagement stabilizes attention and emotional processing, particularly in adolescents whose regulatory systems are still developing. Palmer argues that learning is inseparable from the quality of presence between teacher, student, and subject. When that relational field is flattened, knowledge becomes abstracted and fragile. Similarly, Britzman describes how schools police affect and deviation, attaching discomfort to individuals rather than the environments producing it. So when we panic at intimacy in classrooms, what we're really reacting to is a loss of control, not a loss of safety. Every single learning moment carries emotional weight, curiosity, confusion, pride, shame, relief, fear, interest, boredom. They are all the medium through which learning happens. Neuroscience doesn't support the idea that cognition runs first and then emotion follows. It shows the exact opposite. Our emotions continuously tag information with meaning, urgency, and value. So when a classroom treats emotion as disruptive, what it's actually doing is stripping learning of its relevance. That's why weird moments matter so incredibly much. Weirdness is often the emotional flare that signals something meaningful is happening. A laugh breaks out. Somebody hesitates before giving an answer. All of these moments feel charged because they are. And here's the quiet truth that many schools and educators simply refuse to say out loud. Emotional neutrality is not safer. It's colder, and my God, is it boring. When students sense that emotion is unwelcome, they don't become more rational, they become more guarded. They flatten themselves. They stop risking ideas. Educational psychology consistently shows that emotional suppression increases cognitive load and reduces our working memories. This means that those students are spending more mental energy maintaining themselves instead of actually learning. So when we're protecting intimacy, what we're really protecting is cognitive function. And that happens when we start protecting emotional signals. So saying your reactions matter, your confusion matters, your excitement matters, your discomfort is data, not disobedience. And this is where weird pedagogy starts to become visible as a deliberate refusal to amputate emotion from learning in the quest for order. Before we talk about novelty, creativity, or attention, we have to be clear about this. Learning is emotional first. Chapter 2, What Love Means in a Learning Context. Love in learning is what neuroscientists call relatedness, a fundamental psychological need, right up there with competence and autonomy. When we feel connected to others in a classroom, our brains release oxytocin, reduce our threat responses, and open pathways for exploration, curiosity, and risk-taking. Let's go back to that example from the introduction. A classroom where a student hesitates to ask their question and a teacher glances at their watch, or maybe a group of students take the opportunity in a rare occurrence of silence in a classroom and start giggling or whatever. The nervous system of the student who is paused goes into standby mode and starts scanning the area for threats. Their brain is literally doing the math. Is it safe to risk this thought? Will this idea survive the group's gaze? Let's go back and reset the scene. The same student raises their hands, pauses, but this time the teacher leans in, not to correct, not to control, but to hold space and to listen to the silence. The student's pulse slows, their attention engages, and suddenly that awkward, incomplete question becomes a portal to understanding. That's relational safety in action. That's love as pedagogy. But love doesn't also mean sentimental permissiveness. This is one I continue to struggle with. Be firm but fair. Connect before you correct. These concepts are incredibly difficult to employ on the ground. So the main thing to remember that love in this context is not a free pass, but rather it's the scaffolding to allow risk. It's the paradox of care and challenge existing together. Sidebar, we cannot underestimate the role of vulnerability here. Teachers' presence, showing up fully, willing to be affected by the classroom, willing to respond rather than control. All of these things signal safety to the students. When we model that we can tolerate uncertainty, mistakes, or even a little bit of weirdness, we invite students to do the same. And this all aligns with Palmer's ethic of teaching, where presence matters more than performance. Another sidebar, I got into this whole area of thought selfishly because I started to figure out that teaching was making me really uncomfortable and I didn't know why, and I wanted a more smooth experience as a person in the world. And I started to figure out that I felt better when I behaved a certain way as an educator, and then it slowly started to collide with neuroscience and then more understanding, and then here we are. But this all started because I just wanted to be happier. Wow, really stumbled on something there, hey? Anyway, weird pedagogy notices and protects this relational architecture between everybody in a room. It refuses to mistake care for chaos, and it cultivates space where students can be sideways, ask the odd question, linger over their own process, and trust that those behaviors are signals and not failures. Here's the takeaway. Learning does not happen in isolation. It doesn't start with information or even curiosity. It starts with us noticing each other, trusting each other, caring for each other enough to be weird together. And luckily enough, kids are super great at this. Adults, not so much. It's been trained out of us by now, for most of us. I had to retrain myself back into that weird spot. But love in learning is messy. It's not standardizable, and it is absolutely essential. Moving on, chapter 3, oxytocin and openness. I keep doing the thumbs up. In chapter 1, we talked about how emotion and learning are intertwined, and chapter 2 was how love as pedagogy literally wires the brain for engagement. Now we're going to go over how oxytocin and dopamine interact, modulating attention, memory, and the reward pathways that make exploration feel safe and exciting, because without relational context, curiosity becomes anxiety, and with it, curiosity becomes the rocket fuel of learning. Being curious is a biological signal. It's a cascade of chemicals, networks, and hormones that tell our brains, hey, it's safe to explore here. And at the center of this cascade is oxytocin, a neuropeptide that does more than make us feel warm and fuzzy. Although it does do that. It reduces amygdala activity, dampening that fight or flight response, while simultaneously increasing connectivity in the brain regions tied to social cognition, memory, and attention. In short, oxytocin is the nervous system's green light for exploration. Let's go back to that student making the mask. This was biological regulation. Oxytocin signals, this is safe. His prefrontal cortex, normally overloaded in middle schoolers trying to self-regulate in a stressful environment, is now free to engage in working memory, planning, and maybe even abstraction. The same activity that may seem trivial is actually scaffolding neural circuits for attention, emotional regulation, and learning. Oxytocin's influence extends to prediction and novel processing as well. It enhances the salience of things that happen that are unexpected, meaning that our brains notice deviations from expected patterns more readily when oxytocin levels are higher. This is why weird moments can spike curiosity and engagement if learners feel safe. So in neurobiological terms, oxytocin modulates the amygdala, your fight or flight response, and the hippocampus, increasing exploratory behavior while tagging experiences with emotional relevance. And that needs to happen first so dopamine can reinforce learning in response to that novelty. So you can't just be weird for weird's sake. I mean, you can. I'm not your mom, but it's only effective if everybody feels safe. When the brain's expectations are violated, dopaminergic pathways fire, signaling potential reward. But like I said, these reward signals are very context dependent. If the environment itself feels threatening, the same prediction error triggers stress circuits instead of curiosity. So oxytocin in this way really acts as a moderator. It allows us to experience surprise without panic, enabling attention and memory encoding rather than defense and avoidance. Weird pedagogy thrives right in this little sweet spot. It doesn't manufacture oxytocin, but it maintains the environments where oxytocin can flourish, letting curiosity naturally come out of the shadows. What's remarkable here is how relational and chemical systems converge. Oxytocin increases our social attention, and this means that our brains look for cues from other people to confirm safety. So in classrooms where trust is present, students can take relational risks, ask that weird question, propose a strange idea, or deviate from the script. This biochemical openness that I'm talking about here may seem fragile, but it's not fragile, it's adaptive. In other words, curiosity and openness are not just psychological states, they are physiological states. Learning is emotional, social, and chemical first, and cognitive second. That's why really smart people don't always make the best teachers, right? Whoever you just thought of right now. Yeah. Them. Protecting this oxytocin-driven safety is neuroscience-informed pedagogy. Weird moments are the neurobiological markers of engagement, signaling that the brain is noticing, encoding, and connecting. The challenge here that I face within all of this in the field is how subtle of the construction of this classroom culture is. At times I know that I come off permissive. submissive or like too easygoing, or that my teaching style is simplistic, because to the untrained eye, it probably appears that way. The microscopic environmental or relational tweaks in learning environments also make me feel very nitpicky when people ask me for advice on their teaching, because how do you explain this concept in anything other than a 13-episode podcast series? You simply cannot. Chapter 4, Relatedness as a Learning Accelerator. Every synapse, every spike in attention, every dopamine flicker is shaped by whether the brain feels connected, seen, and safe. Relatedness isn't a nice extra to have, it's a biological accelerator. When learners feel that they matter to people and the space around them, their attention sharpens, curiosity spikes, and memory consolidates. Without it, the brain tucks information away in a corner.
This thing shows up.
In a dark little corner in a box labeled meh. Let's go back to the very beginning with the hesitating student answering the question. Their nervous system reads the room, the subtle eye contact, the posture of the teacher, the tone of the responses. If these safety cues are present, oxytocin increases, amygdala reactivity, so your fight or flight response, decreases, and the prefrontal cortex can actually engage in reasoning. And if these safety cues are absent, threat circuits fire, and even the brightest idea gets buried under self-protection. Relatedness is the difference between a brain exploring boldly and a brain bracing in silence. Relational learning is especially crucial for adolescents. During middle and high school, where the brain is hypersensitive to social evaluation, peer and teacher cues are amplified. Emotional signals carry so much more weight, and every "that's weird" or "try harder" gets biologically encoded as a signal, either stay open or shut down. The brain is constantly testing social waters while learning, and that requires an incredible amount of neural energy. And then we wonder why teenagers are weird. Lovingly. Anyway, imagine a science class exploring a water cycle. One student starts doodling clouds or rain patterns on their desk instead of following the worksheet. And one student leans over and shares a funny interpretation of what those rain patterns could be if not clouds. And in that moment, a teacher is standing behind them and shares within their laughter. On the surface, this could look pointless, or maybe even slightly chaotic. But biologically and relationally, this is gold. The students' brains release oxytocin and dopamine. The amygdala says, "you're safe," and the prefrontal cortex is unlocked to explore brand new ideas. Learning accelerates through connection. We simply have to notice these moments and protect this relational field instead of flattening it with strict adherence to procedure. I'm picturing somebody in my head every time I hear strict adherence to procedure, and research consistently shows that relatedness drives motivation and engagement. So Ryan and Desi's self-determination theory identifies 3 core needs for intrinsic motivation: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. Without relatedness, even autonomy and competence struggle to flourish. And neuroscience confirms this. When relational safety is present, the default mode network and ventral striatum interact. All you need to know for this context is that the default mode network is good. We want that. And when that happens, it enhances creativity, imagination, and integrative thinking. So the brain literally weaves relationships into knowledge, and emotion becomes the loom. Feels like an archaic metaphor, but I'm gonna keep it. The takeaway here is that relatedness is not optional. It's neurobiological scaffolding. Learning is amplified not just by instruction, but by the quality of the connections surrounding that instruction. And these social and emotional signals are the primary vectors for cognition. Okay, let's wrap up everything we talked about in this episode in a nice little bow. We've been talking a lot about the why of learning: emotion, curiosity, intimacy, connection. Now let's finish with the old chestnut that safety has to come before creativity. Creativity doesn't show up the moment you say, "Be creative now." It emerges when the nervous system feels secure enough to take that risk. And without that sense of safety, the prefrontal cortex, the part of the brain that orchestrates planning, abstraction and imagination shuts down or it goes on high alert, prioritizing threat detection over idea generation. In other words, the brain cannot innovate if it is busy protecting itself. Safety and novelty are not opposites, they're collaborators. Novelty sparks attention, but attention requires safety to translate into learning and exploration. Learning only becomes productive when the learners feel supported enough to let their brain wander sideways without feeling threatened. And educational theorists have been saying this for decades. Palmer argues that presence and trust create the conditions for meaningful learning. And Britzman reminds us that schools too often confuse deviation with disruption. And both of them point to the same truth. The architecture of a classroom is relational first and procedural second. A creative spark in isolation without connection or safety risks being squashed before it even reaches consciousness. Neuroscience confirms that oxytocin reduces amygdala activity, stabilizes attention, and facilitates the integration of new experiences into memory. Dopamine signals novelty and reward, but only in contexts where the brain judges exploration to be safe, and threat shuts down these circuits, and safety lights them up. Period. If we want brains that explore, improvise, and produce, we have to create classrooms and relationships where learners feel seen. And weird pedagogy doesn't manufacture this. It protects the conditions of which these things thrive. So much of this is not manufacturing anything. It's all about protecting the things that are already there. Thank you so much for getting to the end of this episode of D-Talk. If you want to lean into your weird, you can subscribe to this YouTube channel. You can listen to these episodes on Spotify, and you can even follow my Instagram and TikTok pages. And all of those links to all of those pages are in the description of this video, as too are my references that you can peruse at your leisure. And I think I'm going to leave it on the note of learning is not simply cognitive. It's emotional, relational, embodied, and love, real, messy, unapologetic love, is the accelerator. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. There's a phrase that I've heard a lot of folks say over the years, and it particularly pains me. And that phrase is, I'm just not creative. You know, people say that casually, like it's a preference, like they don't like olives or something. But psychologically, this functions more like a verdict than a personality trait. And a lot of folks get themselves into this trap where they think that following instructions means that they are competent. And over time, unfortunately, this identity hardens. Research on self-efficacy shows that people who believe that their abilities are fixed, meaning that their abilities are unchangeable, have a significantly less likelihood of being able to persist when things get hard. So in other words, creativity doesn't disappear because the brain doesn't have the capacity for it, but it disappears because the person has learned not to try. This isn't a personality difference, it's a regulatory shift, because saying I'm not creative very quickly becomes I don't have ideas, which then becomes I don't have much to offer, which then becomes a life organized around compliance and safety over agency. A lot of people in this conversation bring up the right brain, left brain myth, because that's what it is. It's a myth, because it misrepresents neuroscience and gives institutions a way to sort people early and to put them into boxes. Logical kids go over here, creative kids go over here, but creativity, as neuroscience clearly shows, is not a hemispheric trait or even a personality. It's a pattern of network connections across the brain, learned, practiced, and context dependent. Creativity then isn't about making things. It's about whether you believe your world is adjustable. We are here to push back by refusing to let creativity be treated like a luxury trait for confident people. We're here to treat creativity as a biological capacity that either withers or flourishes depending on how much judgment, surveillance, and premature evaluation a brain has been trained to expect. Creativity is not rare, but the permission to use it is. So no, I'm not here to convince you to be more creative. I'm here to name the systems that taught you not to be, and showing you how thoroughly and unfairly that lesson sticks in our brains. So overall in this episode, I'm asking the question, what does the brain need in order to stay open long enough for ideas to arrive? And that question takes us into networks, judgment, play, and risk. But first, we have to understand what's actually happening in the brain when ideas begin to move. Let's get into it. Detox starts now. It's early and I'm already so fired up. You can't tell because I still have my morning voice. Try not to glaze over as I talk about all of these structures of the brain, because while the names aren't super important, the functions of those things that I'm saying the names of are. A lot of these things sound really complicated, but at the end of the day, they're fully not. But I'm also still learning how to remember all the structures of the brain and what they do. So this is going to be practice for all of us. Okay, great. Chapter 1, the default mode network and idea fluency. For a really long time, neuroscience treated creativity like a side effect instead of a skill that you could foster. So early brain imaging studies were often focused on task completion. Can you get the right answer to this math equation? Can you fit the circle block into the circle hole? And anything that looked creative got dismissed as cognitive noise. So things like daydreaming, wandering, zoning out, all of the things teachers taught us were a waste of time in classrooms, all of those things were shut down. But then, at the turn of the 21st century, researchers started noticing something that was, to everyone who came before them, deeply inconvenient. So when people were not doing a task, they were resting, reflecting, drifting, the brain didn't go quiet and shut down. It lit up in a very specific and repeatable pattern. And this was formally identified in 2001, showing that a consistent network of brain regions become more active during rest than when engaged in externally oriented tasks. And they called it the default mode network, or DMN for short. And this is the brain's default setting when the brain is allowed to idle. And the default mode network is involved in a lot of different functions, like autobiographical memory, emotional processing, social cognition, future simulation, narrative construction, and meaning making. So in other words, the default mode network is where the brain connects dots over time, space, emotion, identity, and experience. And all of these things that I just mentioned, emotion, memory, relationships, all of those things are needed for creativity. So there is a direct connection between the default mode network and your biological ability to engage in creative tasks. You still with me? I'm about to say brain things now, okay? The default mode network is the engine of idea generation, and it includes the medial prefrontal cortex, the posterior cingulate cortex, the angular gyrus, and parts of the hippocampus. But before we dig deeper into the default mode network, we need to talk about the other networks that are possibly overriding the default, okay? So the first one is the executive control network. So this is anchored in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex and the posterior parietal cortex, which helps evaluate, refine, and implement ideas. And then we also have the salience network, which includes the anterior insula and dorsal anterior cingulate cortex. The ACC, we're going to talk about her later, the ACC. She's my favorite, real tiny, right? And doesn't matter. And the salience network is not me getting the most excited for the anterior cingulate cortex. I love her. We all need her. I'm training mine to be better. I'm so ahead of myself. And the salience network is responsible for toggling between the default mode network and the executive control network. So the default mode network dreams, the executive control network judges, and the salience network decides when to toggle between the two. And creativity happens best when all three networks interact flexibly, but not when one of them completely takes over. So there is another network, and it's the closest to the opposite of the default mode network, and it's called the dorsal attention network. This network activates when the brain is focused on structured, goal-directed tasks, answering questions, completing worksheets, what have you. And when this one dominates without a default mode network engagement, idea generation collapses, and students are left with this idea of a false dichotomy of right or wrong, black or white, compliance mode, zero divergence. Boring. So this is why it's not confusing that a lot of people say I'm not creative, because they spent years in classrooms that suppressed their internal thought, they rewarded conformity, and they minimized downtime, and the default mode network isn't given the bandwidth to operate, because the networks that enable self-generated thought and creativity literally get starved in 21st century classrooms. Over time, this affects your self-efficacy, which is your idea of yourself and how good you are at things. So this all works in the creation of the adults who say, I'm not creative. They're hesitant to experiment or to risk or just to imagine things. The socioeconomic factors directly play into this, because environments that emphasize, high stakes testing, external evaluation, all of these things disproportionately suppress default mode network activity, especially in under-resourced schools. But before we get depressed, classrooms can be built in such a way to directly support default mode network and creativity. Teachers don't need to make their students more creative. They need to create the conditions that allow the default mode network activity by providing students with a lot of things that we're going to get into later. We're not creating anything. We're not bringing in anything new. You are just protecting the natural biological processes that support creativity. It's not what are we adding, it's what are we protecting. Ultimately, creativity is about network flexibility and not innate talent. Classrooms that flatten or suppress default mode network are inherently limiting possibilities in their classrooms. The students that get labeled not creative are often the ones whose brains are biologically prevented from exploring because their environments have trained them to inhibit the very network that generates ideas. And we will label this idea generation as idea fluency, which is the ability to create many ideas, and it correlates strongly with the default mode network activation. Okay, here is the most important sentence that I'm going to say in this entire episode. So, lean in with me so you're prepared to hear it clearly. Here we go. Creativity requires time spent in a cognitive state that looks unproductive from the outside. Hell, I'm going to say it again. Creativity requires time spent in a cognitive state that looks unproductive from the outside. So we're going to explore this more by talking about fMRIs, and they show that highly creative individuals don't simply have more ideas. Their brains are better at letting the default mode network roam without immediately shutting it down with judgment or evaluation. Okay, so indulge me here while I briefly nerd out about brain scans, okay? So we have an MRI. You've probably heard that before. Magnetic resonance imaging. So this is the big metal tube that whirls around you and, takes a picture of your brain or your broken leg or whatever it is. And it uses strong magnetic fields to map out the tissue that is put inside. So if you scan a brain, you can see gray matter, white matter, lesions, tumors, and anything structural, okay? So it doesn't measure the activity of the brain, it measures the structure. And that's where an fMRI scan comes in. So the F just stands for functional MRI. And it is so cool because it measures brain activity over time. And it does that by monitoring the blood flow that's in the brain. Because when an area in the brain gets more active, there's more oxygenated blood that flow to that spot. And the fMRI picks up these small changes in the oxygenated versus deoxygenated blood. Okay? And this is known as the bold signal, which you don't need to know. but bold signal sounded fun. Blood oxygen level dependent. So an MRI is like looking at a still image of a city skyline. And an fMRI is actually standing there in real time, and the sun goes down and you can watch all of the lights turn on, and you can see where there's people doing things, and you can see where there's no action, and you can be there in the moment and actually assess activity versus just looking at the structure. So what this means for our conversation is that somebody could have a perfectly healthy looking brain, but have network level disruptions. You could have circuits that aren't communicating properly. You could have connectivity that was off, or regions that don't activate when they should. And before fMRIs, these functional issues were essentially invisible. People could struggle with attention, memory, emotional regulation, creativity, the whole bit, and yet the medical community would say, your brain's fine. Your dorsal lateral prefrontal cortex, I don't even think that's a thing. Your anterior cingulate cortex, it's there. I see it. You have one. You're fine. Why are you getting angry all the time? Go home. So a lot of people's experiences and difficulties were just fully invalidated because they weren't reflected in the visible structure of the brain with an MRI scan. And this is a very important parallel when it comes to education, because a student may appear fine by the surface measures like grades, compliance, neat printing, but the underlying cognitive and emotional networks might be underactivated, misaligned, or under threat. So while it is important to notice the structure, we also need to pay attention to the function and create space for those functions to grow and operate in our classrooms. So when it comes to research on creativity, fMRIs are essential because we want to see how the default mode network, executive control network, and the salience network, we want to see how all of these networks are activating while people are doing things, and not just the structures that these networks use in order to operate. I really love fMRI scans, and it's a really big part of what got me interested in neuroscience in the first place. Like watching brains light up while people are doing tasks or sleeping or being surprised or being told a joke. I love that. And watching brain scans on YouTube in real time drew me in immediately. I was hooked. It's great. And a big part of that research is somebody by the name of Dr. Daniel Amen. Full disclosure, he came to my attention because he was platformed by Dr. Phil. So you do kind of have to watch for some right-wing dog whistles, but I haven't heard any yet from Dr. Daniel Amen, so we should be fine there. But I won't be having another Oprah level oops of I accidentally platformed pseudoscience. Never again. Anyway, moving on. So now we're going to zoom in on schools and talk about how they are particularly hostile towards the default mode network. So in any given classroom, you have pretty consistent task switching, you have relentless evaluation, you have external attention demands, and you have time pressure. And these conditions preferentially activate networks like the executive control network. So while the executive control network is essential, we need it for a lot of things, but when it dominates constantly, our capability for idea fluency just collapses. So in order to support the default mode network, we have to create the conditions where it is allowed to surface without immediate punishment. So moments of productive weirdness, like off-script questions, strange analogies, unexpected emotional responses, all of these are signs that the default mode network is active and integrating material in personal, meaningful ways. And Britzman calls this difficult knowledge, learning that resists neat packaging because it forces the learner to confront uncertainty, identity, or emotion. And the default mode network thrives in exactly these types of moments. And the key takeaway here is that creativity isn't rare, idea fluency isn't genetic, and the default mode network is not a luxury. It's a biological system that schools systemically starve. Come on, alliteration. And once you know that, calling a kid not creative stops sounding like an observation and starts functioning more like a diagnosis of a problem that we ourselves caused. God, that's depressing. But we're done with this chapter now. Don't worry. It's gonna, well, I mean, yeah, it gets better. Chapter 2, generating without judging. So creativity is about letting ideas exist without an immediate internal censor. And idea generation collapses when judgment kicks in too early. This is why brainstorming exercises in a classroom so often fail. Students self-censor before they even finish thinking, because their executive control network dominates, inhibiting novelty, flagging deviation, and labeling wrong ideas as dangerous before people can even explore them. When the executive control network overpowers the default mode network, the flow of ideas is completely stopped. But when the default mode network can run freely, and when the executive control network just gently nudges for refinement, something remarkable happens. Idea fluency, which is the ability to generate multiple ideas at once rapidly without freezing in self-critique. And this is supported by studies that involve fMRIs and EEGs, which show that highly creative individuals display a unique pattern of co-activation. Default mode network for ideation and executive control network engagement delayed until evaluation, and the salient network dynamically toggling between the two, right? We need the executive control network because at the end of all the creativity, we need somebody to be able to look at it and be a little bit critical. But you cannot be critical throughout the ideation process. There are no bad ideas. And our brains do not innately engage in this kind of evaluation of our own work. It's either trained or it's suppressed over time. And kids are a great place to start because they are naturally less self-critical because their networks are more permissive. So by the time most adults reach classrooms or workplaces, years of grading, public shaming, and socialization have all trained them to shut down the default mode network at the hint of an error. So let's take an example of a science classroom. Imagine a project where students are designing a fictional ecosystem. And one of the students says, what if all the trees in my ecosystem screamed when it rained? In this very moment, the executive control network in the brain of that student is about to flag this idea as nonsense. But if the teacher says nothing, or better yet, leans in and goes, so tell me more about your screaming trees. The salience network recognizes that this idea might be worth spending time on, and the default mode network remains active, and the student begins exploring. So this very small moment of non-judgment is exactly where idea fluency spikes. And even really small adjustments in classrooms can amplify this effect. So studies on idea generation interventions show that removing evaluation pressure and explicitly framing activities as exploration first, judgment later, increases the quality and originality of ideas. So setting out a piece of your day where there are no wrong answer sessions or improvisation moments, all of these exercises physically reduce executive control network dominance, letting the default mode network patterns propagate and new connections will start to form. Another important layer of this conversation is emotion, because research indicates that positive affect broadens the range of ideas generated, particularly because it reduces function in the amygdala, which is usually associated with threat responses, and those threat responses would otherwise suppress the default mode network and novelty seeking, which isn't what we want. So this means that things like laughing, curiosity, or even mild surprise and frustration makes students' brains more willing to tolerate half-baked ideas like the screaming trees. Our work as educators here is to actively undo all of this cognitive suppression imposed by social and institutional stressors. Down with capitalism! Finally, fluency is self-reinforcing. Every time a student experiences a judgment-free generation, the brain starts to recognize these patterns as safe. The prefrontal cortex calibrates and says, exploration is okay. Thinking sideways is okay. Being weird is safe. And over time, what feels uncomfortable at first becomes ordinary, because classrooms that consistently allow judgment-free ideation are producing more ideas, and they're retraining their neural circuitry for lifelong creative confidence. Lifelong creative confidence. To finish up this chapter, I'm going to say, generation without judgment is not accidental. It is a learned neural state. And we have the power to create conditions for it by protecting the default mode network, regulating the executive control network, and leveraging the salience network, and signaling safety through relationships and emotional context. Fluency is neural flexibility nurtured over time in spaces where weirdness is allowed to breathe. Boom. Okay, chapter 3. Why does play feel so risky? I want you to know that this chapter is a lot shorter than the other ones in this episode because I do have other episodes that explicitly go over this idea of play in depth. You can watch it right here. But I thought it was important to quickly recap this because it's a very prominent part of the conversation we're having here about creativity. So for many people, play feels risky and dangerous because the brain doesn't naturally separate serious learning from risk. When we play, our prefrontal cortex has to tolerate uncertainty, ambiguity, and at least some deviation from the rules. So the same executive control network that judges creativity and suppresses the default mode network, it lights up like a security guard, scanning for violations, errors, or threats. And once you add in social evaluation, like peers watching, teachers observing, and suddenly play triggers your amygdala, and you're in a full threat response. This is exactly why so many classrooms punish play, because it looks chaotic, it sounds inefficient, and it definitely feels off task, and students are trained to suppress the very behaviors that make creative thinking or deep engagement possible. And neuroscience shows us that playful engagement activates the default mode network for idea generation, the executive control network for strategic refinement, and the salience network to determine what is worth attending to, but only if the environment signals safety. So all of these things that I've mentioned now a bunch of times about those three networks, right? The creative one, the critical one, and the toggle, they all work perfectly together as a team, but only if we feel safe. And this is important here because play requires trust. Trust that your mistakes won't be shamed. Trust that deviation won't be punished. And trust that being a little weirdo is just fine. And this is the relational safety component of weird pedagogy. When students feel this sense of safety, the brain shifts from threat mode to exploratory mode. Cortisol decreases, oxytocin rises, and dopamine flags novelty as rewarding. And a lot of adults struggle with play as well. Ask a professional team of corporate whoever's to play during a brainstorm session and you'll see the hesitation, the censorship, and the excessive structure that comes out. It's not incompetence. It's the brain's stress response in action. Play feels unsafe when networks governing evaluation and social monitoring dominate. And when teachers create more opportunities for guided and low-stakes play, they're literally rewiring students' brains to allow exploration, connection, and creative idea fluency. So the takeaway here is that play is risky only when the environments signal danger. And you can actively construct the social, emotional, and cognitive conditions to make play feel safe. And that's how we're going to finish up this episode, is we're going to talk about how to construct this very space. Which leads me into the conclusion: creativity as a learnable skill. How do we do it? How do we get there? So we all have a capacity for creativity. And like any capacity, it can be supported or suppressed depending on the environment. And this claim is supported by decades of research on the neural systems involved in idea generation and how they develop through experience, context, and practice. First, creativity depends on cognitive flexibility, which is the ability to shift between ideas and perspectives rather than sticking to the first answer that seems more safe. Play, in its many forms, is one of the most powerful ways that humans develop this flexibility. So when children engage in unstructured play, their brain repeatedly toggles between exploration and rule testing, generating new strategies and kicking out the old ones. So while it looks like children may just be playing and being weird, they're training their neurocognition. Play also supports executive functioning skills like working memory, task switching, and cognitive control, and all of these are central to adapting and refining ideas without shutting the creative process down too early. Students learn rules by breaking them, testing them, and rewiring their expectations, and that is the core neurological work of creative brains. And you can support these things with activities like music and rhythm because they activate the brain's anticipation circuits, strengthening prediction and surprise mechanisms that overlap heavily with creative thought. This is why improvisational dancers, musicians, and storytellers generate ideas fluidly, not because they're born special, but because their nervous system has practiced patterns of anticipation and adaptive responses. Even the motivation to explore uncertainty, which is the thing that we call curiosity, has its own neural system, distinct from simple reward chasing. It pushes us towards novelty even when there's no obvious payoff, and that explains why a lot of creative breakthroughs happen not when we are playing to win, but when we are genuinely drawn into the unknown. Thank you so much for watching this episode and getting to the very end. You can listen to these episodes on Spotify, but if you like watching the video, I'm glad to have you here too. Let me know what you think in the comments down there, and subscribe to this channel if you want to catch the episodes that are coming. There's a lot more that are coming, but for now, I'm going to leave you with this. Please do not treat creativity like a bonus. Creativity is a biological capacity that thrives under the conditions of relational safety, unstructured exploration, and emotional engagement. When people experience judgment-free idea generation, not only do their brains produce more ideas, but they begin to trust their own creative process. And that trust rewires neural pathways, supporting executive control without prematurely collapsing idea fluency. Now go out there today and do something so weird and creative that everybody around you is gonna think you're a wacko, and that's exactly the point. Thanks again for being here, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. For some reason, a lot of people think that knowledge is neutral and apolitical. The assertion that knowledge can be separated from identity assumes that learning is additive, that facts accumulate in our minds without altering the structure of the self. But cognitive neuroscience has shown repeatedly that this assumption is false. Contemporary theories of learning describe the brain as a prediction machine, constantly generating expectations about the world and updating them based on feedback. Learning in this framework is not the acquisition of neutral facts, it is the recalibration of predictions about what will happen and who the learner is in relation to those outcomes. When somebody answers a question and they are corrected publicly, the brain doesn't store the correct answer, it stores a social prediction. Because our brains physically cannot distinguish between academic and social feedback. Neuroimaging studies of the brain show that regions involved in error monitoring, like the anterior cingulate cortex and the insula, are both activated when a person makes a cognitive mistake and also when they experience social evaluation or rejection. In other words, being wrong or being corrected is never just informational, it's relational. When somebody receives feedback, the brain updates multiple models simultaneously: the accuracy of their original response, the reliability of the environment, and the learner's own predicted value within that environment. And over time, these updates accumulate into a person's identity. This is why knowledge is not neutral. The same content delivered under different conditions produce different learners. Research on self-concept formation shows that identity is not a stable trait, but an emergent property of repeated prediction confirmation cycles. Our brains ask over and over and over, what happens when I try? What happens when I speak? What happens when I don't know everything? And when the answers are consistently negative or excluding, the brain adapts by reducing cognitive risk-taking, narrowing attention, and suppressing internally generated thought. And from the brain's perspective, this is rational. This means that classrooms are not simply sites of knowledge transmission. They are identity training environments. Students learn whether their thinking is welcome, whether their questions are tolerated, and whether their presence improves or destabilizes the system. And these lessons are encoded at the level of attention, motivation, and neural connectivity over time, and they become the self-beliefs that feel innate to each individual person, even though they are learned. So when I say that knowledge is not neutral, what I mean is this. Learning always answers a question much deeper than the curriculum will admit. It's not, what do I know? It's, who am I allowed to be while learning this thing? And before we talk about how students can find themselves, we have to understand how systems teach them who to become. Because if knowledge was neutral, learning wouldn't change who we think we are. But it does. Let's get into it. Detox starts now. Chapter 1. Identity as a plastic internal model. Like I said in the intro, the brain is a prediction machine. It builds internal models to anticipate what will happen next in every situation so it can act efficiently and avoid metabolic waste. Identity is one of those models, a long-range prediction about what happens when I act as myself. So this is less about individual moments and more about patterns of experiences. The brain asks questions like, when I make a mistake, what happens? When I hesitate, what happens? When I succeed, what changes? When I jump in a puddle, what happens? That's a really elementary example, but letting people walk through their own natural consequences in order to learn. You can't teach somebody the same lessons that you learned, unfortunately, even though a lot of parents seem bent on doing that for their kids. Anyhow, each answer updates the synaptic weight across networks involving your medial prefrontal cortex. I always point to the brain because it's right there, the hippocampus and the posterior cingulate cortex. And these are the same systems that support autobiographical memory and self-referential thought. So this means that identity is built from memory plus prediction, because our hippocampus recombines past experiences to simulate future ones. So if somebody repeatedly experiences correction as a threat, the hippocampus pre-plays that outcome before the person even speaks, and that pre-play matters here an incredible amount. Studies on anticipatory neural activity show that expectation alone can suppress engagement before an action even occurs. So in classrooms, this looks like students just not trying. But neurologically, the decision was made upstream before it even got conscious attention. So let's go through an example here. Two students give partially correct answers. Student A hears, interesting, tell me more. And student B hears, no, that's not right. Who can fix it? Over time, student A's brain learns that partial ideas are safe to explore and that my thinking has value even when it's incomplete. In contrast, student B's brain learns that visibility is risky and accuracy is the price of participation. Oh, that's a sad line. So while these sound like self-beliefs, they are actually predictive priors. Our medial prefrontal cortex encodes these patterns as self-relevant probabilities. How likely am I to be rewarded or punished for acting? And once encoded, they bias attention, motivation, and even memory retrieval. And this is where people get confused and think that students or learners in general lack confidence. What they actually lack is evidence that their model is incorrect. And if you add stress to this picture, so time pressure, public evaluation, high stakes grading, all of these things up the stress hormone cortisol. And cortisol alters plasticity in the prefrontal cortex and hippocampus, reducing flexible learning and increasing reliance on habit-based predictions. So in plain terms, the brain just stops updating these models and they just rely on what they already know. And this disproportionately affects students in under-resourced or highly surveilled environments where mistakes feel more costly or autonomy is lower. So while socioeconomic status doesn't determine intelligence, it strongly shapes the conditions under which identity models are formed, and these models have a high correlation with intelligence. So a student who grows up in environments where compliance equals safety will build a different internal model than a student whose environment rewards expectation. Same brain, different predictions. And here's the disheartening part. Once an identity model predicts low payoff, effort itself becomes irrational. This is learned helplessness at the level of selfhood, not I can't, but trying does not change the outcomes. This is a sidebar, but for some reason a lot of educators are misusing the term learned helplessness. I did this too before I knew what it actually meant. But learned helplessness is when our brain learns that trying does not change the outcome. Learned helplessness does not mean that mom is going to cut off the top of my yogurt tube every time, so I don't need to learn how to cut off the yogurt tube top. You can replace cutting the top of the yogurt tube off with tie my shoes, whatever it is that you want to replace in there. That's not what learned helplessness means. Learned helplessness is something that happens in your brain, not something that other people influence on you in terms of helping you. Learned helplessness is only achieved when nobody is helping you. So they share similarities, but it's kind of the different sides of the same coin, but it's different. It's different, okay? Let's move on. When a student disengages, it's not that they're opting out of learning, they are minimizing the expected loss, and this reframes their behavior completely. A student who doesn't participate is not lazy. They are accurately predicting the environment they've been trained in. And this is why identity change cannot be talked into existence. Telling a student that they are capable does not override years of prediction error pointing the other way. The brain updates identity only when reality consistently violates their expectations, which means different feedback patterns, different participation structures, different risk profiles. This is where we can focus the majority of our efforts as educators. So my model of weird pedagogy here destabilizes identity models by changing what is safe to do. When students are allowed to be unfinished, speculative, emotional, nonlinear, and are met with curiosity instead of correction, the brain registers surprise. And surprise is one of the only things that forces a model to update. To finish off this chapter, the takeaway is identity is plastic, but only when the environment defies our expectations. Chapter 2, feedback becomes identity. So on the surface, getting feedback is informational. It can feel neutral, right? It's only about the work and it's not about the person. This, however, is not the case. From a neurobiological standpoint, feedback is a prediction signal. It tells the brain whether its internal model is accurate, valuable, or safe to maintain. And the younger you are, the heavier that signal lands. So when somebody hears, "Good job," not quite, "You're behind," "You're smart," "You're difficult," their brain is updating a self-model, and the brain is constantly running predictions against these models. Am I competent? Am I safe here? Do my answers get rewarded or threatened? It's incredible to me that our brains are using the basic scientific model of hypothesis, test, and reflect constantly, whether we know it or not. And this feedback is one of the most powerful data points used to update our self-models. Our brains are scientists, and they don't even need us to be a part of the scientific inquiry. And feedback is really difficult because it activates the same neural circuitry involved in social threat and reward. Particularly, I keep talking about the anterior cingulate cortex, but if you saw the last episode, you know I'm obsessed with it. And I am, because it's a part of all these things. Anyway, feedback arouses the anterior cingulate cortex and the insula, and these regions are associated with pain, error detection, and belonging. So negative feedback is more than just feeling disappointed or sad. It is processed by the brain as a relational risk. And this is why oftentimes students don't disagree with feedback, they defend against feedback. So in my classrooms, whenever somebody presents something to a group of people, I will always ask for stars and wishes from the audience. So stars are the things that they thought the presenters did well, and wishes are the things that they wish the presenters did more, differently, less, not at all, anything like that. So the wishes have to start with, I wish you did and then they continue. And this has worked really well for me over the years, particularly with the very strict rule that while somebody is giving you a wish, you can't talk. This isn't your moment to talk about what somebody is saying, about what they would do differently about your work, because ultimately, it does not matter. It's your responsibility to listen to the wishes of others when they're giving feedback, and you might want to accept their wish. But it's so interesting to me how innately people will defend against those wishes. And by training brains to just accept it and not feel like they need to defend it, it almost always produces more quality work in the long run. And that's just my anecdotal experience in classrooms, but I've definitely seen how people will defend themselves against feedback, even when it's something that doesn't need defense. And a big reason as to why people will defend themselves is because feedback threatens our self-model. And if that happens, the brain does what it always does when it's under threat. It protects the model and not the truth. If our brains feel under threat, they will protect the model and not the truth. Oh, that's upsetting. We are so biased. That's why some people shut down. That's why some people argue. That's why some people become perfectionists. And worst of all, some stop trying before they can fail. And these are all adaptive responses to identity level threats. I swear, this whole series is just therapy for me, but I'm glad you're here along for the ride. The next line here says, now let's make this worse. Repeated feedback doesn't just update identity once. It stabilizes it through a process called predictive coding. The brain weighs familiar signals more heavily than novel ones. So if a student repeatedly receives feedback that they are behind or average or too much, the brain begins to treat those labels as higher confidence predictions, where new contradictory labels get discounted. This is how people can receive praise and not believe it because their prediction about themselves is already locked in. And once these identity predictions harden, their behavior follows, which becomes self-reinforcing, and then it's just a mixing pot of nonsense. In this way, a lot of people fail because their brains predict failure and adjust their efforts accordingly. This is self-efficacy at the neural level. And it gets even worse because feedback doesn't even need to be harsh to do damage to our self-model. It just needs to be consistent and unexamined by the learner. Even well-intentioned practices like ranking, tracking, ability grouping, constant correction, public comparison, that is not well-intentioned. I don't care what you say. But all of these produce identity level learning, and they teach students who they are allowed to be in the system. We can intervene here by changing how feedback is metabolized and how it's delivered. Is my feedback going to update this student's models of skill or identity? Does this feedback invite revision or compliance? And does this feedback preserve the learner's sense of agency? Asking yourself these questions will reduce the chances that your feedback is becoming identity laden, because once that happens, learning stops being about growth and starts being about self-defense, and you cannot out-instruct a brain that thinks it's protecting itself. Chapter 3, Prediction Meets Selfhood. So far, we've talked about identity as a plastic internal model, and feedback is one of the strongest forces shaping it. None of it fully explains why some learning moments feel so charged. For that, we need to talk more about prediction. So when we engage in any action, our brain is making predictions, right? Will this confirm that I'm smart, or will it expose that I'm not? It's often a very harsh false dichotomy. Will this move me closer to belonging or further away? And in this way, cognition becomes personal. Prediction errors tied to identity activate these threat processing networks in our brain, including the ACG, see, she comes up again, and the amygdala. And these regions do not care whether the threat is physical or social. A violation of self-perception registers as danger either way. So if a student who predicts that they are bad at math gets a hard math problem, the brain is not neutral. How could it be? The brain is bracing, and if that outcome proves their prediction, the brain experiences relief, not success. Confirmation. This is the self-fulfilling prophecy that we see so much in classrooms, and it happens so much because being right about being wrong feels safer than being wrong about who you are. This is why a lot of people will unconsciously steer themselves towards outcomes that protect their identity model, not because they want to fail, but because predictability beats possibility when safety is on the line. And this also explains why growth can feel so threatening, because learning at its core requires prediction errors. Something has to not fit. Something has to surprise the system. But if identity is so tightly bound to performance, then prediction error isn't informative, it's destabilizing. I always feel my blood pressure rise while I'm recording these. Learning requires prediction errors, and identity tries to eliminate them. And cognitive dissonance arises because the error doesn't challenge a belief, it threatens a self-model. Cognitive dissonance theory frames this as the psychological discomfort from holding incompatible beliefs. Modern neuroscience takes this a bit further by saying that dissonance activates regions associated with conflict monitoring and threat detection, particularly in the anterior cingulate cortex. She's in everything. She's involved in everything. She's so small. You tell me the last time the hippocampus worked this hard. Never. Anyway, and the ACC often recruits prefrontal control systems to resolve the discomfort. Again, not by updating the model, but by protecting it. Lying to yourself. So if a student's internal model is, I am smart because I get things right, then an error doesn't register as data, it registers as an identity threat. And the brain has two options at this point. Update the model, which is painful, metabolically costly, socially risky. Or, number 2, release the dissonance by dismissing, avoiding, rationalizing, or just fully suppressing the error. And under threat, the brain overwhelmingly chooses option 2. Neuroimaging studies show that when people experience dissonance, activity increases in conflict monitoring regions, followed by rapid recruitment of control networks that bias interpretation towards self-protective conclusions. So in other words, the brain doesn't ask, what can I learn from this? It asks, how do I make it stop? Let's bring this back and imagine this more in classrooms. If a learning environment ties worth to correctness, or punishes visible uncertainty, rewards speed or fluency or empty confidence, or frames mistakes as failure rather than signals, then students learn to associate prediction error with danger. And at this point, as we know, curiosity leaves the room. Not because the student doesn't have it, but because curiosity creates dissonance. You need dissonance to be curious. If you already know everything, the world is boring. Asking questions, testing ideas, or playing with uncertainty increases the likelihood of being wrong, and the brain, who tries to minimize internal conflict, opts for certainty over exploration almost every single time. This is why high-achieving, perfectionistic students often struggle the most with creative or conceptual learning, their brains are extremely good at error avoidance. They've learned to keep their dissonance low by staying within all of the known rules. That looks like success until the model requires revision instead of performance. I've been smiling because this is exactly how I grew up for a long time. My own sense of self was built almost entirely around being prepared, being right, being dependable, and I learned early that getting things right kept me safe. And being thorough meant I wasn't questioned. Being in control meant that I was never blindsided. So uncertainty never felt like curiosity to me. It felt like being exposed. The worst part of it all is that it worked. It worked really well in systems that reward compliance, which is almost all of them. I got praised. I got trusted. I got told I'm good at school and so responsible. But quietly, something else was happening in my brain. My identity started to live inside prediction or inside correctness. And that's never a good place to be. So when research talks about how the brain tries to minimize prediction error, how it prefers the known versus the uncertain, I didn't just understand that academically, I also understood that at a deep metabolic level buried in my psyche that I was completely unaware of. I could feel it in my body as I was doing the reading for this episode. It made me tense in the same way that ambiguity did when I was 14. In the way play felt indulgent or risky and that I was wasting time. In the way that being wrong felt bigger than the mistake itself. It took me a really long time to figure out that this wasn't just a little personality quirk of mine. It was a nervous system that learned at a very young age that stability comes from control. And once you see that, you can see how schools so often teach that exact same lessons to the students that are moving through the K-12 system right now. Not intentionally or maliciously, but oh my, consistently. Because when learning environments reward this idea of correctness more than exploration, predictability then matters more than curiosity. So students sure are learning content, but they're learning who they're allowed to be while they are learning that content. And for some of us, that becomes a self built around vigilance instead of openness. And in some ways, this idea of cognitive dissonance is not a problem, but the felt experience of learning when your identity is involved, which is almost always, it feels like the brain is being asked to update a self-model instead of just a fact. And that's why belonging matters so much to this conversation. Because when students feel that they belong to a group independent of their performance, any dissonance that they feel becomes very tolerable. The brain can sit in the discomfort long enough for learning to actually occur when people feel part of a group. The anterior cingulate cortex flags the mismatch, but the system doesn't escalate that into a threat because they feel safe. So instead of shutting down, they stay curious. Our task here is to teach students to stay with that dissonance long enough to let their models change. That's not being soft. That's not being a snowflake. That's about lowering identity stakes. Because when identity stakes are high, the brain prioritizes protection over learning every single time. You're not going to be the one who's different, I'm sorry. This is often the quiet damage of traditional schooling. Not that the learners are learning wrong things, but they learn themselves into being people who expect less from their own futures. Because when prediction meets selfhood in an unsafe system, curiosity turns into caution. Exploration then is a performance, and learning becomes a rehearsal for staying small. But when prediction error is made safe and the brain learns that being wrong does not being at risk, identity stays flexible. And flexible identities learn. Belonging isn't emotional decoration. It's the signal that tells the brain whether it can afford to change. Belonging isn't emotional decoration. It's the signal that tells the brain whether it can afford to change. Welcome to my cult. Blows my mind that I've been here for 45 minutes. Okay, let's wrap this up with the conclusion. Belonging as a cognitive signal. If there's one thread that has been running through this entire episode, it's not that learning only changes what students know, but it also changes who their brains predict they are allowed to be. Identity isn't stored in a single region in the brain. It emerges from repeated patterns of prediction and feedback and emotional consequence. So when students are entering an environment, their brains are constantly asking the question, is it safe to be myself here? And the answer is not delivered through mission statements or bland land acknowledgements at the beginning of all of your events, or posters up on the wall that have been accumulating dust since 2004. From a predictive processing perspective, the brain is always trying to minimize uncertainty. It builds internal models of the self based on what receives cognitive and social error. If being careful, compliant, and correct keeps the system stable, then that self gets reinforced. Over time, those predictions harden because the brain is doing exactly what it has evolved to do. Belonging, then, is not a feeling we tack on after learning. It's a signal that tells the brain whether exploration is metabolically affordable. When students experience belonging, their nervous systems reduce threat responses, freeing cognitive resources for imagination and risk. But when belonging is conditional, earned through performance, learning narrows and identity constricts. This is why feedback matters so much, because the brain treats feedback as data about the self, and over time that data becomes your identity. A student who is repeatedly corrected without curiosity learns to predict themselves as wrong. A student who is only praised for accuracy learns to predict themselves as valuable only when they are accurate. A student whose weirdness is tolerated but never engaged learns to hide it. It's so wild to me that you can misuse predictive processing in either direction, in good ways, in ways we think are good ways, and bad ways. And the way that I bring this into my practice is that I never say anything is right or wrong, especially when somebody musters up the confidence to put up a hand and give an answer, even if somebody is completely out to lunch and they're not even close to the answer I want. I always respond with this. Okay, I understand why you would say that. How can we go further? Tell me more. Most often, the person will pause and I'll say, do you want me to come back to you? And then they'll say yes because they want out of it. And then most often with other responses in the room, I'm able to connect it back to that first out to lunch answer. I'm saying out to lunch to you because we're friends here. I wouldn't say that to a student. But if you can then connect the right answer to the person who took a risk, that really reinforces what we're talking about here. Or I just continue to ask clarifying questions until we get where we want. I ask so many questions as a teacher to the point where my students point it out and kind of laugh at it sometimes because I'm just always asking questions. What's your hamster's name? Where did you get him? What did you have for lunch? May I have a bite? For whatever reason, that one really gives surprise to students when they're like microwaving their lunch and you're like, that smells good. What is it? And then they tell you and then you say, may I have a bite? But then they can call your bluff and say yes. And you didn't want to eat that, but you literally asked for it and they said yes. So now you have to take a bite. Anyway, where was I? In my experience, a lot of educators struggle with these concepts because they seem very abstract. But let me assure you, none of this is abstract. These are neurobiological processes unfolding in real time, in real classrooms, shaping real lives. The hopeful part in all of this is that predictive systems are plastic. Internal models about the self can absolutely update. Brains can relearn what safety looks like. When educators design environments that separate exploration from evaluation and that reward process just as much as the product, and that treat deviation as information rather than failure, you are teaching the students how to belong in their own learning. This is the end of episode 4 of D-Talk in my Weird Pedagogy series. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks for getting all the way to the end. This has been a very informative experience for me, but this podcast is my final project for my Master's of Education. You know, I'm kind of hitting 2 birds with 1 stone out here, you know, getting evaluated in university coursework while producing my podcast. Doing this in an academic way is something that's a little bit new for this series, at least, and I'm really liking it. To be honest, I didn't think that I learned very much in my master's program, but you know, it's been 3 long years, and now that I'm actually sitting down and saying these things to you, yeah, I didn't think like this before I started, so it is cool. So thanks for sharing this journey with me, and subscribe, you know, like or dislike. Call me a gay slur in the comments, you know, you do you, bestie. But if you would do that, there's no way you made it this far. Let me leave you with this. Learning environments are not neutral, and identity is always being shaped, whether we intend it or not. The most ethical question that we can ask as educators is not, did they get it right? But rather, what did their brain learn about who they are while they were trying to get it right? Because students learn themselves into being. And once you see that, teaching stops becoming about delivery and starts becoming about responsibility. And in the words of our Queen of Queens, Alyssa Edwards, winning isn't everything, but wanting to is. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Welcome to Act 2 of Weird Pedagogy. Today's episode is called The Attention Wars. The war for our attention is not hypothetical. Our attention is being harvested at every turn. The design of platforms like TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, or if you're a little older, Facebook, use specific design elements like the infinite scroll, the pull to refresh, the notification systems, variable reward schedules, and all of these design elements exploit the same principles of operant conditioning, behavioral psychology, the list goes on. And this isn't necessarily conspiratorial either. Former platform designers openly describe how large tech companies design their platforms to manipulate the user. Why are they manipulating us? To maximize their profits. Large technology platforms at their core are advertising infrastructures. Their revenue depends on engagement time, which means they are incentivized to fight for our attention. That refresh gesture is not accidental, the notification badge is not neutral, and every design element is specifically optimized to capture and prolong our attention. If you're watching on YouTube right now, just pause the video and take a look at the design of the buttons on screen. Look at the layout of the page itself. Intuitive? Perhaps. Easy to navigate? Maybe. Specifically designed to prolong watch time and trigger return behavior in order to maximize profitability for stakeholders? Absolutely. Even the mere presence of a smartphone, not even using it, having it off, face down on silent mode, not even touching it, but just having it visible reduces available cognitive capacity. Working memory scores drop. Fluid intelligence scores drop because the brain allocates monitoring resources to the possibility of interruption. You don't have to touch your phone. Your phone is already touching your attentional systems. And we're not even getting started on the ideas of social evaluation, likes, comments, views, and once you put all of these things together, you have a salience machine. The brain's salience network, particularly the anterior insula and the anterior cingulate cortex, constantly scan for what is socially relevant. Social reward activates many of the same dopaminergic pathways as other reinforcers, and as we know, adolescents especially show heightened sensitivity in these circuits during peer evaluation. And we can't fully get into this episode on the attention wars without talking about Frito-Lay. Food corporations have invested heavily in engineering products to maximize what researchers call the bliss point, which is the precise combination of fat, salt, and sugar that optimizes palatability and drives repeat consumption. In the snack industry, texture matters just as much as flavor. Engineers study mouthfeel, crunch acoustics, and what is known as vanishing caloric density, which is how quickly a food dissolves, so the brain can underestimate how many calories were consumed. That crisp sound of a potato chip isn't accidental. Auditory feedback actually enhances perceived freshness and reward value. If something as simple as a Dorito is intentionally optimized to keep you coming back for more, imagine the research and development that goes into the design of something like TikTok. All of these things lead me to the crux of this episode. We live in an incredibly engineered environment. So when you hear people say things like, kids these days don't pay attention, no, we need to be honest, they are paying attention, just not to us, because their brains are responding to the systems that are optimized for the capture of their attentions, and most adults just simply aren't aware of that. Attention has become a unit of trade, and if you are in a single-handed fight against corporations for attention, there's no way that you can win. If we build up this classic archetype of somebody who thinks that, kids these days can't pay attention, what kind of person comes to mind? What do you think their reasons are for this trend? Because the one that sticks out to me are the folks that say, oh, everybody has ADHD these days. Back in my day, we just blah-de-blah-de-blah. But let's explore this for a minute. ADHD, known as Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, is a well-documented neurodevelopmental condition involving differences in executive function, dopamine regulation, and sustained attention networks. Prefrontal cortical circuits involved in inhibition and working memory operate differently, and our modern ecosystem complicates things more than it has ever been in all of human history. Fast-paced, high-novel digital environments amplify the exact same variables that ADHD brains are already sensitive to. Novelty, immediate feedback, rapid switching. Some research indicates that heavy media multitasking correlates with decreased attentional filtering ability. So long-term studies have found associations between high-frequency digital media use and increased ADHD symptoms over time. So it's not necessarily causing attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, but it is definitely exacerbating the vulnerability. So if your baseline system already struggles with focus and you live in an environment optimized for interruption, the slope continues to get steeper and steeper. So now let's picture a classroom, right? You have a finite attentional system. It is biologically constrained and metabolically expensive. You have corporate platforms designed to maximize the salience capture. You have adolescents whose brains are developmentally turned towards social evaluation. And you have students with ADHD navigating an environment that amplifies novelty over depth. And then we decide to say, just focus. Well, that is some magical thinking. Okay, so we have a lot to talk about in this episode, but let's lay it out right now. So chapter 1, we are going to explore the competing signals that we all deal with in our modern brains. In chapter 2, we're going to dismantle the multitasking myth, because that's what it is. A myth. In chapter 3, we're going to talk about attention as a design problem and how we can orchestrate our environments specifically to capture attention. And then finally, we're going to talk about how we can't demand attention, even though it seems a lot of us really want to do that. I'm included there. It doesn't work for me any less than it doesn't work for all of it, because at the end of the day, the attention wars are not fought between the teacher and the learner. The attention war is between systems that monetize our nervous systems and attempt to cultivate it. And we need to take a good, hard look at who is profiting from our fractured focus and what we are up against in classrooms all across the world. Because once we understand that the capture of our attention is being engineered elsewhere, teaching stops becoming about getting people to pay attention and more about the counter architecture. Nice. Let's get into it. Detox starts now. Chapter 1, the competing signals in the brain. So to start this off, we need to remove the moral-laden language from this entire conversation. Somebody staring out a window, checking their phone, or zoning out is not the collapse of civilization, simply because attention is a limited biological resource. Think of it like the amount of oxygen in any room. You wouldn't be shaming the person who has to breathe heavier because of the design of the environment. So we're not going to do that for issues of attention. Attention is the outcome of competition among neural systems evaluating relevance in real time. The brain continuously arbitrates between internal thought, goal-directed control, and relevance detection. And these networks integrate emotional, social, and interoceptive information and signals when cognitive resources should be redirected. So in other words, attention is all about allocation. Sustained focus requires the active suppression of all the competing inputs around us. And that suppression, it burns a lot of resources. Our working memory is the mental workspace that we can temporarily hold and manipulate information. And while a lot of us probably grew up thinking that the amount of items our working memory could hold was 7, I hate myself for doing that. There's some research that shows it's only 4. Only 4, and that's not a lot. So if your instructional design assumes you have infinite bandwidth, you, my friend, are designing for failure. When intrinsic load, which is just the complexity of the material, plus extraneous load, which means how it's being presented to you, exceeds our working memory capacity, learning collapses. And remember, you have somewhere between 4 and 7 things that you can hold up in here. Our brains don't negotiate. They triage. So students are not choosing to pay attention or not pay attention. Their brains are weighing instructional content, peer evaluation, internal anxiety, digital notifications, boredom, curiosity, and identity threats. To put it simply, a sideways glance from a peer in the middle of a lesson is enough to throw that learner off for the next hour. And it can certainly carry more relevance than a slide on cellular respiration up on a smartboard. Are you kidding? So my framework of weird pedagogy refuses to interpret the cognitive overload as defiance. It treats it as a signal. If somebody's attention drops, something is competing, overwhelming, or understimulating the system. And attention is not only limited, it is selective. And attention is not democratic, it's competitive. So emotion, novelty, threat, social relevance, all of these inputs often outrank abstract instruction because when a student drifts off, the question is not, why don't they care? The question is, what's winning right now? If it's not me, what is capturing their attention? We often ask students to sustain attention to abstract things for extended periods of time while suppressing all of that other cognitive noise. All while sitting still, a feat that most adults I know cannot achieve, including myself. The problem is, when a lot of us design environments, we are ignoring the biological limitations of the human brain, and then we interpret the predictable outcome as moral failure. Huh? And I know a huge reason is that when most of us feel control, that feels stable. Because structure reduces uncertainty. But when our focus slips, the instinct can be to tighten the system. More rules, more structure, more correction. But unfortunately, control does not expand our working memory capacity. It may suppress behavior, but it does not create cognitive bandwidth out of nowhere. Instead of demanding longer endurance, we have to design for oscillation. We have to acknowledge that attention pulses. Attention builds in micro shifts and productive friction. And we can support this by reducing the extraneous load of all of the nonsense going on and sequencing complexity intentionally, because if attention is finite, then instructional design has to be strategic. To wrap up this chapter, I'm just going to say, attention is not failing, it is allocating. And if we want it in our classrooms, we have to understand what it costs and Who else is competing for it? We have to reframe distraction as simple saturation. If attention is the product of dynamic competition rather than moral discipline, then classroom design becomes a signal of strength and relevance. Understanding attention as an emergent property of competing neural systems shifts the educator's role from the enforcer to the architect. The issue here is not whether students can focus, it's what signals are winning and why. Chapter 2. The multitasking myth. Multitasking really is one of those words that just makes a person feel morally superior. Okay? A true parallel processing, a seamless juggle of high performance thinking. This dream, however, is exactly that. It's a dream. What we call multitasking is often rapid task switching. So when individuals attempt to perform two cognitively demanding tasks at once, the brain has to alternate between them, reallocating executive control resources within every shift. So experimental work has shown that these switches carry measurable time costs and increased error rates. And this delay may be fractions of a second, but these fractions accumulate. Our accuracy drops and mental fatigue rises. The underlying mechanism here involves our prefrontal cortex in regions responsible for goal maintenance and rule selection. Cognitive control depends on maintaining one task set while ignoring all of the other task sets that you're currently working on. So when somebody toggles between writing an essay and checking their Facebook messages, the brain has to disengage one rule structure, activate another, and then reverse the process moments later. And this is called sequential reconfiguration. So heavy media multitaskers, which are people who frequently engage in multiple streams of media, it's me. They simultaneously have shown to demonstrate reduced ability to filter irrelevant information and increased susceptibility to distraction. Ugh, that bites. So in other words, frequent switching may not train additional strength. It actually has been shown to erode filtering precision. There's also a subjective illusion at play here. Switching tasks can feel very stimulating. And as we know, novelty triggers dopaminergic responses associated with prediction error and reward learning, because each new pathway stimulates a small orienting response. And the brain interprets this as engagement, but stimulation is not the same thing as cognitive integration. Deep learning requires extended activation of the frontal parietal networks responsible for maintaining and manipulating information over time. And this constant task switching interrupts that very consolidation. And for students, the cost is lower performance and fragmented encoding. Working memory is already limited in our brains, and it quickly becomes overloaded when switching demands are added to the picture. Cognitive load theory predicts that extraneous load, like irrelevant task switching, consumes resources that would otherwise support schema construction and long-term retention. So we're getting into issues with memory recall just from simple task switching. And as you probably guessed, this has incredible implications for ADHD. Because ADHD involves differences in the executive regulation and sustained attention departments, this rapid switching environment feels quite manageable in the short term because it aligns with novelty-seeking tendencies. But they do not necessarily strengthen our sustained control networks. Instead, it reinforces patterns of external cue dependence rather than internal regulation. I don't know about you, but I really see myself in this a little bit too much. But a lot of people still believe in this multitasking myth because productivity culture valorizes visible busyness. Somebody who appears to have a lot of tabs open in their brain appears industrious, but cognitive science shows that divided attention produces shallower processing and weaker integration. The brain can either distribute effort broadly or invest it deeply. It cannot maximize both simultaneously. So if we understand that multitasking fractures encoding, then the goal is not to shame students for switching. It is to design experiences that reduce the perceived need to switch from task to task. Engagement has to be immersive enough to compete with everything external that's going on. Structured transitions can replace chaotic toggling, and intentional pauses can reduce cognitive thrashing. I love that phrase, cognitive thrashing. We're going to end this chapter with the myth of multitasking flatters our sense of control. The evidence suggests something a lot more humbling. Attention works best when it is allowed to commit. Chapter 3, attention as a design problem. So the way that we structure spaces, tasks, and interactions with other people determines whether the brain can engage effectively or fragments under all of the competing demands. In any modern learning environment, students are constantly bombarded with competing signals. There's a lot going on in a modern classroom, not even considering the internal thought of the learner at their core. So the prefrontal cortex and parietal regions coordinate top-down control to prioritize all of the relevant stimuli. But this system absolutely has limits. So when environments demand constant vigilance for novelty or threat, attention is constantly redirected, and this leaves less capacity for deep learning. Now, research in environmental design demonstrates that small structural changes have the biggest cognitive payoffs. For example, no overhead lighting. I'm sorry, I said it. Natural lighting, flexible seating, uncluttered spaces reduce cognitive load and increased sustained attention in students. Even auditory design makes a big difference here as well. Studies show that predictable, non-intrusive background sounds support focus, while sudden and irregular noise spikes trigger our salience networks, shifting attention away involuntarily. The design of classroom software often exploits the brain's reward and salience systems. Companies optimize for dopamine-driven engagement, intermittent rewards, bright colors, badges, cute little characters. These are all designed to keep users using. So this is why some people might feel like they are addicted to Kahoot. The architecture of the environment is systematically pulling our attention, and ADHD research further emphasizes that attentional control is context dependent. People with ADHD are not incapable of focus. They actually show an enhanced ability to attend in stimulating high-interest environments. This reinforces that critical insight for being a teacher. Attention cannot be taught. Attention cannot be demanded. It has to be designed for. So, if attention is a design problem, we can deliberately structure our learning environments to amplify engagement rather than compete with it. You want to be pulley. You want to pull the interest of the learners in. You don't want to push them into what you want them to learn. Pulley versus pushy. This might include chunking tasks into coherent sequences, doing lots of hands-on things, sensory-rich elements, or reducing unnecessary digital interruptions, which is hard, but it's possible. The goal is to scaffold attention by shaping the external cues of the environment and creating safe pathways for the brain to focus without constant redirection. To end this chapter, attention is not a flaw within the learner. It is a signal of system design. When any environments demand too much division of our cognitive resources, attention falters. So by looking at attention as a design problem versus a personal deficit, we can move closer to environments that support curiosity and sustained cognitive growth. Okay, here's my conclusion. Control fails to produce focus. For decades, educational systems have operated under the assumption that focus is a matter of willpower. That if a student could only try harder, sit still, or pay attention, learning would just naturally follow. But neuroscience paints a very different picture. Attention is not infinitely controllable, and attempts to force it often backfire. Executive control networks in the prefrontal cortex can guide attention, but they are easily fatigued, especially when the environmental distractions are strong or stress is high. The paradox is painfully clear. The more we try to demand attention, the less sustainable it becomes. In a classroom context, rules demanding absolute stillness, rigid schedules, or constant vigilance can and often trigger stress responses in students, activating the amygdala and then salience networks. And these signals hijack our cognitive resources, leaving less capacity for learning and definitely for creative thought. To put it simply, we are living in a tug of war for attention that self-regulation alone cannot survive. Cognitive load theory demonstrates that while learners' working memory is overwhelmed, they cannot efficiently encode or manipulate information, and attempts to impose stricter control only amplifies extraneous load, further reducing attentional capacity. This explains why students who seem distracted in highly controlled environments may actually be exhibiting an adaptive response. The brain is protecting its finite resources. Trying to force focus in environments that don't align with intrinsic motivation or sensory needs can lead to hyperarousal, emotional fatigue, or just straight up shutdown. I want to invite you here into my framework of weird pedagogy because we need to flip the control paradigm. Instead of demanding focus, we need to invite focus. And that doesn't mean we need to throw out all of our high interest stimuli. We just have to harness it properly in order for it to work. Curiosity, engagement, playing around. All of these things are levers for sustainable attention. In other words, our focus originates from conditions, not coercion. Ultimately, I want to leave you with this. Control fails to produce focus because attention is not a switch to flip. It's a dynamic resource sensitive to context, motivation, and stress. Attention, like curiosity or creativity, is best cultivated through conditions that invite it, not through attempts to enforce it. The brain, when treated as an adaptive system, rather than a passive vessel to be controlled, begins to regulate itself efficiently. Thanks for getting to the end of this episode, and I will see you in the next one. Goodbye. This episode contains content that may be inappropriate for some viewers. I want you to take a second right now and just try to think of a core memory of yours. Most memorable events start a little something like this. So, grade 7, I showed an aptitude for the clarinet. Then, the reason that we so often share memories in the form of stories is because we store them as stories. A few years ago, I was sitting with a group of 20-something grade 6 students, and it was a Monday morning, and we were doing a morning meeting where all of the students shared what they had done on their previous weekend. And the class was rowdy. They were loud, there were side conversations, there were bouts of unrelated screaming, as there is in grade 6, and just general tweenage shenanigans. If you've ever stepped inside a middle school, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And I was barely holding on to the control of the room when one of the students cut through all of the noise and shared something about his weekend. 3 words. My mom died. The room fell completely silent. It was the first moment in that entire school year that there was true silence. And this complete silence was something I hadn't experienced beforehand with this group, and it never happened after that either. Now, later, I did clarify with this student that he did not, in fact, lose his mother. He lost someone that his mom was close to, and while he was caught up in his sadness, he misspoke in our meeting. But no one at the time, including myself, knew that. I was so struck and continue to be so struck by this moment, and over time I've come to the conclusion that it was impactful because it was about salience. The high priority signals in human evolution of social loss, attachment rupture, and mortality lit up the brains of every single person in the room. The room didn't become calm because I commanded it to become calm. It became synchronized because every single brain judged the signal as urgent and meaningful. And that right there is the key. It wasn't the length, it was stakes. Here's the important part. You cannot and should not try to induce trauma level salience to manufacture attention. That intensity came from perceived loss. And you don't replicate that by escalating drama. You replicate the mechanism that's underneath it. And what was the mechanism at play in that moment? To be completely honest with you, I was struggling with this specific group of students. Their attention was constantly fleeting, and it felt like a regular battle to present them with content that would hold their attention beyond the 10-second mark. And somehow, every single person in that room had reacted to a salient moment in unison. How was that possible? I found myself asking, if everything we experience as humans is processed, encoded, and recalled as a narrative, how can I create narrative stakes regularly without harm? When that boy spoke his 3-word story, the room experienced something that neuroscientists call prediction error. The brain was predicting a rowdy morning meeting, but instead it received maternal death. The power wasn't in the tragedy, the power was in the broken expectations. Up here, expressing loss reorders the room. Everyone's nervous system checks. What's the appropriate response? How do I belong in this moment right now? These students were capable of profound regulation. The nervous systems that looked chaotic minutes beforehand demonstrated immediate synchrony when meaning appeared. And while I was struggling to harness the attention of this group throughout that school year, I was also very lucky because they were incredibly emotionally literate. And they were able to rally and support this student through that grief. And this day, this story will stick with me for as long as I live because of how profoundly it affected the entire class with 3 simple words. Now, you can't fake grief. But you can create moments where people feel like something important is unfolding, and the ethical version of this narrative is tension without harm. Mystery without drama, surprise without destabilization. You get where I'm going with this. So the move here is not escalation. I cannot stress this enough. I went back and forth on sharing this story so many times. Forgive me for sounding like a broken record. We need to focus on intentional architecture of the narrative. And you can build this by inviting people into something unfolding versus presenting something that has already come to a conclusion. Our brains crave significance, and that morning I saw firsthand what happens when significance enters the room. And I'm sharing this story here because it is something to understand and not something to replicate. Okay, that's the last time I'm gonna say that. We don't wake up in the morning asking for information. We wake up in the morning looking for meaning. The paradox here is that information is cheap, it's readily available, and meaning is difficult to find. It's metabolically expensive, and the brain is extremely selective about what it lets in because of this. When we're listening to a story, multiple neural networks light up simultaneously. In some cases, the listener's brain activity literally synchronizes with the storyteller's brain activity, a phenomenon called neural coupling. In other words, explanation informs, but story recruits. And that difference is incredibly important in a classroom setting. When we present isolated facts, we're asking people's working memory to hold on to abstract symbols long enough to encode them. But as we've discussed so far in this series, working memory is limited and holds maybe 4 chunks at once, and that's not a lot of bandwidth. Stories, however, compress information into structure, and the hippocampus is central to this memory consolidation. It organizes experiences into sequences or stories. Narratives mirror how episodic memory already works in our brains. That's why we're able to remember what happened at a party a decade ago, but we're unable to remember the specific amount of flour that goes into a bread recipe that we've made every weekend for a decade. Because the brain evolved to track agents, motives, threats, alliances. Long before we had PowerPoints, we had campfire stories, which means that when we are teaching through only explanations, we are working against our brain's architecture. And this episode is all about leveraging that architecture through story. In chapter 1, we're going to unpack why stories organize memory differently and how narrative structure reduces the cognitive load and increases retention. In chapter 2, we're going to explore humor as a cognitive disruption because jokes are, at their core, prediction violations, and boy, do our brains love a violated prediction. In chapter 3, we're going to look at how emotion tags memory, why embarrassment, delight, surprise, and even mild absurdity increases consolidation through amygdala hippocampal interaction. And in the conclusion, I will make my case for the slightly controversial argument that jokes often teach better than explanations because they align with how the nervous systems actually encode meaning. Our brains don't store facts like a filing cabinet, they organize experiences like the plot of a movie. So if we want learning to last, we have to teach in a way that mirrors how memory actually works. Through stories. Let's get into it. Detox starts now. Chapter 1. Why stories organize memory. It's easy to think that our memories are designed to archive information, and while that is somewhat true, it is more aptly designed to encode experiences. Cognitive psychology distinguishes between semantic memory, which is all of the things not attached to context, and episodic memory, and these are lived time-bound experiences. Semantic memory stores that Paris is the capital of France, but episodic memory stores, I got that question wrong on a quiz in grade 6 and I felt embarrassed. The latter is richer, more relational, and more durable because it is embedded in the context of a story. The hippocampus binds separate elements like people, locations, and emotions into coherent representations, and this process is called relational binding. Without it, our memory fragments, and with it, it forms a network. In other words, memories embedded with an episodic structure are more easily recalled because of all of the different neural connections between the different elements of that story. It would be like the difference between trying to find a needle in a haystack versus trying to find a needle in a haystack attached to a fishing line. The stories provide the pre-bound information that make up the fishing line, meaning that you don't have to find the outcome of the story or the needle itself. You only have to find something that is attached to the outcome of that story or the fishing line in order to wind your way to the conclusion of the story. When we teach through narrative, we're not asking the hippocampus to assemble unrelated fragments after the fact. We're delivering them already organized into a relational scaffold, and the brain has a limited amount of processing capacity, so arranging the lessons we give to our students in a structured story eliminates the brain's need to weave them together into a coherent sequence before attempting to encode them to free up working memory. And in this way, narratives reduce extraneous load by embedding information within that causal structure. So instead of remembering fact A, fact B, and fact C independently, learners encode that A caused B, which led to C, and causality compresses complexity. Love alliteration, and it transforms multiple elements into one schema, or scaffold, or just idea about how something works. Schema formation here is really the key. Once that exists, new information attaches more easily. Story accelerates schema production because it explicitly maps relationships rather than leaving them implicit. And there is another layer here, temporal sequencing. Research on time cells in the hippocampus demonstrates that neurons fire in ordered sequences that track unfolding events, meaning that memory is inherently sequential, and stories, by definition, unfold over time. Definitions do not. Definitions are static, stories are dynamic, and dynamic input maps more naturally onto the processing of our hippocampus. Now we can layer in predictive processing, because according to predictive coding models, the brain is constantly generating expectations and updating them when a prediction error occurs. Narratives inherently generate forward models. So once a story begins, the brain is busy predicting potential outcomes, and that anticipatory processing increases somebody's attention because unresolved predictions demand attention. This is sometimes called the Zeigarnik effect, which is the tendency to remember incomplete or interrupted tasks better than completed ones. Narrative tension exploits this bias because an unfinished arc lingers in our working memories, which is why cliffhangers work. It's just our cognitive architecture. When participants listen to stories, activation extends beyond just language processing models and into our sensory cortex, motor regions, and emotion-related structures. And going back to neural coupling from my introduction, some stories create synchronization between the speaker and the listener's brain activity. Synchronization is important here because when neural patterns align, comprehension increases. The learner is not passively decoding symbols, they are reconstructing the narrative state. This distributed encoding strengthens neural retrieval because memories stored across multiple systems have more retrieval cues. Again, the fishing line. A fact encoded only linguistically in our minds has fewer access points than an event encoded linguistically, emotionally, temporally, and socially. There's also evolutionary plausibility here because before literacy, knowledge transmission depended on oral storytelling, survival relevant information like where the predators were, which plants were poisonous, who betrayed who. All of these things were embedded into narratives. So the brain systems that evolved to track social information and threat detection became the infrastructure for memory organization, which means that our brains did not evolve for bullet points, they evolved for the plot. Do it for the plot. I ain't gonna do it. Now, return to the classroom moment that I started off this episode with. 3 words triggered narrative construction. The brains of the students in that class did not hear simple information. They simulated a scenario in their minds, and this came with loss, grief, social response. The brain fills in all of the missing details, and there were a lot of missing details because narrative scaffolding demands completion. And that is the power of the the structure of our brains. Stories organize memory because they align with the hippocampal relational binding, reduce extraneous cognitive load, exploit predictive processing, leverage incomplete task bias, recruit distributed neural networks, and activate social cognition systems simultaneously. So, stories are not just about simple entertainment, but an alignment with our architecture. When instruction lacks structure, the brain has to work harder to impose one. But when instruction contains structure, the brain can use its limited resources to elaborate instead of assemble. Now, we are going to examine what happens when structure is interrupted through humor, because, surprisingly, humor may be one of our most efficient memory enhancers. Chapter 2. Humor as cognitive disruption. If stories organize memory through structure, then humor strengthens it through violation. Jokes work because they break a prediction, and this is why the best jokes, not that dissimilar to magic, involve misdirection. The brain is constantly forecasting what comes next in the name of metabolic efficiency. The brain minimizes surprise by generating expectations and updating them when error occurs. And most of the time, those predictions are correct, and it keeps our brains and mental states stable. Humor, however, introduces a controlled error. You're led down one interpretive path, and then at the punchline, the meaning flips. The setup of the joke creates the cognitive frame, and the punchline violates it. And that violation is very precise. Incongruity theory of humor proposes that laughter arises when there is a mismatch between expectation and outcome, followed by rapid resolution. The brain detects inconsistency and then resolves it, and that resolution produces a reward. And the key here is that the resolution comes very quickly, not long enough for things to become uncomfortable. Humor activates reward-related regions, including the ventral striatum and the dopaminergic pathways. So dopamine is not only a pleasure chemical in this sense, it signals learning because it tells the brain, hey, update your model. So, in short, when a joke lands, the brain is forced to recalibrate, and that recalibration enhances encoding. There's also evidence that shows that humor improves retention. Studies show that humor tied to instructional material increases recall and engagement compared to other neural presentation tactics. The key word here is relevant because random distraction does not help, but disruption embedded within the concept creates cognitive tagging because surprise reallocates attention. The locus coeruleus norepinephrine system is central to arousal and attentional shifts and responds to unexpected stimuli. Good for you for hanging on after that really complicated sentence. All it means is that moderate novelty increases alertness and memory consolidation, and too much novelty overwhelms, too little increases boredom, and humor is right in that middle sweet spot, a safe violation. Safe here being the important word. In the classroom story I told in the beginning of this episode, the violation was too intense. The nervous system snapped to attention because the stakes were existential. And humor operates on the same mechanism, but at a much lower amplitude. It disrupts prediction without destabilizing safety. And that is why it works. There's another cognitive layer here of frame shifting. Many jokes require the listener to reinterpret earlier information once the punchline arrives, and that reinterpretation requires cognitive flexibility, which is our ability to update mental representations. And cognitive flexibility is a component of executive function associated with our prefrontal cortex. This is important because humor exercises the same neural systems required for conceptual change. Conceptual change is important because the restructuring of incomplete or incorrect mental models is central to learning. That's all that learning is. If somebody holds a misconception, simply stating the correct fact often does nothing. But if you introduce a scenario that exposes the flaw in an existing model, especially through absurd exaggeration, the brain experiences a manageable prediction error, and humor can act as this conceptual wedge. There's also emotional tagging at play here. Even mild positive affect enhances consolidation through amygdala hippocampal interactions. Laughter releases tension. It creates social bonding. Social bonding increases perceived safety. Safety increases cognitive openness. All of these concepts work together to build upon each other to synchronize a room of people, which is a requirement for learning to actually happen. So when a class laughs together, there is collective regulation. Shared affect reduces a social threat, which is especially important for adolescent brains because they are highly sensitive to peer evaluation. So lower social threat frees cognitive resources. So to wrap up this chapter, humor does many things simultaneously. It violates your prediction, it reallocates attention, it releases dopamine, it exercises cognitive flexibility, it strengthens emotional tagging, and it increases social cohesion. Talk about multi-system engagement. The paradox here is that a lot of educators who teach with these concepts in mind, either explicitly or implicitly, often do not appear to have the character traits that we associate with serious educators. Done right, this teaching looks effortless because anything less would require cognitive resources from the learners to decode, which takes away from their learning. These concepts require an incredibly detailed understanding of the human brain and can easily be dismissed as silly, funny, quirky teacher for some reason all of the students love. But it's not just some reason anymore. After this chapter, you know that that reason is based off of the architecture of our 21st century brains. Now, we're going to go beneath the structure and the disruption because there lies an amplifier that makes memory durable: emotion. Chapter 3: Emotions Tag Memory. So far in this episode, we've explored how narratives give shape to experience, and now we're going to talk about how emotion gives weight to experiences. The truth of the matter is that facts without feelings are often forgotten, and emotional laden memories stick better in our memories. Decades of research demonstrate that emotional arousal alters the way that memories are encoded, consolidated, and then later retrieved. The amygdala, which is associated with threat detection and affective processing, modulates the function of our hippocampus, which is the structure that is responsible for binding experiences into our long-term memories. So when the amygdala is engaged, the hippocampus prioritizes. Importantly, before we really get into this, emotion doesn't uniformly strengthen all memories. Instead, it acts like a tagging mechanism. This is why some of us might remember where we were when the second plane hit the towers. This happens because emotional arousing experiences trigger the release of stress hormones like epinephrine and cortisol, which in turn activates the amygdala, and that activation increases dopamine release in our mesolimbic circuits, which are involved in reward and motivation. And that cascade of hormones enhances consolidation in the hippocampus. The brain strengthens the link between experience and memory when the body signals significance. So studies in educational contexts show that when learners experience emotion linked to material, retention improves compared to neutral presentations. That's because the emotional signal increases the likelihood that our hippocampus will stamp the event worthy of long-term storage. Now, think of the animated film Inside Out. On the surface, it's a movie about cartoon emotions living in a child's head, but surprisingly, it aligns very well with current affective neuroscience. What Inside Out illustrated so well is that emotional experiences shape which memories become core and which ones fade. The islands of personality in the film represent clusters of emotionally consolidated autobiographical memories. I know these sentences are long, but stay with me. Students remember emotionally charged moments. That can be laughter, embarrassment, surprise, wonder. All of these things are encoded more vividly than sterile instruction. So that's not a subjective preference. That's how the amygdala hippocampal axis works. Emotion also interacts with attention. Attentional networks are sensitive to affective salience. The brain prioritizes emotional relevant stimuli in selection and in orientation. More importantly, for education, emotion influences encoding strategies. Under positive emotional states, learners are more likely to engage in deep, elaborative processing, which means that they can relate new information to existing knowledge, evaluate its meaning, and integrate it more robustly into memory networks. We're going back to the schema here. That's what that is. And under stress or negative affect, cognition narrows and the brain defaults to threat avoidance rather than exploration. There is a sweet spot, however, when it comes to arousal, moderated memory enhancement. So very low affective engagement fails to tag memory, and very high stress can impair the function of our hippocampus. And all of these things lead to fragmented encoding. That's why traumatic memories are often vivid, but also fragmented, and why mild surprise or amusement can be more effective for learning than fear or pressure alone. In classroom design, this means emotion is a signal that determines what gets consolidated. Now, let's connect this back to storytelling. Stories create situations and not facts, and humor creates prediction violations, and emotion amplifies the signal. And altogether, they form a very potent encoding pathway. When a student experiences narrative with clear cause and effect, sprinkled with unexpected twists and emotional relevance, several different systems engage. The hippocampus organizes sequence and context. The prefrontal cortex evaluates meaning and consequences. The salience network flags relevance, the amygdala modulates consolidation, and dopamine signals learning potential. And all of these things contribute to a stronger, more retrievable memory trace. Going back to the needle in the haystack attached to the fishing line, the goal is to create a longer fishing line that is entwined through all the bales of hay, so you don't have to go scavenging for just the needle, you just have to search long enough to hit the fishing line. And that could be very far away from the needle, but it will get you there if you only find the line. So when I say that emotion tags memory, I do mean it literally. Emotional salience increases the probability that an experience will be retained and then later accessible. And this mechanism explains why we forget definitions, but we remember the stories that contained it, or why a concept linked to laughter or surprise stays with us longer than ones presented flatly. Whew. Okay, now we will finish this episode by tying all of this together while I make my case that jokes and meaningful narratives are not distractions from content, but necessary tools to make learning stick. Conclusion: jokes teach better than explanations. If attention is limited, structure matters. If prediction drives engagement, violations matter. If emotion modulates consolidation, feelings matter. So by now the pattern is quite clear. The brain encodes experience and not instruction. So when we rely on instruction alone, we ask students to perform some heavy cognitive lifting, hold abstract symbols in working memory, infer relationships, impose their own structure, and generate personal relevance, all before anything has been emotionally tagged as worth keeping. Stories reduce that burden. It organizes information into a temporal sequence, it aligns with the hippocampal relational binding, and exploits predictive processing systems that are constantly modeling what comes next. Humor sharpens that signal. It introduces manageable prediction errors, activates reward circuitry, and increases dopamine-linked learning signals. It creates micro disruptions that forces the models to update without triggering a threat. And emotion seals the deal. Through the modulation of the hippocampus through the amygdala, emotionally salient material is stored because it is meaningful. So when I say that jokes teach better than explanations, I am not arguing for gimmicks. I am arguing for alignment. A joke tied to content is a precision tool. It collapses the expectation of the learners, it forces reinterpretation, and attaches affective weight to a concept. And that combination of structure, violation, and emotion creates durable encoding, which is what we want, because an explanation might be understood in the moment, but a story that makes you laugh, reconsider, or feel something is reconstructed, and reconstruction is the mechanism of learning. Even Inside Out understood this intuitively. Core memories are not neural facts. They were emotionally charged events that shaped Riley was her name, shaped her identity. Autobiographical memory research shows that emotionally significant episodes disproportionately influence our self-concept and long-term recall. That can either be really good or really bad, but it makes sense from an evolution standpoint. I'm losing it. Keep going. Simply put, emotion organizes narrative identity, and our students are no different. That happens for them too. They will not remember every single slide, but they will remember the moments that something clicked. They will remember the moments where the entire class laughed together. They will remember when a concept reframed how they saw the world. Saying the phrase, they will remember when the whole class laughed together, okay, I'm gonna take you back. I was in grade 9 and we were about to do our provincial achievement tests, and this was the era where cell phones were becoming a lot more popular, and there was a girl in my class who had a bump it. Do you know what a bump it is? It was a thing that you would put like on your head, and then you would style your hair over top of it to give you more volume. The late 2000s were their own time, but homegirl had a bump it in. This girl also did not have a cell phone to hand in at the beginning of the test. And the proctor of the exam was walking around, and he looked at that girl and said, "What, you don't have a cell phone to hand in? Are you sure you still don't have it?" And somebody called out, "It's in her hair!" The entire class erupted in laughter. It was hilarious. And that was the day I learned what a bump it was. See? All of those years ago, I didn't need to know what a bump it was. I've never worn a bump it, but it was emotionally relevant because it was hilarious. Not because it was louder, but because it was structured, disrupted, and tagged as hilarious. I haven't thought about that in a good minute. And it's not all about entertainment, although a lot of it can be seen through that lens. It is really about respecting the architecture of the human brain. Our brains are not optimized for the passive intake of information. It's optimized to construct meaning out of what we see around us. So the work here is not to demand attention, it is to design for attention. Give the mind a sequence, give it something unexpected, and give it something to care about, and memory will do what it has evolved to do. That's the neuroscience. That's the leverage. That's this whole episode. And that's how you teach to brains that have evolved for storytelling. Thanks for getting to the end of this episode. I hope you enjoyed it. Subscribe if you want to catch the next episodes that are coming out of this series, Weird Pedagogy, here on YouTube. Listen to these episodes on Spotify. You can follow DTalk on Instagram and TikTok. The more neuroscience that I learn, the more I realize how exploitative platforms like Instagram and TikTok are. I'm sure YouTube is the same, but I'm not seeing those parallels. I'm rambling now. I've been filming for a while, so thanks again for getting here, and I will see you in the next one. Goodbye. Actually, no, you made it to the end here, so I'll give you a little treat. I don't know if you've been able to see the sweater that I'm wearing. Let me pan down here for a second so you can see. My sweater here says, "No gods only fluoride. Back when I was a teacher in a really small town, people were really convinced that fluoride, was going to make all the frogs gay.
I don't like them putting chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
I don't know if you know that reference, but people were really up in arms with fluoride in the water. And one of my colleagues made a joke and said, they don't need fluoride here, they have Jesus. And then the joke was, you don't need fluoride because you have God, you believe in God, so you don't need science. You don't need fluoride. God will save us from cavities, deliver us from tooth decay. And the story of that joke manifested itself into that of a sweater, which I wear regularly because I don't forget it, because it was a story. Ugh, God. Okay. Thanks for being here, and I'll see you in the next one. Goodbye. Why do we make mistakes? Easy. Mistakes are the mechanism of learning and proof that learning is happening. Thank you and good night. In this episode of DTalk, we are going to explore questions like, if mistakes are necessary for learning, why do so many people react to them with avoidance? Why do some people grow through mistakes while others seem to run around making the same ones over and over and over? And why do so many educational institutions seem determined to punish the very process that allows learning to occur? Mistakes are a biological process that's connected to neuroscience. They are also social events. You see it everywhere. You know exactly what I'm talking about, but let me give you an example. You're at the zoo. Okay, stay with me. You're at the zoo in the penguin exhibit, and the penguin handler grabs the distorted microphone and yells into it, "Does anybody know how many fish an average penguin eats in one day?" And let's say there's 100 people in the room.
100 people can be in a room.
Half of the room is jumping and exclaiming numbers from 2 to 10,000. Do you think that half is the children? Or that half is the adults? And then it raises the question, why do children behave like that? And what the hell happened to us in the process of becoming people who avoided answering questions because they're afraid to look stupid? The environments that produce the most innovation, so scientific labs, artistic communities, startup cultures, all of these things share one common feature. They generate lots of mistakes. The difference is those mistakes are treated as data. A failed experiment in a chemistry lab is not a moral failing. It's information about how a system behaves. Iteration in these fields is normal because failure is simply a routine. It's where strange results need to be investigated instead of swept under the rug. We need mistakes to signal possibility rather than humiliation. Fundamentally, this means changing how we talk about failure itself. Because when the brain recognizes that something is wrong, it's also the same moment that the brain becomes capable of becoming right in a brand new way. If you only remember one thing from this episode, it should be this. Failure is one of learning's primary tools. Which raises the important question, if error feels like a social threat, and threat narrows cognition, and narrowed cognition reduces exploration, then how do we ever learn anything? And in this episode, we're going to attempt to unpack some of that tension. Ultimately, mistakes are not moral failures. They are model failures. And the anterior cingulate cortex, my favorite, dramatic, vigilant, and exquisitely sensitive conflict monitor, is not trying to humiliate us. It's trying to protect us. The question is whether our environments interpret that signal as danger or as growth. Because just like the feeling of anxiousness and excitement, our brains cannot recognize the difference unless we train them to do so. That was good. Okay, let's get into it. Detox starts now.
That's it.
Now it's time for Silly Stories with David, the part of the podcast where David shares some silly mistakes. So a nice topical one for the beginning. I once taught a math lesson about prime numbers and composite numbers. completely backwards, completely inverted, which means that there was a room full of students somewhere who for at least 24 hours believed that 7 was composite because of me. To be fair, only if they were listening, which most weren't. The moment I realized what I had done, I didn't think, oh, that's incorrect. Let me just fix that tomorrow. My brain started replaying that scene on loop. My reaction wasn't about mathematics. My reaction was about character and efficacy. Because within milliseconds of making a mistake, the brain generates what researchers call the error-related negativity, or ERN. It's an electrical signal measured by an EEG that originates largely in my favorite diva, the anterior cingulate cortex. The ERN shows up before we even consciously register an error, which is so fascinating to me because our brains know that we've made a mistake before we know we've made a mistake. The anterior cingulate cortex is most simply explained as the model integrity supervisor, and it also activates when we experience social rejection or relational conflict, meaning that being wrong and being excluded share the same neural real estate. This is a result of human evolution because historically, mistakes in social environments had potential life-threatening consequences. Misjudge a threat, misread a group, the cost was potential survival. When I had realized that I had inverted prime and composite numbers, my nervous system was not evaluating mathematics. To this day, I still do not know the difference between prime and composite numbers, or rather which one is which. I didn't learn that after making that mistake. I was evaluating my status as a teacher, which is something completely unrelated. Okay, here's a different kind of mistake. I once dropped a full can of wood stain on the floor of Home Depot, and it exploded. That's the important part. All over the concrete flooring, the surrounding shelving units, and me. I had to go home and throw my entire outfit, including my shoes, straight in the trash. The moment I dropped the can, a few things happened. My stomach dropped, my body heat rose, I had tunnel vision, it was full body panic. And it was not the same reaction I had to the inverted math lesson, but it was similar enough to reveal to me that the same circuitry had been activated in my brain, social exposure. It was the customers that were in the aisles at the time that heard it and then came running to see the red stain everywhere. It was red. Did I say that? It looked like blood stains. The embarrassment I felt was more about the social nature of that mistake. If you're ever in the Lethbridge Home Depot and you want to walk down the paint aisle, look for the red stains on the concrete and tell them David sent you. Jesus. I have one final mistake, and this one is not subtle and it's not funny. A few years after the stain incident, I was about 25. I left my stable job. I sold my house, and for the first time in my adult life, I moved cities. And at the time, it felt catastrophic. My brain treated it like an irreversible failure, and there were nights where my rumination was so relentless, where I was replaying decisions, forecasting regret, scanning for information that I had just ruined literally everything in my life. And the twist in this perceived mistake is that now I don't see that as a mistake at all, which shows me something very critical. The brain's error detection system, it's not always right. The anterior cingulate cortex, while powerful, she is simply a mismatch detector. It lights up when expectations collide with outcomes. It just signals update required, but it doesn't know whether the update represents growth or a catastrophe. That interpretation comes later down the line in processing. So, confusion, embarrassment, regret, all of these feelings begin as prediction errors, and prediction errors are the raw materials of learning. And I want to go one step further here and say that dopamine neurons in the midbrain fire in response to discrepancies between expected and actual outcomes. So, when outcomes are worse than expected, dopamine dips. But when outcomes are better than expected, dopamine spikes. And these fluctuations drive enforcement learning, which is the mechanism by which the brain updates models of the world. If there is no error signal, there is no update. And if there is no update, there is no learning. The same neural systems that makes being wrong feel awful is the same system that makes learning possible. Here's the thing that middle schoolers understand intuitively. Being wrong is dangerous. Not always physically, but socially. Our brains don't really have the power to distinguish between social pain and physical pain, so when people experience social rejection, regions like the anterior insula activate in ways that overlap with physical pain processing. And the same conflict detection areas light up when you feel excluded from a group. So when somebody hesitates to answer a question, what's happening behind the scenes is a very complex risk assessment. Their brain is running a cost-benefit analysis that goes something like this. Correct answer, small reward. Incorrect answer, possible embarrassment, status loss, laughter, eye rolls. That second outcome weighs a lot more heavily. And then you add in rejection sensitivity. So rejection sensitivity is the tendency to anxiously expect, readily perceive, or overreact to rejection. The citation is the year I was born. How appropriate is that? People high in rejection sensitivity will often interpret ambiguous situations as threatening. So a neutral facial expression becomes disapproval. Silence becomes criticism. And here's where it connects to mistakes. If being wrong feels like rejection, and rejection feels like a threat, then mistake-making becomes a gamble of your own survival. The anterior cingulate cortex detects a conflict, like I might be wrong if I answer this question. The amygdala evaluates the threat, this could cost me socially, and the body responds accordingly by activating your parasympathetic nervous system. Cortisol rises, heart rate shifts, and if we feel threatened, cognition narrows because it's one of our brain's evolutionary jobs. When the lion is chasing you, you don't brainstorm alternative strategies. Girl, you run. The problem is that in the 21st century, learning requires cognitive flexibility. It requires play, testing hypotheses, and tolerating incorrect prediction. So if mistakes feel unsafe, exploration shuts down. Here's where I get frustrated, both as an educator and a human in the world, because I often wonder why folks just don't have the active understanding that you can do and achieve whatever you want as long as you have the time and patience to do so. The answer to that question is that the premise collides with neurobiology, because understanding that sentiment is not the same as feeling safe enough to embody it. And I know there's a lot of outliers to that statement, but if you're listening to this right now and your immediate reaction is to go, oh, well, not me, I couldn't because I could never. That's rejection sensitivity that is built in before you even considered what I said. And a lot of people don't feel safe to make mistakes. I'm passionate about this specifically because I used to disagree with myself because I was very sensitive to rejection. Anyhow, Carol Dweck is a researcher that popularized the idea of growth mindset versus fixed mindset. And the fixed mindset shows that when people believe that their ability is fixed, mistakes will often threaten their identity. See the episode on identity. Alternatively, in a growth framework, the same error becomes information about strategy. The challenge is to switch from a fixed mindset to a growth mindset. And this requires exposure to non-catastrophic failure consistently. It does take an incredible amount of practice to be okay with mistakes because it requires retraining of your nervous system. So not everyone experiences errors at the same volume. The real skill to build up here is to separate exploration from paralysis, and that, my dear friends, is called distress tolerance. Distress tolerance is the ability to experience uncomfortable internal states without fleeting them. Psychologically, this has been studied in relation to anxiety and avoidance behaviors. The more intolerable an emotion feels, the more likely a person is to avoid situations that trigger it. And avoidance does work in the short term. You don't answer the question, you don't raise your hand, you don't apply for the drink dream job, and anxiety drops when avoidance is successful, and the brain learns avoidance equals relief. That's negative reinforcement, which is a powerful learning mechanism, but not in the ways that we want. The removal of discomfort strengthens the behavior that removed it, but that becomes a brutal trade-off, because you cannot succeed at anything complex if you cannot tolerate being bad at it first. Every skill acquisition curve begins with incompetence. I'm going to say that again. Every skill acquisition curve begins with incompetence. You're gonna be awful. I encourage you, please go to episode 1, season 1 of D-Talk with David They. That's me. The episode looked, sounded nothing like this. I wasn't necessarily incompetent, but
I have lists of TikToks in my phones that I'm not opening.
no, I was incompetent. Let's go ahead and say that. Anyway, the brain has to generate these error signals to update motor plans, cognitive strategies, or social scripts. Dopamine-based reinforcement learning depends on this prediction error. If there is no error, there is no update. And if making mistakes is unbearable, the brain chooses safety over growth every single time. And because it provides you with psychological safety, this feels rational and then is reinforced. This is why it takes practice. This is why we shouldn't be teaching people to just be confident. What? You can't just say those words when you're trying to teach somebody's nervous system that error does not equal exile. That is a much deeper intervention than a single be confident or you got this. Shoot for the moon and if you miss you'll land amongst the no, sorry. Mistakes are inevitable. They're gonna happen. The real question is whether our nervous system interprets that as data or as danger, because that interpretation determines the size of your world. In the next chapter, we're going to dig into why avoidance feels smarter than trying, and how the brain's bias toward loss prevention quickly sabotages our long-term growth goals while convincing us that it is protecting us. So in this chapter, I'm going to walk us through, how many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there's a lot. I'm just going to talk us through a lot of different theories because there's a lot of different competing things going on in our brain from a lot of different areas of study. So I've compiled a list here of a bunch of different theories. It's going to be pretty information heavy, but just stay with me and then in the conclusion, we'll wrap it all up together in one little bow. Okay? The uncomfortable truth that we unpacked in the last chapter is that avoidance works. If somebody doesn't raise their hand, their anxiety drops. If you don't send a risky email, your stomach settles. If you don't attempt the thing you might fail at, you don't have to feel the sting of being wrong. And that relief is immediate, and the brain loves immediacy. In operant conditioning, negative reinforcement means a behavior increases because it removes an unpleasant state. So avoidance removes anxiety, and that relief strengthens avoidance. Anxiety researchers have shown repeatedly that avoidance maintains fear because it prevents this corrective learning. Exposure-based treatments work precisely because they block avoidance and allow the brain to update its threat predictions. Because if you never test a scenario that you fear, the brain never gathers disconfirming data in order to update the model. So essentially, operant conditioning shows us that avoidance preserves the illusion of threat. Another theory here is prospect theory, and that demonstrates that humans weigh losses more heavily than gains. So in practice, if somebody is picturing a potential gain, they might get praise, pride. But the potential loss is embarrassment and maybe their status drops. So the emotional weight of a loss is much heavier than the emotional weight of a potential gain. And neuroimaging studies support this because it shows that anticipated losses activate the amygdala and the insula more strongly than the equivalent gains activate reward regions. So when somebody hesitates and gets embarrassed and avoids answering something, it's not about being dramatic or defiant. It's their brains overweighing the downside. Then we have the behavioral inhibition system. So Jeffrey Gray's reinforcement sensitivity theory describes the behavioral inhibition system as activated by signals of punishment, novelty, or uncertainty. So when the behavioral inhibition system, or BIS for short, activates, behavior slows or stops. And classrooms are very rich in uncertainty and novelty and evaluation and punishment too, unfortunately. So avoidance in this way is often a behavioral inhibition system dominating over everything else. Another thing here is self-worth theory, and that suggests that students sometimes reduce effort to protect identity. So if failure is interpreted as low ability, then trying becomes dangerous. So not trying preserves potential. Avoidance can function in this way as identity armor, because I didn't try is psychologically safer than I tried but it wasn't enough. So avoidance in this way emerges from fear, but also expectation. So if the brain predicts failure, why would the brain put in energy? It's just metabolically nonsensical. So evolution optimized us for immediate survival, not long-term skill acquisition. So avoiding things lowers our physiological arousal, it protects our social standing, it prevents loud error signals, and it preserves our self-concept. But trying things risks embarrassment, activates error monitoring, and increases short-term anxiety, and we don't want any of that. So given that cost-benefit analysis, avoidance is rational, but only in the short term. That's the whole point here, is that it makes sense metabolically only in the short term. And there's another layer here as well as it relates to queer theory, because a lot of queer people, this is completely anecdotal, but I'm just going to say it because I feel it. A lot of queer people don't envision their lives beyond the age of 18. I just simply couldn't conceptualize myself being an adult. And while I thought this was an individual experience, as I move about the world and talk with other people, I realize it is nearly universal. And this is especially detrimental to brains who are only able to think in the short term. As soon as I started seeing my future beyond the age of 18, I was able to stop thinking in the short term, because more than the short term existed. Anyway, to end this chapter, you cannot build competence without tolerating incompetence. And you can't update a model that you never test. And understanding that shifts the narrative from why won't they try to how unsafe does trying feel? Next up, we're going to move to the pivot point. What happens when failure is structured to be safe? Because when nervous systems learn that mistakes do not equal social death, our appetite for risk changes. Our nervous systems do not care about our intention. It only responds to signals of threat, salience, and safety. If feedback feels like judgment, it triggers the amygdala, and the anterior cingulate cortex shuts down exploration, right? We've been through that. And because of this, error becomes trauma and not data. But if feedback signals safety, it does the exact opposite. The anterior cingulate cortex flags the misstep, and the brain just says, hey, prediction violated. That's fun. But the entire difference here is that the context behind the mistake is what matters, because the nervous system does not go into survival mode, it goes into hypothesis mode, and this is exactly what we want. That's the bread and butter. No, that's the that's the lifeblood of learning, because dopamine spikes, the prefrontal cortex lights up, and working memory engages. You get your hippocampus involved, and neuroplasticity thrives. It's exactly what we want. Think about any mistake that you've made in your entire life. When we reflect on those mistakes, which are the ones that actually taught us something? The ones that we survived. And here's the thing to remember, the same mechanism that works for students, colleagues, friends, and even you watching this video right now, if mistakes are punished or shame-laden, our appetite for risk shrinks. And we stop experimenting, we stop learning, we stop creating things. But if mistakes are framed as exploration, iteration, and controlled, the brain learns something radical. Failure is not annihilation, failure is information, and failure is the door to recalibration. Failure is not annihilation, failure is information, and failure is the door to recalibration.
I'm a straight up rapstress.
So safe failure plus clear, supportive feedback rewires our nervous systems. It increases resilience, improves learning, and yes, makes our lives feel more expansive. Our anterior cingulate cortexes still light up at the errors. It still tells us, oops, that's off, but it stops screaming, danger, danger, stop everything, the sky is falling, Chicken Little, etc. You understand. And it just starts whispering, hey, adjust that. Try that again. And let's be real. The real world rarely rewards perfection, okay? It just rewards persistence in most cases. It rewards courage, curiosity, mess, experimentation. The anterior cingulate cortex wants to judge us at all times, yes, but if you give it the context and the safety that it needs, it becomes your co-pilot instead of your jailer. Some of the most interesting thinking around mistakes in the past 20 years hasn't come from neuroscience or sociology, it's actually come from queer theory. In 2011, queer theorist Jack Halberstam published a book called The Queer Art of Failure. And their argument in this book is deceptively simple, but also incredibly powerful. Modern society is obsessed with success. Success defined through rigid metrics like productivity, wealth, status, normalcy, achievement. Those definitions of success also create very narrow pathways through life. If you deviate from them, you are most often labeled a failure. Queer communities historically have been excluded from those very pathways, and they often had no choice but to build lives outside those definitions of success. And in doing so, they developed something remarkable, an entire cultural toolkit for navigating failure, and Halberstam calls this the queer art of failure. So when you look at it this way, failure stops being a dead end and starts becoming the method. And this idea connects beautifully with another queer theory called queer mess. Queer mess rejects the idea that progress must be clean, linear, and predictable. Instead, it recognizes that learning, identity, and social change are often chaotic. Things get weird, contradictions pile up, experiments go sideways, but out of all of that mess, new structures emerge. And in many ways, this definition fits learning remarkably well. Real learning is almost never neat. It's messy. You misunderstand concepts. You try strategies that don't work. You revise. You backtrack. You stumble into insights that you had never thought you had, Our brains are an evolving ecosystem of hypotheses constantly competing for survival. And mistakes are the mutations of those hypotheses. So here's the challenge in classrooms. Make environments where errors are seen, they are named, and they are iterated on. Give your students, your friends, your colleagues, yourself, the radical gift of safety in the face of failure. Normalize the mess, normalize the weirdness, the things that just come out of it. Don't be so hard on yourself. Oh, I feel like I end up saying that every episode. Stop being so hard on yourself. Be the little weirdo. Do all the things. Who cares?
This is what trauma looks like.
At the end of the day, the art of the mess is not just a teaching strategy. It's a philosophy of life. Mess, iterate, grow, learn, repeat. And that, my friends, is how you teach brains that were built for exploration, curiosity, and yes, failure. Glorious, spectacular, human failure. Thanks for watching this episode. I hope you enjoyed it. You can listen to these episodes on Spotify, watch them on YouTube, and follow the short form content on Instagram and TikTok at DTalk with David Dave, because that's me. Thanks for watching this episode, and I will see you in the next one. And until then, goodbye. Some brains scream a lot louder when mistakes happen. Hi, it's me. Nice to meet you. For most of my life, I've been described with a word that people tend to deploy with a polite smile, but also a raised eyebrow. And that word is weird. I've been labeled weird so consistently that I decided to coin the term weird pedagogy to explore the neuro and social sciences to support my position that the weirdos are the bestos. The word weird often appears when someone violates an unspoken norm. Like, imagine walking into a grocery store at 10 a.m. on a Wednesday with a full tuxedo on. Nothing about that outfit is inherently inappropriate, but people will still stare and maybe even whisper that you're weird. The reaction isn't about the clothing itself. The reaction is about violating an invisible expectation, because in the grocery store, we have a dress code of neutrality. Don't come in here in your formal wear. Don't come in here in your pajamas. We're going for athleisure out here in the co-op. If somebody orders breakfast for dinner, people will absolutely say, breakfast for dinner? That's weird. Pancakes themselves are perfectly normal food, but it violates the time of day convention, which is purely cultural. Thanks a lot, Henry Ford. Here's one that I'm really guilty for. I love doing this to people. You run into somebody, right? And they go, hey, how are you? And you actually give them an answer. You could say, honestly, I'm struggling with some existential dread and goddamn it, my back hurts. And people will freeze. I didn't do anything wrong. You asked me, how are you? I told you how I am. And then we get into the norms around identity and expression. A man painting his nails, somebody dressing in a way that doesn't neatly map onto your ideas of masculinity and femininity. None of these things are objectively strange behaviors, and humans have expressed diverse gender and sexuality in diverse ways across cultures for thousands of years. But because a local social environment may have narrow expectations about how gender should look, deviation gets labeled as weird, and then I can't go to the mechanic shop with the nail on. But there's an interesting transition between when something becomes mainstream enough that it starts becoming cool and chic and not weird anymore. If we think of people having beards, that used to be associated with rebellion and counterculture in certain times. Now, a beard is completely mainstream. I'm not even a hipster for having a beard anymore. I'm just some guy. Tattoos, colored hair, piercings, all of these things used to represent somebody who wasn't professional, but now they're practically just a regular part of the aesthetic culture for adulthood. The color red used to be associated with men because it was blood and hunting, and blue used to represent femininity because that represented a caretaking role, and things shift back and forth from one extreme to the other. That's just how things go. So weird often tells you less about the person being labeled and more about the boundaries of the group who are doing the labeling, okay? It's a signal that somebody has stepped outside the invisible rubric. The annoying part about all of this is a lot of progress comes from people who ignore these invisible rules long enough to explore alternatives. And from the perspective of our nervous systems, novelty and deviation are exactly the kind of signals that grab attention. Our brains evolved to notice when something doesn't fit a pattern. So the same mechanism is at play here, between pattern recognition being a part of our evolutionary biology, and that same mechanism is responsible for labeling something as weird because it has moved outside of the expected pattern. Oof. And that's where today's episode begins. We're going to explore a few ideas that will complicate the notion of normal and weird. In chapter 1, we're going to talk about biology, how all of our brains are not equally positioned, and everybody has different neurological starting points that are shaped by a bunch of things that we'll talk about. In chapter 2, we'll explore why certain kinds of eccentricity get celebrated while other kinds of deviations get what? Punished. That was a good sound. In chapter 3, we're gonna go back to where it all begins, at the playground, because that's where it's decided whose behavior is visionary and whose behavior is disruptive. And finally, at the end, we're going to talk about what equity might mean if we stopped thinking about it as an accommodation and started treating it like design. My goal in this episode is to make the labels of weird and normal feel a little suspicious for you, okay? And in order to do this, we have to acknowledge something that a lot of folks either cannot or do not admit. There is no single way of being, and the moment that you can accept that truth, the entire architecture of your world starts changing. Let's get into it. Detox starts now. And this is the second time I'm filming because I had an existential crisis and crashed out the first time I tried to film it. Chapter 1, Norms are neurological assumptions. Norms are social rules that get treated oftentimes like common sense expectations about how the world should look and sound. And most of them feel really natural, and they rarely appear as design decisions at all. But they are built upon a hidden set of neurological assumptions about how our brains are supposed to function. Every brain carries a unique developmental history shaped by things like genetics, stress, sleep, nutrition. And this means that learning occurs in the systems that have already been shaped by thousands of prior interactions with the world. And as a result, folks are not equally positioned. The variation in people's capacity to manage their own frustration, to regulate their attention, to sustain cognitive effort, and interpret feedback, all of that is biological. So we're going to break this down and we're going to talk about stress first. We know that environmental conditions influence the development of our neural systems, and studies on chronic stress show that prolonged activation of stress hormones like cortisol can alter the structure and the functioning of the brain regions involved in executive control. I'm stressed, so now I make bad decisions, and then I'm gonna get more stressed and then make more bad decisions. It's like the opposite of the hedonic treadmill. When stress responses are triggered repeatedly over time, the body accumulates what is called allostatic load, a physiological burden that affects both your physical health and your cognitive functioning. High allostatic load can impair your working memory, your attentional control, and make learning tasks more difficult. Sleep is another one here. It dramatically influences our cognitive capacity. There's an incredible amount of research on the relationship between the quality of sleep and ADHD, anxiety and depression, eating disorders, dementia, PTSD, grief and trauma. The list does in fact go on. On one side, you have institutional schedules, and on the other side, you have biological rhythms. And these two... The next part of this conversation about norms is talking about neurodivergent brains. I do want to take a side quest here. We're going to take a side quest. You may have heard or used the term neurospicy. I don't like when people use the term neurospicy because it turns something real and structural into something cute and consumable. It dilutes the meaning of something that can permanently affect how people move through their lives. And there is a pattern where marginalized or stigmatized identities get rebranded into something that's cute, so it's easier for other people to accept, but that often benefits the audience more than the people being described. Like, imagine if we as a culture started calling people with diabetes diabetes. Come on, diabetes? Like, I know that's almost a drag queen name, and that's the only context of which we would use it in would be for a satirical drag queen name, not actually referring to a patient as a diabetes if I'm a doctor or a nurse. It's a different context. Now let's forget about neurospicy and actually talk about neurodivergence. It was a concept that was first articulated by sociologist Judy Singer, and it reframes the differences in our brains as natural variations within human cognition rather than deficits that have to be corrected. And diversity in cognitive styles is expected rather than exceptional. Some people regulate attention through movement, and some people regulate their attention through complete silence. And the only way to discern the difference is by giving each individual the chance to experience everything and equipping them with the knowledge and the tools to relay their experience in a meaningful way. You cannot standardize everything. And this is where we land at accommodation, because most of the available support in schools is presented as a matter of accommodation, which is individualized programs after difficulties rise. And these measures are valuable. They are invaluable. They're important. But they treat neurological differences as an exception to a standard model of learning. And a different approach would recognize variation in cognitive functioning as a starting condition rather than an anomaly. Because once you have a classroom full of anomalies, the word doesn't mean anything anymore. 13 IPPs. I want to take all of this one step further because I just learned about a paper that talks about the weirdest people in the world. And it argues that the strong majority of research in human psychology and behavior is drawn from samples entirely from Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic societies. Not only that, of those people in the weird societies who most frequently participate in the studies are undergraduate students, another subset of a single population that is broadly applied to all human beings as if it was representative of the species as any other population would be. And we're going to get into that right away. So to finish off this chapter here, when we assume neurological uniformity, people who diverge from that assumption appear to be the problem. The variation does not lie in the willingness that somebody has to interact with their world, but in the interaction between a diverse brain and the structure that we place around them. Chapter 2, Celebrated Eccentricity and Punished Deviation. So if you are weird, meaning Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic, your quirks are generally seen as genius, eccentric, visionary. But if you're not Western, educated, industrialized, rich, and democratic, suddenly those traits become weird, unprofessional, or something else that needs to be fixed. Essentially, it's not about the behavior, it's about who is allowed to have that behavior. And that allowance is malleable. The exact same traits get translated completely differently depending on who's performing them and where. If a CEO works through the night, forgets to eat, and disappears into an idea, they're a visionary. But a student who can't shift their attention and misses deadlines in a classroom has poor time management. An artist who only speaks in metaphors, jumps between their thoughts, and resists structure. Wow, they must be brilliant. But a kid in a classroom does that and they're off task and need redirection. A billionaire who wears the same suit every day. Efficient. A teenager does it. Weird. A famous author disappears for weeks. Dedicated. I isolate. Concerning. A wealthy investor who takes risks with their money. They're strategic. But a working class person does the same thing. They're reckless. It's funny how risk becomes brilliance when failure is cushioned. It's funny how eccentricity becomes innovation when the rent is already paid. We don't celebrate our differences. We authorize it because when somebody is already successful, we often narrate ourselves backwards. We take every trait, every interruption, every obsession, every social misstep, and we polish it until it looks like destiny. But when someone isn't successful yet, we diagnose, we correct, we discipline, we shrink them until they fit a version of functional that never made room for them in the first place. A kid who talks too much is a man who commands the room, but only if he survives long enough without being silenced first. A student who can't sit still becomes dynamic, energetic, but only if the system doesn't break them before the rebrand. And most people don't survive the rebrand through wealth or status or somebody willing to call them a genius before the world calls them a problem. There's actually a whole body of research in sociology that looks through something called labeling theory. Behaviors don't carry meaning on their own, but meaning gets assigned to them by their social context. And once a behavior is labeled, that label sticks. And it starts shaping how people interpret everything else you do. So if you're labeled gifted, your quirks get absorbed into that narrative. If you're labeled difficult, those same quirks become evidence of your defiance. And once that label lands, it's real sticky. There's also another concept here from cultural anthropology called norm reinforcement, which basically describes how groups maintain cohesion by subtly or not so subtly correcting people who step outside expected behavior. Sometimes that correction is gentle, like a weird look or laugh or what are you doing? But other times it's more formal, discipline, exclusion, performance reviews, grades. There's a lot of consequences that can happen. And then we look at the ones who made it through, the billionaires, the founders, the artists, and we say, see, we celebrate diversity. No, we celebrate survivorship. A lot of people can deviate quite far before people say anything, but others get flagged immediately. And the difference is often tied to power and how closely somebody already aligns with what the system considers normal. So if you already fit the mold, you're perceived as competent, articulate, maybe attractive, maybe white, maybe male, maybe economically secure. Your deviations in this context get interpreted as intentional, as a style, as your personality. And this is where we start to dip into social conditioning and even some operant conditioning. Behaviors that are rewarded get repeated. Behaviors that are punished, even just subtly so, get suppressed. So if your version of weird gets negative feedback early and often, you don't stop being that way, you just start editing yourself. And what's wild to me is that suppression is often reframed as maturity. How insulting is that? Meanwhile, the people whose weird aligns with what the system rewards, they get to double down. They get more confident, more expressive, more experimental because their deviations are being reinforced as a strength. This is why certain forms of eccentricity become very marketable. Think about the archetype of the genius. It's almost always somebody who's out there breaking the rules, but in a very specific, culturally appropriate way. They're messy, but not too messy. They're intense, but in a way that produces something valuable. Their weirdness is framed as productive, and that's the key. And this is where modern education gets the little side eye from me, because schools often function as early sorting systems for this exact dynamic. And this mindset follows people into their workplaces, their relationships, their creative spaces, everywhere. It's everywhere. It's everything. We are talking about a social filter that determines whether deviation gets turned into capital or correction. The alliteration lines always hit so good. If the system only celebrates weirdness when it comes from certain people in certain forms under certain conditions, then that's actually not celebrating differences. It's selecting for it. Stop gaslighting me. To understand more about this, we're going to get into the last chapter. We're going to go back in time to where this all begins, and that's on the playground. Chapter 3, play as a protective factor. The idea of play, playing in a sandbox, playing on the playground, is often filtered through the same social lens that decides whose behavior is visionary and whose is disruptive from the last chapter. And in reality, play is protective, and like most protective factors, access to it is uneven. Developmental research has long established that play is central to cognitive flexibility, emotional regulation, and social development. See my episode on play. But here's where we get more into the social filter. When a child from a privileged background spends hours building imaginary worlds, they are seen as gifted. When a child from a marginalized background engages in the same behavior, particularly in structured environments like classrooms, it is more likely to be labeled as distraction, avoidance, and defiance. The behavior itself does not change, but the outcome does. It becomes safer for some children to take risks, get messy, make mistakes, Miss Frizzle, I don't know the line. Over time, the differential response shapes a person's behavior and identity, and people learn quickly whether their curiosity is welcome. When children have access to psychologically safe play, they are buffered against stress and adversity. Play allows for emotional processing, offering a space to make sense of experiences that may otherwise be overwhelming. It supports self-regulation by providing repeated low-stakes opportunity to navigate frustration, negotiate social dynamics, and recover from mistakes. So in neurobiological terms, play helps calibrate our stress response systems, reducing long-term vulnerability to anxiety and depression. It all starts with play. But when access to play is restricted through anything, over-disciplining, rigid schooling structures, inequitable social expectations, all of these protective benefits disappear. And that has a really big implications. Because the same traits that are cultivated through play, like divergent thinking and persistence, are later recorded as markers of innovation and leadership in adulthood. Yet the children most likely to have those traits nurtured are also those least likely to be penalized for expressing those traits early in their lives. So we're not out here rewarding creativity, we are permitting creativity. And that is the paradox right in the middle of equity for me. If play is protective, then inequitable access to play is not a minor developmental issue, it's a structural one. Because by the time we encounter these individuals as adults, their narrative has already been written. One is naturally creative, the other struggles with focus, this one is innovative. Think about the last few people you've met. Can you pull any key takeaways from their personality? Like, do you have any mental markers of like, this is Brian, and Brian is loud? I feel like when people would meet me for not a long time, they'd be like, this is David. David is crazy. There's usually a word or two that becomes most memorable about a person, especially in the early phases of meeting them. I wonder if those self-beliefs were given to us naturally, or if they were assigned to us at a certain age and we just continued it. Something to think about. So to wrap up this episode, if there is a single thread that is running through the entire thing, it is this. We have been mistaking design for normal. From the very beginning of this conversation, we saw what gets labeled as weird is often just a violation of an invisible rule. Not a real problem or a deficit, just a mismatch between the person and an expectation that was never made explicit. Then in chapter 1, we talked about how these expectations themselves are not neutral. They're built on neurological assumptions, and they're assumptions that ignore the reality that no two brains arrive at the starting line the same way. In chapter 2, we talk about what happens next when those assumptions don't just quietly sit in the background, they become filters, where the same behavior gets translated differently depending on the context, where eccentricity becomes genius for some and a problem for others. And in chapter 3, we talked about play and how that's where it all begins. All of these pieces together that we've discussed so far, none of it is accidental. It's not a series of small misunderstandings. It's not just some people fall through the cracks. It's the predictable outcome of a system designed around a narrow version about how human beings should look and act and think. And when you design for a narrow user, everyone else becomes a problem, not because they are a problem, but because the system has no language for them other than fix this. So in this model, sometimes we accommodate, we support after the fact, but accommodation, as important as it is, still assumes the system was correct to begin with. What if normal was never a description, but rather a decision? Because every design is always a decision. Every classroom routine, every expectation about behavior, every definition of participation, these are not natural laws, they are choices. And those choices determine who gets to feel competent, who gets to feel creative, and who feels like they belong. So when I talk about designing for equity, I'm not trying to just make things easier for everybody. That seems to be something that people assume. But then I think we're getting into like DEI, equity, transgender aliens. I'm not talking about making things easier. I'm talking about making things truer to how human beings actually function. Design that assumes attention fluctuations. Design that makes room for movement. Design that treats curiosity as a starting point. Design that allows multiple ways of engaging, expressing, and understanding. Because the goal is not to eliminate all of our differences. The goal is to stop punishing it. And once we start designing environments that expect variation from the beginning, something really cool happens. Weird starts to disappear. Not because everybody becomes normal, but because the system becomes less narrow. And suddenly, the kid who couldn't sit still is no longer a problem to solve. The student who jumps between ideas is no longer off task. The person who approaches the world differently isn't a problem to fix. They are just accounted for. So the next time you hear somebody use the word weird earnestly to describe the behavior of somebody, I want you to pause, because it might not be describing a person at all. It might be pointing to the edge of a system that was never designed with that person in mind. And if that's the case, then the work of equity is not to help people fit within that system, it is to redesign it so fewer people have to shrink just to survive it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one real soon. Bye. Bye, weirdos. But if you're all weirdos, then nobody's weirdos. Schools were not built for you, or for me, or for anybody whose brain doesn't sit perfectly still. And it's not just schools, it's offices, it's governments, it's basically any system that asks human beings to perform consistently so that they're easy to manage, like a machine. And these systems are most often not malicious either. No one has to sit in a room to exclude people because the system does that automatically because they're built that way. Completely indifferent to human variation in the name of efficiency. But efficiency always comes with a trade-off, because when you standardize a system, you inevitably misalign with the human in that very system. Maybe these systems are important. They influence the developing brain, often in ways that nobody notices until much later. So in this episode, we are going to slow that down and shine a light on the collision of brains versus bureaucracy. It's just fun to say that way. Say it with me, bureaucracy. So in chapter 1, we'll explore why systems standardize in the first place. In chapter 2, we'll look at what happens next, how complex humans get compressed into data. Then in chapter 3, we'll go one step further and examine how those systems work quietly to control our behavior. And then in the conclusion, we'll ask a question that systems rarely consider. What is the cognitive toll of all of this? And why do we keep asking what is wrong with us and not asking what is wrong with the system? Let's get into it. Detox starts now. Something's not right here with this. Is it the flappy bits? Because that's not even really a top at that point. I want to talk about... What are we talking about? I want to talk about systems. Yeah. Literally, whatever. Chapter 1, Why Systems Standardize. Understanding a human being is complex work that requires a willingness to hold contradictions. Two people can show the exact same behavior, but be engaging in that behavior for two completely different reasons. And oftentimes, systems are not capable of understanding that kind of nuance. These systems are designed so people move through processes at scale. That means they are optimized not to understand, but to coordinate. Coordination depends on simplification. The more people a system can handle, the more it relies on standardization to remain functional. Standardization allows a system to function without needing to deeply interpret each individual person. But in doing so, they inevitably make assumptions about the kinds of people moving through that system. And these assumptions are everywhere. In schools, students are asked to sustain their attention for fixed periods, then quickly transition between tasks on command, and then demonstrate learning in consistent formats. Sounds like a lot. In workplaces, employees are expected to maintain stable productivity, regulate their emotions, and react predictably to demands. All of these expectations and countless other ones assume that attention, memory, and your executive functioning are relatively stable traits that can be deployed on demand. But cognitive neuroscience disagrees. Executive functioning skills like working memory and cognitive flexibility are processes that vary across individuals over time. And like we talked about in our last episode, a lot of factors like sleep, stress, prior knowledge, genetics, eating habits, and emotional state all significantly influence how those systems operate. The takeaway is that the very cognitive capacities that systems rely on are inherently unstable, and this mismatch becomes more clear once we start to consider how both brains and institutions manage limited resources. There's a concept called the expected value of control, and it describes how the brain allocates cognitive effort based on the perceived cost and benefits. All that means is that any effort that you put forth into the world is metabolically expensive, and our brains are constantly filling out those cost-benefit analyses in order to decide whether you should do something or not. So if your brain does that assessment and figures out that a task is not worth the investment of time, money, or effort, attention then is not willpower, you are not making that choice, it's an economic decision that's made by your nervous system. And institutions make very similar calculations. Flexibility, individualization, responsiveness, all of this takes time. It takes labor. Money, girl, it takes money. And systems most often don't want to outlay that money. So, by contrast, standardization is very efficient. And because of the ease of this standardization process from the system side, these structures will often favor in ways that minimize complexity, even if those structures misalign with how humans actually function. And the effects of the system that we are feeling and seeing right now, their legacy precedes us. Before industrialization, most human activity wasn't standardized in the way that we recognize now. Work was local. It was variable, and it was often tied to the change of the seasons or specific trades. And most learning opportunities looked like an apprenticeship versus instruction. There was variation, there was inconsistency, but also a closer alignment between people and the work that they were doing. And this began to change during the Industrial Revolution when production moved into centralized factories, and the challenge became coordination at scale. And this required a new kind of structure that could regulate time and behavior and the output of many individuals simultaneously. A factory depends on predictability. Tasks are broken down into the most easily consumable step. Time is segmented and controlled. Output is measured and compared. The goal was consistency, not variation. And as this model expanded, it began to shape other institutions, including schools. If you look at the modern public education classroom, you can tell that it has adopted structures that mirror this industrial logic. You have fixed schedules, you have age-based groupings, and uniform expectations. And school was designed in this way because it was a solution to a logistical problem. How do you manage large groups of students efficiently while preparing them for participation in similarly structured systems of work? Henry Ford is catching strays, and we can't move on in this chapter without talking about Frederick Winslow Taylor, the godfather of social efficiency. A big part of the scientific management movement in society was due to a man by the name of Frederick Winslow Taylor. He focused on optimizing labor by analyzing tasks, standardizing procedures, and minimizing inefficiency, which, like we just talked about, was developed originally for industrial settings, not schools. And then across time, most of our world systems became bureaucratic. Systems that were organized around rules, hierarchy, and formal procedures, and everything is designed to ensure consistency and control. Bureaucracies are highly effective at coordinating large groups of people because they reduce the need for individualization. Instead of adapting to each person, they create a standardized process that everyone is expected to follow. And this is where the tension with human cognition comes into play. Because even within the same person, Cognitive capacity is not stable. Attention is not something that you just have or pull out of your pocket. It's something that is continuously regulated as you go about your day. From a neuroscience perspective, effort itself is a limited resource. But these systems that were built on bureaucratic and industrial logic don't accommodate to any kind of variability easily. They rely on consistency to function. So instead of adapting to human variability, they expect humans to adapt to them. And over time, that expectation becomes invisible. Because over time, these productivity metrics and behavioral expectations begin to feel like common sense rather than design choices, when they are in fact historical artifacts. They were solutions to specific problems of scale, efficiency, and control that have been carried forward into contexts that are not appropriate and that they were not designed for. While it's not inherently a bad thing because these systems made large-scale coordination possible, they also established a very powerful and destructive baseline, the standard against which everything else is measured. This is where the idea of the average becomes a problem, because many systems are designed around an assumed norm, a typical user with typical capacities. And research on human variability consistently shows that there is no single configuration of traits that represents an average person. Instead, individuals exhibit what is called the jaggedness principle, where strengths and weaknesses vary independently across different dimensions. Who knew human beings were complex? I don't know, how about every human being? Okay, calm down. So when you design for the average, it often results in environments that fit no one perfectly because you built it for the average. Because when you build for the average, you build for no one. And then if you have a space that is built for no one, people start to struggle, and it's interpreted as an individual deficit. So the individual becomes the site of intervention while the systems remain invisible. What this says to me is that behavior is not an individual trait. It is an interaction between the person and the system that they are in. When systems are rigid, individuals have to put in more effort to align with them. When systems are more responsive, the effort can decrease and different levels of behavior will come out. Once you recognize that pattern, it becomes difficult to ignore because the question shifts. It is no longer just about whether people are meeting expectations, but about how those expectations were constructed in the first place and who they were meant to fit. So if systems cannot accommodate complexity, the natural next step here isn't to try and understand humans more, it's how to compress them into data. I am a data-driven doll. Chapter 2, compressing humans into data. So if systems cannot accommodate complexity, the next problem is interpretation. You have thousands, sometimes millions of people moving through the same system. You need ways in order to make sense of them quickly, not in a way that captures who they are, but in a way that allows the system to function as it was intended. So systems translate people into something simpler. They make them legible. Political scientist James Scott uses the idea of legibility to describe how institutions simplify complex human realities into categories that can be monitored and controlled. So humans become legible in the same way that forests become lumber inventories, in the same ways that cities become grids, and people just become numbers. So the system is not seeking accuracy in the human sense, it is seeking usability in a system sense. And once you see that pattern, you will see it everywhere. In schools, students become grades. In workplaces, people become key performance indicators. Online, we just become clicks and watch time. It's the same move in different systems. Datification, honey. Datification is the process of turning aspects of human life into quantifiable data that can be tracked and analyzed. Hey, it's not Henry Ford this time, it's Mark Zuckerberg. Learning analytics track how long students spend on tasks. Workplace software monitors keystrokes and response times. Even attention, one of the most complex cognitive processes we have, is now something that is being monitored by Google in an attempt to measure and optimize through things like gaze tracking and click-through rates. These huge systems have to reduce each human process down to its most stable signal in order to assess the process itself. The problem is that human processes are almost never stable. So if we think of attention is noisy, it's context dependent, and it's deeply tied to meaning and emotion and our previous experiences, right? See my episode on attention. When you reduce attention down to time on task or completion rates, you're not measuring attention, you're measuring a proxy. And proxies can be dangerous because they look precise, but they're also distorting reality. And this is a known issue within measurement science. When a proxy becomes a target, behavior shifts to optimize the metric rather than the underlying goal. And this is a phenomenon that is often referred to as the Goodhart's law. So in education, this shows up when learning becomes secondary to performance. Students don't study to understand, students study to achieve the measurable outcome, the test. In workplaces, employees don't necessarily do the most meaningful work, they do the work that is visible and countable. The system does not ask, did this matter? The system asks, can this be measured? And if the answer is no, it slowly stops mattering. And this creates a quiet but considerable shift in what we value. And if we don't value curiosity because it's inefficient, if we don't value exploration because it's risky, then depth becomes optional because none of these things compress into data points well. And that's a really dark gray world. Sorry, the Red Bull. We've talked about social media a bit, but there is another technological layer to this that's relatively new. As systems become more data-driven, they increasingly rely on algorithms to interpret the data they collect, because no team of people can go through billions of data points that our technology is collecting from all around us every day. And these algorithms do not understand context in the same way that humans do. They just detect patterns, and these patterns are only as good as the data that they're trained on. There's a lot of research on algorithmic bias, and it shows that when systems are trained on incomplete or skewed data, they reproduce and sometimes amplify existing inequalities. So in education, predictive analytics can flag students at risk based on historical patterns, which then influences how students are labeled and treated. And then in workplace, performance algorithms can reinforce narrow definitions of productivity that disadvantage people who just work differently. So now we are compressing humans into data, and then we are making decisions about those humans because of that data. And the more complex of a person you are, the more likely it is that something important will get lost in that translation. From a cognitive perspective, this is absolutely absurd because human learning itself is not linear or easily observable. It includes so many different internal processes that don't always produce immediate visible outputs. Some of the most important moments in learning look like confusion or just going down the wrong path, but a system that relies on visibility, those moments don't read as learning, they read as failure. So they get corrected, and over time, people adapt to prioritize what is legible over what is meaningful. And this is where things start to blur between design and identity. See my episode on identity. Once you are consistently represented through simplified metrics, it becomes very easy to internalize those representations. A grade stops feeling like feedback and starts feeling like your personality. A performance review stops being situational and seems like a judgment on who you are. And all of these things quietly tell us who we are allowed to be in those systems. So when we talk about the data, we're talking about translations, and like any translation, you are going to lose things. The question is not whether systems should measure anything at all, because if we want systems, they will have to measure something. The question is what happens when that measurement becomes more real than the person being measured. Because once that happens, you're navigating a system that only knows a summary of a person. Which brings us to Chapter 3, Training the Brain to Fit the system. So by the time somebody has spent enough time in any system, it's no longer something that they're navigating. It becomes something that they internalize. While systems do measure behavior, they also begin to shape it gradually through patterned interactions. Decades of research in behavioral science demonstrate that behavior is shaped by contingencies. What is reinforced becomes more likely, and what is punished or extinguished becomes less so. But in modern institutional environments, these contingencies are rarely explicit. They are embedded in subtle social signs. This is what some people call the hidden curriculum, and it's a set of implicit lessons individuals learn about behavior and identity by just participating in an institution. In schools, the hidden curriculum teaches far more than the academic content. School teaches you how to wait, how to comply, how to prioritize, how to have goals, how to regulate yourself. And over time, these patterns become automatic. And from the perspective of predictive processing, suggesting that the brain is constantly generating and updating its predictions about the world, behavior is shaped by immediate feedback and learned expectations. And the brain becomes increasingly efficient at anticipating what is required in a given environment and adjusting its behavior in advance, and people begin to pre-correct themselves. Because at some point our brains can anticipate what is going to be rewarded and inhibit what might cause friction. In other words, they align themselves before misalignment even is visible, and this is not a conscious act in most cases. And then these things become learned predictions, which is incredibly efficient for the system because it comes at a cost. The more you rely on anticipatory self-regulation, the more cognitive effort you're allowing towards monitoring yourself versus engaging with any task itself. Sustained, effortful control, especially when it involves suppression of a natural response, draws heavily on limited cognitive resources and processing, and then makes you feel fatigued over time. And this is where masking comes into play. So masking refers to the process of modifying or suppressing natural behaviors in order to conform to expected norms. And while this is most often talked about in the neurodivergence context, the underlying mechanism, behavioral adaptation to reduce social or institutional friction, is far more widespread than just neurodiverse people. In many structured environments, masking becomes a baseline requirement. People learn to suppress confusion versus look at it. Maintain eye contact with people regardless of comfortability. Appear attentive even when completely disengaged, and regulate your emotional responses to align with our expectations. And we learn to do this constantly. This creates a situation where outward behavior appears stable and compliant, but internally, cognitive load is significantly elevated. The brain is processing a task, but also managing impression, regulation, and prediction simultaneously, and over time this has measurable consequences. Because research on cognitive load theory suggests that when our working memory is overloaded, learning and performance both suffer. So if a significant portion of that load is being allocated towards self-monitoring and just controlling your own behavior, less capacity remains for deeper cognitive processes like reasoning, problem solving, and integration. Three things that undoubtedly are useful in most systems. So oftentimes what looks like disengagement is often cognitive saturation. What looks like a lack of effort is often misallocated effort, and systems rarely account for that distinction. Instead, they interpret visible behavior at face value and just try to correct, which increases the regulatory demand that creates a feedback loop. And then you just, This is something that's aligned very closely with what sociologists describe as internalized regulation, where external expectations become self-imposed standards. And at this stage, Individuals are enforcing the systems on themselves. They monitor their own behavior to align with the expectations, even in the absence of external pressure. And this is where systems become most efficient, because control is no longer external. It lives inside the people moving through the system. So what we may interpret as professionalism may in some cases just be a reduction in behavioral range. So if you internalize the rules of the system, it begs the question, what is the toll of complying with all of the system's demands? Because what most of us think as normal is not normal or neutral at all. In fact, it is engineered. In Chapter 1, we looked at where that engineering came from. In Chapter 2, we saw what happens next. Once systems are standardized, they need a way to process the people inside them so they compress. And then in Chapter 3, we talked about how people internalize that system. So by the time we take a step back and ask, why do people behave this way? What we're looking at oftentimes is the result of design and not nature. And that brings us to a part that, in my opinion, does not get talked about enough. The cost. The cost. People behaving in this way, where they are self-policing their own behavior in order to conform to a system, requires every flavor of effort. Cognitive, emotional, physical, and just that slow, low burn of constant regulation. We've been taught to think about productivity as output, but we rarely account for the cognitive load just to appear productive within a system that relies on visibility. And this is where I want to bring us back to something that I think about constantly. Optics. There is a difference between doing your job and looking like you're doing your job. And in a lot of places, those two things are not completely aligned. If you haven't thought about this before, I'm really sorry, because it gets a little sad and it changes the way that you see everything, but stay with me. A good example for me is from working in schools. And at the end of the day, I want to leave. I'm not sure if it's the ADHD in me that always makes me feel like I'm in a rush when I'm in a transitional period, but the key is, I like to leave as soon as the day is done. Once class is over, I have no cognitive capacity to plan lessons or organize my classroom. Both of those things require meaningful thought, of which, at 3:50, I'm not capable of. And yet, there is this quiet expectation for teachers to not look done. And no matter what field you're in, I bet there are things that you do just to make sure that your presence reads as working. When I leave, when the actual workday is done, sometimes it feels like I'm breaking an unspoken rule about what effort is supposed to look like. So some of us start performing presence. And within that performance, we are actively becoming less productive. And when systems rely on visible proxies for effort, people start optimizing for perception instead of impact. Organizational research has shown that environments emphasizing visibility encourage performative productivity. And this is defined as behaviors that signal effort without necessarily improving outcomes. And once that becomes the norm, time and cognitive resources get diverted away from meaningful work and towards maintaining appearances. Are you kidding? From a cognitive perspective, this is so completely backwards. Every moment that you spend managing optics is a moment not spent on actual thinking, actual recovery, or actual learning. So we end up in this strange predicament where looking productive can reduce productivity. Looking engaged can replace engagement. And looking like a good worker becomes more important than being an effective worker. And listen, most people know this, they feel it, but what's happening behind the scenes is our brains are tracking what gets noticed. And then our brains adapt. And this is the cognitive toll of fitting in. It's about forcing your cognition in this way that is misaligned with how our brains actually function, and then spending additional energy disguising that misalignment. So our brains are doing a task and managing the performance of the task at the same time. It's regulation inception, and eventually something has to give. This is a design problem, not a human problem. Brains are built for curiosity, experimentation, and adaptive reasoning. When the system becomes the arbiter of value, it reshapes our behavior. Compliance cannot be the endpoint, but rather a byproduct of a system that is not a barrier to human potential. So the next time that you notice somebody struggling to fit in, don't ask, what's wrong with them? Ask, what's wrong with the system? Because the problem most often is not the human, it's the system that human is in. It's the ultimate design principle. Respect the cognitive architecture of the humans inside the system, or be prepared to watch the brilliance leak out through the cracks. That's my mic drop. That's my mic drop. That's so it. Thanks for watching. I hope you liked it. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I will see you in the next one real soon. Goodbye. Ow! How is that 50 minutes? Hello, you divas, dolls, and divergents. We have a bit of an ethical dilemma to talk about today. Institutions all around us are testing people on their cognitive performance inside environments that are actively undermining the biology required for that very performance. And then we call the result ability. And if that's happening, what looks like ability might actually just be the outcome of, oh, I don't know. Oh, it's on the tip of my tongue. Exhaustion. Our brains are not built like machines, even though they feel like it sometimes. It's not just a processor that you can endlessly keep putting input into on demand. Everything is metabolically expensive. Every act of attention, every act of self-control, every attempt to focus, all of these things cost something. And our brains get fatigued at the end of a long day, and also at the end of a very long week, or even your year. But cognitive fatigue goes farther than just being tired, because it's a biological condition. And a lot of it is manufactured by the systems that we move through every day. And within this process, fatigue oftentimes just becomes invisible. And like most things that are invisible, it becomes misinterpreted. People who are overloaded get reframed as enable, and a structural problem gets reallocated to the individual. In chapter 1, we're going to talk about the body and what the nervous system itself is actually going through, how authority and constant surveillance shape our physiology. Then in chapter 2, we are going to talk about time. Yes, that time. Not the Scarborough Fair, parsley, sage, rosemary in time. We're going to talk about time, capital T time, because the pacing of our world matters just as much as everything else. And we'll look at what happens when biological processing speed collides with institutional timing, and why being on time usually has more to do with compliance than understanding. Yikes, dude. Then in chapter 3, we're gonna switch to something that's even harder to see. We'll talk about the invisible people with invisible effort and invisible cognition, and why some people are just hard to read within a system that was never designed to see them. And then in the conclusion, we'll back out, as we usually do, and talk about how these things like fatigue, compliance, time pressure, invisibility, all of these things transform different learners into different people. And that's really the key. I have a main question that I'm attempting to answer throughout this episode. I keep having this experience while I'm thinking about this question. Like, I can be here deep in a flow state, see my episode on flow state, and then suddenly it all just drops off and I can't find my way back into the idea. Like, how do you hold a moonbeam in your hands? So if you hear this question and you glaze over, please just trust me, because my goal in this episode is at some point to have you holding that moonbeam in your hands, if only but for a moment. Here's my question. Is school about supporting who students are, or regulating how they act? Detox starts now. Am I even reading the right script? Yeah, I'm reading the right script. Chapter 1. the physiology of compliance. When we think about compliance, a lot of us think about it as a decision, but that framing assumes that behavior is purely cognitive because here's my brain, and that it lives in the mind separate from our bodies, but it doesn't. Our attention, our memory, our executive functioning skills are deeply influenced by psychological states like stress, fatigue or arousal, hunger, sleep, sensory input, even our posture. Did you notice I just fixed mine? Creates the conditions to shape our cognition in real time. So like in schools, when we're asking people to sit still for extended periods, maintain eye contact, even when it's uncomfortable, and regulate their emotional responses and just focus on a demand, we're asking their nervous systems to stabilize under very specific conditions. And not all nervous systems can do that equally, especially when authority is involved. Research on stress and cognition has demonstrated that perceived evaluation or authority can activate our stress response systems, altering our attention and our executive functioning skills. So when the brain detects even a mild social threat like being watched, or judged, or corrected, all of those things relate to authority. It doesn't even have to happen, but if your brain senses it as a possibility, it reallocates resources towards vigilance and self-protection rather than just exploring and trying to learn. So imagine you're trying to learn a new concept while part of your brain is screaming at you, am I doing this right? Are they looking at me? Am I going to be corrected? Who's judging me right now? Why are they laughing? All of those things are learning under evaluation. And as you can assume, that is not where learning can happen in its most effective form. And it can even come down to where a leader is looking, because the gaze of a leader can act as a regulatory force. Being watched increases our self-monitoring and alters our performance. So that creates a split where you're no longer just thinking about the task, you are thinking about how you look while doing the task. See my episode on systems where we talk about the paradox of optics. I don't know why I keep whispering to you like this is a secret. Brr. Shh. The TLDR for that episode is that self-monitoring consumes working memory and executive resources, both of which are limited. So the brain is now dividing its effort between doing the work and managing the perception of doing the work. Then our behaviors start to shift between better skills and better signaling, and that is not the same thing. And then we have to think about the physical environment itself. Most learning environments are not designed for cognitive variability. They are simply designed for visibility and efficiency. And when an environment is mismatched, attention becomes harder to sustain because of incompatibility between the environment and the individual. Then we restrict movement. Physical activity has been shown to enhance our cognitive functioning, particularly in areas like attention and control. So when you remove movement, most people are not becoming focused, even though it may look like it. In reality, they just lost another tool that can help them regulate themselves. This is what cognitive science would describe as executive control under restraint, and it is incredibly metabolically expensive. Every act of inhibition draws from a limited pool of resources, which means the more that somebody has to regulate their body, the less capacity they have to think deeply about anything else. And at what point does the demand for appropriate behavior begin to interfere with the very learning it is supposed to support? Now, arguably the most important part of this chapter, introception. Introception refers to the brain's ability to detect and interpret internal states like stress, fatigue, and emotional arousal, and it plays a key role in self-regulation and decision-making. Introception is an incredibly useful skill, even though most learning environments override all of the things that make that possible. And they override them consistently, like, you're tired? Stay focused. You're overwhelmed? Keep going. You're confused? Don't tell anybody. You're fine. And over time, people start to ignore the internal feedback that they get from themselves in favor of the feedback that they get from the external world. So people learn to hide their confusion, to force their attention, to suppress their movement, and to perform engagement. And over time, this repeated enforcement shapes our behavior, and eventually those patterns become automatic. So what starts as external regulation like rules and expectations, these things become internal regulation, meaning that we just do it to ourselves. We actually don't need those outside forces anymore. We've practiced it enough that we just automatically do it without thinking about it. So the lesson that people are learning during this process is ignore your body. What? What are people doing to themselves in order to survive what the external world is placing upon them? If compliance begins in the body and gets reinforced in the brain and eventually becomes identity, see my episode on identity, then we're building something much bigger than a simple compliant learning environment. And we're going to come back to that, but not yet, because now it's time for chapter 2, control with a capital C. So chapter 1 is about what environments do to our internal states and our body. And this chapter is about what structured learning environments do to time. Time, in most places, especially schools, is treated like a container that learning fits inside, where you move cleanly through the grades naturally. But it's not natural at all, actually. Time is structured, and anything structured can be used as a control system. Now, I know when most folks hear the word control, you are first thinking about malice, and I do as well. If I described my job as a teacher by saying that I spend business hours controlling a group of children, that sounds a little insane, but the reality is I do control them, not in a malicious way, but more in a scientific sense. Teaching, like everything else in the world, is filled with variables. And my job as a teacher is to control one variable at a time, see what the changes were, and then either implement that or scrap it and move on to the next one. It's a constant loop of the scientific method. Hypothesis, change one variable, conclusion. So it's not necessarily negative. If anything, this kind of control I imagine to be quite positive. Students love a teacher that is in control because it feels safe to be led by somebody who feels confident. While you're listening to this episode, I'm going to ask you to think of the word control in a very neutral way. It's not good, it's not bad, but absolutely every instance of human interaction and design exerts an amount of control on a number of variables. So what I'm trying to get at here is that we don't need to think ourselves into feeling bad about the clock. We're just here to acknowledge the amount of control that the clock has, especially when it's utilized by more of these more nefarious systems that we inherently think of when we hear the word control. So let's think about this as capital C control, foreign election interference, and lowercase c control, which is the concept of the clock. Two very different kinds of control, but control nonetheless. So now that we've made peace with the clock, let's talk about how much it conflicts with our brains. In time world, 60 minutes is 60 minutes. And, well, we love consistency. Human beings do not always work that way. Our cognitive time stretches, it loops, it stalls, depending on thousands of variables around us. Nothing arrives to us evenly. It arrives when our brain has metabolically stabilized a task. So when we assume that learning should take place over time in these neat little boxes, we are overriding our biology with structure. And in this model, students are not being measured by what they understand. They are measured by when they are supposed to understand, which means that timing becomes a proxy for ability. Sometimes I dream of a world where colonization never took place because the diversity in time organization would just be so cool. And the concept of a clock, it makes sense. It sounds logical, and for many of us, it works fine. But it assumes that every person should arrive at the same thing at the same time. And if they don't, she marches on. Like, I'm sorry, Timmy, I can't stop the passage of time because you don't know how to tie your shoes. You see what I mean about holding a moonbeam? I had it. Humor aside, Timmy learns a very important lesson in this moment, and it's a survival pattern. When the world moves on without me, I have to just continue without understanding. And this produces a level of surface compliance where you complete something without cognitively integrating it. So in other words, words, pacing reshapes what learning becomes, because time is not experienced equally, and it's not just about learning how to tie your shoes. The same lesson, the same road sign, the same email, the same text. None of these things land in the same time frame for each person receiving that stimulus. Everything surrounding a brain receiving a signal significantly affects our processing efficiency and time to comprehension variabilities, which means that for our brains, 60 minutes is not 60 minutes when it comes to cognitive space. But we can't really adjust it when we have a schedule to follow. So all of us just end up rushing to the finish line. And this is a problem because rushing becomes a baseline condition of most systems, especially educational ones. Lessons are designed to fit time blocks, transitions are scheduled regardless of whether they're appropriate or not, assessments are timed to standard progression points. So through all of these things and countless others, urgency just becomes normal. And what that teaches people is that rushing is how learning works because we are prioritizing compliance over inquiry. And this creates what is called the temporal performance bias, where speed is mistaken for competence. So the illusion is that it looks like learning is happening in real time, but often what is just being measured is compliance to pacing. I have a personal example of this illusion. When I first started working on my master's degree, I stopped teaching for the first 2 years to give myself a bit of a break and to deepen my studies as I began this degree, and I was able to spend most of my days reading and writing and talking to friends about the things that I was learning. I was rereading the overcomplicated sacred texts of John Dewey over and over to find new layers of meaning just because I found it interesting. That is inquiry. I was producing assignments and projects with an incredible amount of effort that had professors routinely saying to me, "David, this is amazing, but do you sleep?" And the answer is yes, I slept a lot, 12 hours a night, and I truly credit my success in those courses and my degree as a whole to the elimination of the time pressure I had in those first 2 years. Right now, in the last year of this degree, I went back into the classroom, and while I am still learning, it is not the same. We have to hit these deadlines, and at some point, I have to press the good enough button because this episode has to go out tomorrow. The worst part about living in this state of constant time pressure is that it produces emotional regulation while we are under constraints. So we learn to suppress our confusion and perform readiness to appear on pace. And this is the emotional adaptation to structured urgency. And research on stress and self-regulation shows that chronic time pressure reduces cognitive flexibility and increases reliance on performance-based coping strategies. Performance-based coping strategies is indeed going to be the title of my biography. Okay, to finish this chapter, when attention is no longer exploratory, the brain has adapted to time scarcity. So when urgency becomes constant, attention becomes directional, and what it's directed to is not understanding, it's finishing. Chapter 3, Invisible Students and Invisible Thinking. There are people in every learning environment who are thinking constantly and yet remain functionally invisible within that environment. They are processing internally, taking longer to stabilize ideas, or just choosing not to externalize until their thinking feels fully formed. And none of these things are deficits in their cognition, but in a system that prioritizes output that is visible, they read as absent-minded. So invisibility is not about students disappearing, it's about a mismatch between how thinking is happening and how thinking is expected to appear. And in these environments, participation becomes one of the main mechanisms through which visibility is tracked, and we tend to treat it as a proxy for engagement. Participation is data. It tells the system who is responding and who is performing alignment with the expectations. Once participation becomes something that is tracked or evaluated, it starts to function a lot less like an opportunity and more like a monitoring tool. And not necessarily in an oppressive way either, but in a normalized way where students students become aware that being seen thinking often matters just as much, if not more, than thinking itself. The problem is that engagement metrics reinforce the illusion, because when we track things like participation, completion, attentiveness, responsiveness, all of these things begin to stand in for actual thinking and cognition. So just because you are engaged does not mean that you are learning. Assessing engagement and thinking that you are assessing learning, that is just a surface level approximation. It is not the same thing. Observable engagement does not always correlate with depth of understanding, especially for students whose cognitive processes are less externally expressive. So what we end up with is a system that is very good at measuring what it can see and not particularly good at noticing what it cannot. And what the system can't see often comes at a cost to the student, because when your actual thinking is not being recognized and your visible behavior is the only thing that's being evaluated, you start to question your own internal processes. If you are thinking deeply and not being validated for it, it becomes very easy to assume that your way of thinking is wrong or not good enough. And that doubt does not come from your ability, it comes from the misalignment between cognition and recognition. There's also a huge part of learning that doesn't get captured by observation at all. Slow thinking, internal dialogue, mental simulation, emotional processing, these are all essential parts of learning, but they leave very little visible trace. So systems that rely on observation inherently miss these forms of cognition because they are not easily measurable. So we end up labeling people as hard to teach, when in many cases they are just hard to recognize within the constraints of the system. Their way of thinking doesn't cleanly map onto the signals that you recognize. So the issue is framed as a problem with the student rather than a limitation of the environment. There is a massive amount of cognitive labor that is happening in every learning environment that is completely invisible. People are managing visibility, regulating their own behavior, monitoring themselves, translating their thinking into acceptable forms that people will understand, and navigating so many systems that weren't necessarily designed to see them fully. That labor is real, and that labor is also unevenly distributed, which is its own problem. But we're gonna wrap up this chapter because this brings us to the hidden curriculum of legibility, because what students learn in schools is to present their thinking in ways that will be recognized or validated and rewarded, and anything that cannot be made legible starts to disappear, not because it's gone, but because it was never seen in the first place. It's giving very, if a tree falls in the woods and nobody's around to hear, yeah, okay. Conclusion. Schools are identity factories. And if you don't agree, kick rocks. There's a tendency to think that schools are a place where identity just naturally develops, like students arrive as themselves and learning just builds on top of that. But identity is being constructed through repeated interactions with a system that is constantly signaling what is valued and what is visible and what is acceptable. And this is where the internalized teacher voice starts to form in most people, the voice that evaluates, corrects, anticipates, and edits responses before they even leave your mouth. The voices that say, that's not good enough, or you should already know this, or don't say that, that sounds wrong. And eventually that voice no longer needs a teacher present because it has been rehearsed enough to operate independently. So identity formation is not separate from what you are learning, it is a direct outcome of that learning. Every system is constantly answering the question of what a good participant looks like, and then reinforcing that answer through feedback, pacing, recognition, structure, anything. And when systems prioritize behavior-based language, that becomes narrower, more observable, more controllable, and easier to enforce at scale. So being a good participant or a good student is about performing a version of yourself that aligns with somebody else's behavioral expectations, ones that can be easily seen or measured or corrected. And we see the shift happening explicitly in policy, like in Alberta's Bill 25, an act to remove ideology and politics from schools. And Listen, man. So the United Conservative Party of Alberta has proposed an amendment, or edits rather, to the Education Act. And currently, in the Education Act, there is a phrase that repeats itself so many times, probably 20 throughout the entire document. And it all has to do with creating an environment where students feel welcoming, caring, safe, and respectful. Those are the four main themes that come out of the Education Act. But the United Conservative Party is attempting to replace some of the language. So currently the Education Act answers the question, what is school for, with this answer: welcoming, caring, respectful learning environments that respect diversity and nurture a sense of belonging and a positive sense of self. But the proposed edit of this very phrase in the Education Act by the UCP is to change it to safe and caring environments that foster respectful and responsible behavior. Surface level sounds fine, really. Like those things can be interchanged and still essentially have the same meaning, but they are not equivalent at all. The way that our Education Act is currently framed is that school is oriented around the internal experience of belonging and identity and psychological inclusion. But the proposed edit is about external regulation. It's all about behavior and responsibility and conduct. And this distinction is quite large, especially when you place it inside of what we already know about these time-structured systems. Educational psychology consistently shows that a sense of belonging is not optional in learning environments. It is directly tied to academic performance. So when policy language removes belonging as an explicit priority, that's not neutral. It is removing a condition that supports the act of learning itself. And at the same time, behavior-focused frameworks tend to rely on things that can be evaluated quickly and consistently across large groups, and that aligns very cleanly with time-pressured systems, because you can assess behavior on schedule, while internal states like identity and safety or belonging, these things require time to understand, and they can't be measured with nearly the same amount of immediacy. This is where our connection to time becomes critical in a system already structured around fixed pacing, deadlines, and constant transitions. Shifting the focus from identity to behavior effectively lowers the system's need to account for cognitive variability. If a student is struggling internally, that takes time to recognize by the system and even more time to respond to. But if the standard is just behavior, hey, the system doesn't need that time. It only needs visible compliance in the moment, and then we just keep kicking the can down the road. And then I wonder what gets deprioritized when safety is defined primarily in terms of behavior rather than in terms of feeling like you belong, because that's not the same condition at all. A classroom can be completely quiet and still be psychologically unsafe. A student can be complying with your orders but still be overwhelmed and not learning. A system can look orderly but still be excluding people at the level of identity. So once identity-based language is taken out of policies like the Education Act, accountability for those internal states like identity and safety become harder to maintain, because systems can only be held responsible for what is explicitly named and thereby measured. So when Alberta Bill 25 attempts to shift the language in the Education Act in this way, it is narrowing the definition of what schools are responsible for producing. It moves from supporting who students are to how students act. And when that shift is combined with time pressure as a structural condition, the result is a system that is optimized for speed and not anything else. Understanding? Who cares? Identity development? Do that at church? I'm getting spicy. At a system level, this is not accidental. It is a byproduct of designing for stability and scalability. What gets easier to manage is more defined as normal, and anything outside starts to look like a problem to be corrected accepted rather than a difference to be acknowledged. Policy language reflects this trade-off because it has to scale across entire systems, and behavior is far easily to standardize than identity, which makes its removal from the language structurally convenient. So what ends up happening in learning environments that are optimized for regulating how people act versus who people are, the result is a not so subtle standardization of selfhood. Students are learning how to shape themselves into something that fits, and then when classrooms resemble what has been described as a panoptic environment, which is just where the possibility of being observed at any moment leads people to regulate themselves even when no one is actually watching. But we kind of talked about that before. So when we ask ourselves, what is happening in schools, we can't just ask what is being taught. We have to ask what those schools are producing. The outcome of schools is not simply educated people. The outcome of schooling is for students to be able to see themselves within their world. And when the language of the system makes this shift from identity to behavior, we are watching a broader redefinition of what schooling is actually for. And at that point, it begs the ethical question: what kinds of people is our system creating? And are those outcomes intentional, acceptable, or even fully understood at this point? Because if the cost of fitting into the system is the suppression of how you naturally think, then what we are calling success might be something different entirely. It might just be the cognitive toll of compliance. See how I did that? That's showbiz, baby! Thanks so much for getting to the end and watching. I hope you liked it. Let me know what you think in the comments, and I will see you in the next one real soon. Goodbye. Weirdos. Hello, welcome to Great Clips. Hi, my name's David, and I have a confession to make. Until my early 20s, I thought I was bad at school. I was keeping up with assignments, I was getting things done, and from the outside it looked like everything was working. But internally, I was constantly exhausted. No matter how much I slept, how organized I tried to be, and boy did I try to be organized, and no matter how hard I pushed myself to try and stay on top of things, it never actually felt sustainable. And for a very, very long time, I thought that was just the cost of doing well. I remember this one experience so vividly in grade 10 language arts. We were reading The Lovely Bones, which, for the record, was the first chapter book I ever read from start to finish. Grade 10. I would spend hours on the assignments after reading the book where we had to analyze each chapter, and I put in what felt like a ridiculous amount of effort to produce something that was halfway decent because I just kept getting 50s, 60s, sometimes 70s. Those were special days. And I remember being so frustrated with it because it truly did not make sense to me. I was doing everything that I was told to be doing, and right there in grade 10, I started to internalize something. Everything I do is just slightly off the mark. And this idea about myself started to permeate the rest of my life. It fundamentally became how I understood myself as a person. Then, one day, in spring, I forgot to do an assignment. So before I went to bed the night before that analysis was due, I did it in a span of about 10 minutes. I didn't overthink, I just got it done, and I got 100%. No, like literally what? How is this garbage 100%? And the other things that I put in so much effort were just above passing. So obviously, I tried to replicate it. I thought, okay, maybe I've been doing this wrong the whole time. Maybe less effort is the key. It was not the key. I couldn't do it. Every time I went back to trying, I was right back in that same cycle of overworking and underperforming. Now looking back, this experience didn't tell me anything about my ability, but it did tell me everything about how I was interpreting myself. Because what I didn't understand at the time is that my brain wasn't operating under neutral conditions. It was operating under a level of elevated allostatic load. Allostatic load is a cumulative wear and tear on your body and brain that comes from repeated or chronic stress. It's what happens when your system is constantly trying to stay regulated in environments that are asking more of us than we are able to give. I think a lot of us miss the fact that you don't have to be in a big visible crisis for your allostatic load to be elevated. You just have to be in a system that consistently misaligns with your needs. Because everybody's different. For some, school is school. It's fine. It works. And for some people, school is hell on wheels. Hell on wheels. I'm sorry. So when we look at things like difficulty focusing, inconsistent performance, mental fatigue, emotional shutdown, or even overachievement, we tend to interpret these things as indicators of ability, but what if they are not? Once stress becomes chronic, you become iconic. No, just kidding. The brain learns to reallocate. Resources that would normally go towards things like memory and attention and higher order thinking start getting redirected towards regulation and threat management. And all of this is happening before you even get into the actual task that is in front of you. So the main question that we're going to explore in this episode, what is a person's brain managing before learning even begins? If we are evaluating people without accounting for the conditions that their brains are operating under, then we are not measuring learning, we are just measuring survival or adaptation. We are measuring performance as a reflection of skill when it is really just our capacity when our brains are under pressure. So in chapter 1, we're going to get into how the brain's threat detection system works and what happens when our brains are met with innumerable amounts of sensory input. In chapter 2, we're going to talk about why what we call resilience is often just the brain adapting to repeated stress in ways that are functional, but not without consequence. Then in chapter 3, we're going to talk about what happens when experiences like this shape how you see yourself. And then in the conclusion, we'll take a look at the patterns that emerge in environments where students are being measured and how those measurements are actively shaping them. Because like what happened in my grade 10 English class, these measurements enforce patterns very quickly, and they often follow us until we learn to outgrow them. It actually doesn't matter what happened in those classrooms. At this point, I do not need to try and analyze my 15-year-old self struggling to do a book report, and in fact, I don't want to. What I need to investigate is what that experience turned into over time, and how much of it I'm still carrying without even realizing it. Most folks learn something very specific about themselves early in their lives that may not have ever been true, but then, like a self-fulfilling prophecy, we make it true. Let's get into it. Detox starts now. Baby shark do 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 do. Chapter 1, Threat Detection in Marginalized Brains. So we need to start this off by talking about what our brains are actually doing when we walk into a room. There are thousands of pieces of sensory information that flood our amygdala when we are in any environment, and our amygdala is very busy rapidly trying to evaluate whether there are threats around us or not, and then they bias our attention and cognitive resources according to that calculation. And then our salience networks are helping us determine what information is prioritized and what things are safe to ignore. And this assessment of all the information around us is called threat detection. And when it comes back positive, meaning that there is a threat, the brain reorganizes how information is processed in the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, oftentimes becoming less effective at integrating new information in a stable, long-term way. So when the brain detects a threat, our experiences get encoded as fragmented or emotionally charged or hard to retrieve information. And for most of us, it just feels like you can't focus. You're tired without an obvious reason. You're overthinking. Or, my personal favorite, you're trying to listen, but you're also tracking 10 other variables at the same time, so it feels like you're not even there. So when somebody says, hey, just pay attention, what they're really saying is stop doing the thing your brain thinks is necessary to keep you alive. And this is brutal because every single person uses a variable amount of their cognitive resources just to feel okay enough to participate in something. And the thing is, we often aren't even aware how much effort we are allocating to threat detection until that amount of effort changes for one reason or another. For me personally, I didn't realize how much my brain was constantly scanning for threats because threat detection operates in somewhat of a kind of dream state where nothing feels out of place until your perspective changes through waking up, or in my example, taking an SSRI. The main point here is that the variances in the activation of threat response systems over time changes the function of the brain, and experiences like discrimination and social marginalization have been linked to increased activation of these very threat detection systems. We also see this research in what is called the stereotype threat, when people are aware that they might be judged through a negative stereotype about their identity. So when this happens, their threat response systems activate and working memory performance decreases in many measurable ways. So even the possibility of being misjudged can trigger the same kind of cognitive reallocation that I've been talking about in this chapter. And it doesn't even require anybody to say anything out loud. The environment itself is enough. Chapter 2, Resilience as Neurobiology. So what happens when the process of threat detection becomes consistent? Because the brain is not designed to respond to the same thing over and over in the same way. Our brains are designed to adapt. So repeated activation of these threat response systems leads to a higher level of allostatic load, where the brain and body begin to reallocate their baseline functioning in response to this chronic demand. And over time, this shifts how stress is experienced, how quickly that response system activates, and how efficiently it is regulated. So in other words, when a brain starts to realize that there's a pattern, that pattern becomes the condition under which the brain expects to operate. And a lot of us tend to call this resilience because from the outside, it looks like an increased capacity, but biologically, resilience is not a neural upgrade. It's a redistribution of resources. Neural systems that are involved in vigilance and emotional regulation and behavioral control become more efficient through repeated use, while systems associated with flexible thinking and exploratory learning become more constrained under this pressure. So what we are observing is not simply somebody who's doing well, we are observing a brain that has learned how to function under a very specific set of circumstances. And this is where things start to look a little bit inconsistent on the outside, because performance becomes very context dependent. So a brain that has adapted to high pressure environments may function extremely well under those conditions. And those conditions can be anything as long as they are defined. As long as the structure matches the adaptation, you're good to go. But if you place a brain inside of a system that isn't aligned with what it has come to expect, our performance drops because the conditions of the environment no longer align with the adaptation of the brain within that environment. And if you are chronically in an environment that doesn't align with the adaptation of your brain, you will have a prolonged activation of those threat response systems, and they shift our attention towards more goal-directed, outcome-focused processing rather than exploring things or integrative thinking. So our brains are still working. They're working harder. In fact, they're just working towards a different goal. And again, a lot of us treat this like it's resilience, the ability to adjust and to meet the demands of a new environment. But the part that gets left out of the conversation of resilience is that it is built through exposure. It requires repeated contact with the very conditions to necessitate the adaptation of the brain. The same way that threat detection is not equally activated, resilience is not evenly required. And for folks who are experiencing marginalization, the conditions that produce resilience are a lot more consistent, so the adaptations become more difficult to disengage from. This creates kind of a double bind because the same systems that allow somebody to function under pressure can also limit how they function outside of it. If your baseline arousal remains elevated, recovery takes longer and the brain becomes more efficient at processing immediate outcomes over long-term integration. So you end up with people who can perform at a high level, but often at a cost that is invisible within the performance itself. And then you get things like burnout, that burning feeling inside where you know you are capable of more, but you're not able to consistently access it. And from the outside, it reads as underperformance, but from the inside, it often feels like overextension. And this is where, and again, we're going to go back to resilience because this is what drives me crazy, because systems tend to reward resilience. They reward the ability to meet expectations under pressure, to maintain your output, and to adapt to a structure without trying to disrupt it. But what those systems are often rewarding is not optimal functioning. In fact, not even close. We are rewarding the ability to endure, to operate in the conditions that may not actually support our long-term learning or cognitive sustainability. Especially for marginalized people, this becomes normalized to the point where the adaptation itself just becomes invisible. It just looks like who you are. So to end this chapter, resilience is not the absence of struggle. It is the reorganization of the brain around that struggle. And if we are evaluating people based on how well they perform under these conditions, without accounting for how those conditions shaped the performance in the first place, then once again, we are not measuring resilience, we are measuring adaptation. Chapter 3. Identity under stress. So now we're going to take it one step further and talk about what happens when all of these patterns start to inform how you understand yourself. Because at some point, this stops being about stress and starts becoming about identity. See my episode on identity. Because when repeated experiences begin to solidify into expectations about who you are and what you are capable of and how you function within a system, it becomes harder and harder to separate the stress you are experiencing and how you think about yourself. Our brains are constantly using past experiences to predict what is going to happen in the future. And this is a fundamental principle of cognitive processing. We aren't just reacting to things in the present, we are interpreting it through patterns we have already learned. So when certain outcomes repeat, like difficulty focusing under pressure, inconsistent performance, stronger results in some conditions, and weaker in others, the brain starts to treat those patterns as stable traits rather than context-dependent responses. Because if your experience of learning has been shaped by stress, or time pressure, or misalignment with your environment, then your performance has likely been wildly variable. Sometimes you can access your own thinking clearly, and sometimes you can't. And without an understanding of the conditions driving that variability, it becomes very easy to interpret that inconsistency as a flaw within yourself. Which is how you end up with internal narratives like, I'm just bad at this, I'm not good at school, I'm inconsistent, or my personal favorite, I could do better if I just tried harder, which is deeply offensive when you think about it for more than 2 seconds. This is where identity formation and stress really start to become inseparable, because identity is not built in isolation from our experiences. It is constructed through repeated interaction with feedback, experiences, and recognition. And in systems where performance is evaluated without context, the feedback you receive about your work, and in turn your identity, starts to vary as well. So we start to think of ourselves as inconsistent versus my environment affects my performance. What a lovely sentence that is. My environment affects my performance. what is this, therapy? We also see this echoed in research on attribution. And this is where people try to make sense of their experiences of success and failure by assigning causes, either from within or externally. And in environments that emphasize individual responsibility without accounting for the structural conditions, people are more likely to internalize their failure as a reflection of their ability versus the context. So if you are consistently operating with a higher cognitive or allostatic load due to stress and or marginalization, and that load is not recognized, then the outcomes it produces become attributed to you. And your difficulty focusing is now a lack of discipline. Your caution becomes disengagement, and eventually all of these interpretations start to feel true. And the more marginalized you are, the more intense this process becomes, because the patterns are just that much more consistent. If you are more likely to be misunderstood, corrected, or evaluated through a smaller and more narrow lens, then the feedback loop you receive from the world around you becomes smaller and smaller. And if those same types of outcomes repeat themselves and the same interpretations follow, then those internalized interpretations about ourselves solidify more and more and more. Research shows that repeated exposure to negative evaluation or stereotype-based explanations can shape our self-concept over time, influencing not only our performance but also the way that we see ourselves. So now, identity is not just being informed by experience, it is being constrained by experience. And the range of ways that you can come to understand yourself starts to narrow based on what has been repeatedly enforced. And this is where this whole thing just becomes a snake eating its own tail, because once our brains start expecting inconsistency or difficulty or failure under certain situations, our brains start to anticipate those outcomes, which means that our threat detection activates earlier and our stress responses kick in faster, and the very patterns that shaped the identity in the first place become more likely to occur again. And it's not that that sense of identity is inaccurate, it's that it was built on conditions that were never neutral. And now it's feeding back into those same conditions, which respectfully is a fucking nightmare. I can say that because I've experienced that one firsthand. So when we talk about identity under high loads of stress, we're talking about how patterns of adaptation become patterns of expectation, and how those expectations shape our future performance. Our brains are just trying to be efficient. Our brains think that they're helping us. It is using what it knows to predict what it thinks is going to happen. But if what the brain knows was acquired while the brain was under constraint, then what it predicts will carry that constraint forward. We are dealing with a learned version of the self that was built in response to conditions that may not have ever been supportive to begin with. So, conclusion, what are the long-term consequences? Because if we zoom all the way back out, the thing that we have been talking the most about in this episode is not stress or resilience or not really even identity, it's patterns. The brain detects a threat, adapts to the repeated exposure of that threat, and then uses those adaptations to construct an understanding of ourself. And that sequence does not reset when the environment changes. Our brain carries it forward, which means that the conditions that we are able to learn in, they don't stay constrained to only those environments. They follow us around. The way that we allocate our own attention, the way that we respond to pressure, the way that we interpret our own performance, these patterns continue because the brain has learned that they are necessary. Even when they're no longer required, they still feel relevant, and repeated activation of these responses can lead to lasting changes in how the brain functions and processes information and regulates itself over time. It affects everything. So the goal here is not learning how to survive under multiple conditions. The goal becomes how to unlearn those same predictions that are becoming the self-fulfilling prophecy as we move through different learning environments. This is where the idea of productive failure comes in and sometimes gets a little bit misused. It specifically refers to situations where struggling with a problem actually leads to a deeper understanding later, but only when there is time, support, and space to do it. So if failure is happening under time pressure and constant evaluation and high stress, see my episode on systems, that's not productive failure, that is just failure. And in environments like this, what is being reinforced is not learning, it's adaptation under pressure. The brain is not integrating a mistake, it's learning how to avoid the situation that produced that mistake. And that outcome is very different. So when we look at people's performance over time, we have to ask a different question. Not what can this person do, but under what conditions does this person have access to what they can do? Because if our access to our skills are inconsistent, then our abilities will appear to be inconsistent. And if we evaluate ability without accounting for access, then we are going to misinterpret the outcome every single time. And this becomes even more important when we talk about marginalization, because the conditions that shape these patterns are not evenly distributed. Some individuals are more likely to experience chronic stress, increased evaluation, or misalignment with their environment, which means that the adaptations that we've been talking about in this episode are far more likely to become ingrained. And when we start to interpret those adaptations as our identity, the cycle becomes near impossible to interrupt. It's not impossible, but it's definitely not something that resolves itself without an abundance of awareness and time. So really the long-term consequences here are not really academic in full. It's about how people come to understand themselves as learners and thinkers and participants in a system. If you have spent years operating under conditions that required constant regulation, adaptation, and self-monitoring, then that becomes your reference point. That becomes what learning feels like to you. And anything outside of that can feel unfamiliar or even unsafe, which is wild because the absence of pressure should feel like a relief. But sometimes it just feels like you've lost the very thing that's holding everything together. So when we ask whether systems are supporting people or evaluating people, we have to consider what those systems are actually producing over time. And it's not just about the outcomes, it's about the journey. It's about the patterns. If the cost of functioning within a system is the internalization of constraints that were never about our abilities in the first place, then what we are calling success within these systems deserves a second look. I'm going to leave you with this. The marginalized brain, the stressed brain, the resilient brain, none of those brains are deficient. They are adapted. The real question becomes, adapted to what? There's a version of teaching that feels very safe. You plan a lesson, you deliver a lesson, and you move through it predictably. All of your students follow along, they stay on track, and by the end of the period, you can point to what was covered and say, that worked. And to be clear, sometimes it does work, but that version of teaching depends on a very specific assumption. And that assumption is that learning is something that we can control. That if we organize information clearly enough and manage our time effectively, we can control learning. Let's say you're mid-lesson and everything is going according to plan, and then suddenly somebody drops a pencil box, sending dozens of tiny little items across the classroom floor underneath everybody's feet. Or conversely, you're halfway through explaining a new concept that isn't reaching the students in the way that you want it to, and somebody asks a question that, while it's technically related, it's not where you were going, and then you lose control of the room because other people start contributing in response to that original question, and the conversation keeps moving farther and farther away from what you intended it to, and you can feel the lesson slipping from your fingers. And in your head, you're thinking to yourself, okay, cute, love this, but we have somewhere to be. How many days until until the provincial achievement tests. The problem with all of these assumptions is that learning is not a linear process. It is emergent. It doesn't come from what is presented, it comes from how ideas interact and how people interpret them and how prior knowledge collides with this brand new information. And this is how meaning gets constructed in real time. Which means that when things start to go off track, those actually might be the moments where something real is happening. And that can be uncomfortable because that means that the most important parts of learning are also the least controllable. So most of us in these moments pull it back. We say something like, let's stay focused. We'll come back to that later. Please everybody, don't stand up and help him pick up his pencils. One helper is fine. And sometimes that is the right call, but sometimes you shut down the most meaningful part of the entire lesson. Because most often what's happening in those tangential moments is not a distraction. It was very possibly a connection. It was people actively trying to make sense of new information in real time, and if it doesn't fit the structure, most of us cut it out. And the tension between the decision of whether to embrace something or to cut something out, that's what this episode is about. Today we are talking about tangents, not just as interruptions, but as opportunities. Because the question we need to ask ourselves as teachers is not, are we teaching a lesson, but rather, are we responding to learning as it is happening? Let's get into it. Detox starts now. Chapter 1, the co-construction of knowledge. So if we are going to take emergence seriously, we have to shift the way that we are thinking about teaching. Because right now, the dominant mode of delivery is the park and bark. You park at your desk, you bark at the students, I have knowledge, I present it, you receive it. Efficiency. But this model misses the fact that when you are teaching, we are interrupting systems that are already in motion. Learning science consistently shows that knowledge is constructed and not received, and that learning is built through interaction with new information and prior knowledge, and it is shaped by context, language, and social exchange, which means that no two people are learning the same thing at the same time, even if they're sitting right beside each other. Even right now, as I'm explaining this to you, what you are understanding is not what I am saying. Your brain is building on what it already knows, which is messy because when there's multiple people involved, that process becomes co-construction. It emerges through dialogue, through interpretation and clarification, through those moments where somebody says something slightly off and somebody else builds on it. And suddenly the idea starts to take shape in ways that weren't planned. And those off-track moments are direct evidence that learning is happening. A tangent is a visible trace of cognition happening in real time, and these responses are not random, even though sometimes they seem very random. They are evidence of how that student is organizing information in their minds in real time. So when students generate connections that seem unusual or off track, what we are seeing is the activation of their prior knowledge integrating with their new input. And these first iterations of thought are often incomplete because our brains are considering all of our prior knowledge, language, experience, partial understanding, and all of those different sources of information get pulled into this equation of trying to integrate new information. So it might feel like the idea presented by a student is not fully formed, and it might not even be accurate yet, but it is structured. It is going somewhere. And when you shut that down too quickly, what we are actually interrupting is the mechanism through which understanding was about to develop. And to be clear, structure does matter. We can't let every lesson dissolve into chaos because somebody had a thought about their hamster named Simon. But if we treat every deviation as something to correct, we're also limiting the same conditions under which deeper learning can come out. The problem is that emergent thinking is not very efficient, and it often produces those ideas that are half-baked before they become useful. So from a classroom management perspective, this feels very risky because it feels like you're losing control of your classroom or your lesson, but from a cognitive perspective, that weird connection is often the closest we get to watching learning really happen. To end this chapter, I want you to consider the question: how much of what we call good teaching is actually just good control? And if control is the goal, we are making a very specific trade-off. We are choosing structure over emergence, and I don't think that we talk about that trade-off enough. What might happen if we loosen our grip on that control? Just a little bit. Chapter 2, Feedback Loops in Action. So Chapter 1 is about those moments where thinking starts to emerge, and now we're going to talk about what happens immediately thereafter. What actually drives the emergence over time? Because when ideas appear not completely formed, they stabilize through feedback from individuals and from systems. Every time somebody shares an idea or decides to not share an idea, that action is shaped by what has happened before and what they expect will happen next. And learning at its core is this continuous, often subconscious adjustment based off of the response from the individuals and the systems around them. And this is what we call a feedback loop. Output is generated, the environment responds, and then that response forms the next output. And over time, these patterns begin to stabilize, where certain types of thinking get reinforced and others get suppressed. So what we end up with is not just learning, but a filtered version of learning, which elevates classrooms from places where learning simply happens to systems that are actively shaping how learning happens. Now let's get back to the tangents. When somebody shares an idea as a response to connect with new information, that moment does not exist on its own because it gets responded to, and that response matters a lot more than we think. You've probably seen this play out in real time. Somebody shares something that is almost there, not quite accurate, but clearly doing something, and you have a decision to make. Do you correct it? Do you redirect it? Do you let it sit for a second and just see what happens? Most of the time, as teachers, we move quickly. We have deadlines. We're uncomfortable with the silence. But from the student's perspective, this moment is very potent data. It answers a question that human beings are constantly asking: what kind of thinking is allowed here? Research on feedback shows that it is one of the most powerful influences on student outcomes because it changes how students engage, what they pay attention to, and how willing they are to take risks. So when certain kinds of thinking are being constantly redirected, students adapt, and over time that adaptation compresses the range of thinking that we actually see in the classroom. Because students start offering ideas that are safer and closer to what they think is expected, more aligned to the structure of your lesson, and from the outside, this can look like an improvement, but what we're actually seeing is a narrowing because the system becomes more efficient, but less generative. The class will feel smoother because you have less interruptions, but it will also feel quieter in a very specific way because what's missing is the entire process. We're not seeing thinking in action anymore. We're just seeing the outcomes. So if a student shares something slightly off and it gets shut down quickly, the lesson that they pull from that is not that answer was incorrect. It's don't say that kind of thing again. It's another trade-off of accuracy now or understanding later, control now or emergence over time. And there's also a well-documented effect on feedback, especially when it is immediate and evaluative, can shift attention away from the task and towards performance itself, and that reduces the depth of thinking. So instead of engaging with ideas, students engage with how that idea might be judged. Ultimately, learning is about what we reinforce through feedback, and feedback is a delicate balancing act because every response we give is shaping the next attempt, and eventually it shapes whether there is an attempt at all. Chapter 3, Balancing Structure and freedom. So at this point, we need to get into the practicality of it all, because it's one thing to say that learning is emergent, but it is completely another thing to actually run a classroom where 30 people are doing 30 different things at once, and you're still somehow responsible for getting through the curriculum. So let's be clear about something. Structure is not the problem. Structure is what makes learning possible in the first place. It reduces uncertainty, it organizes our attention, it creates shared reference points that ideas can actually interact with. So without some level of structure, nothing stabilizes, and then you don't get any emergence, you just get noise. The key here is the difference between structure that supports thinking and structure that replaces thinking, because when that structure gets too tight, it starts doing the cognitive work for students. It tells them what matters, when it matters, and when to move on, which means that fewer decisions are being made by the learner. And learning is fundamentally a process of making sense of something, not just remembering it. And learning also depends on how that information is processed. When too much structure is imposed, especially in the form of step-by-step directions or tightly controlled pacing, it can reduce the need for learners to actively organize and integrate new information themselves. And sometimes this feels helpful, but it also means that the part of the brain that's responsible for building understanding is doing less work. So again, this whole episode is about tension. If you have too little structure, thinking doesn't cohere. Too much structure, and thinking doesn't happen. But the thing is, most classrooms do not sit in the middle of this continuum of too much structure and too little structure. Most classrooms lead hard into the control side, because control is easily measurable. It keeps things moving, but emergence does not care about your pacing. It shows up when it shows up, and it rarely aligns with the exact moment that you need it. Those moments where something starts happening, and the room shifts, and ideas start bouncing off of one another, and the energy changes, all of those moments are decision points. Do you shut it down, or do you redirect it just enough to keep connected without shutting it down? That's the work right there. It's not eliminating the tangents, it's not fully surrendering to them, but learning how to read them in real time. And reading them is not done with a formula, it's a judgment call every single time. It is a form of expertise to know when to hold on to structure and when to loosen it, and how to shift in response to what students are doing without losing the coherence of a lesson. And the only way to develop this skill is to make mistakes in such a way to show you what you do not want to happen in your lessons. And do not get it twisted. What you are managing in those moments is not behavior, it's complexity. Too much complexity and the students will disengage because nothing makes sense. Too little complexity and students disengage because nothing is happening, it's boring. So you're constantly adjusting the level of challenge, the level of openness, the level of constraint, trying to keep the system in a place where thinking can actually occur. And this is why it feels very difficult to get it right, because there are no fixed points. The balance between structure and freedom is not something you achieve once and just maintain. It's something that you have to recalibrate continuously based off of the people that are in front of you, the moment that you're in, and the direction the thinking is starting to move in. So to truly support emergent learning, we have to ask ourselves, how do we build enough structure to support thinking without taking over the thinking itself? And the only way to answer that question is to stay in it, to watch closely, to respond carefully, and to accept the fact that the most important parts of teaching are the ones that you cannot fully plan for. Conclusion: improvisation as a pedagogical tool. So if we pull all of this together, what we've really been talking about here is responsiveness. Because if learning is emergent and it is shaped through interaction, feedback, and interpretation in real time, then teaching is not really about delivery. Please, no more park and barks. Teaching has to be adaptive. It has to be able to move with thinking as it develops, not in spite of it, but because of it. This is where nurturing emergent moments starts to look a little bit less like execution and a lot more like improv. And I mean improv as in working within a structure while staying responsive enough to what is actually happening. There still is a plan. There still are goals. There still are constraints, but the path between those 2 points is not fixed, and it will shift based off of the interaction between people, ideas, and the context, which is uncomfortable because it means giving up a certain kind of control, the kind where you know exactly how your lesson is going to unfold. The problem is that learning is not stable. It's dynamic, it's not linear, and it moves in ways that don't always make sense with the moment and only become clear in hindsight. So, when we treat unpredictability as something to eliminate, we can't excuse that as managing behavior anymore. We are managing thinking, and unpredictability is a part of that process because they are the moments where thinking starts to organize itself in response to that new information. The key is to recognize when something is happening, to give it just enough space to develop, and to guide it back into something coherent without shutting it down. That's the balance. It's not structure or freedom, it's structure and freedom in constant negotiation. So the next time that a lesson goes off track for you, the question is not how to get it back, it's whether it was on track to begin with. Because if learning is emergent, then maybe the track was never the point. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Goodbye.
Just say it's all been a pack of lies.
It's all been a pack of lies. That sounded really good.
With the publication of this podcast episode, I will have fulfilled my requirements to graduate with a Master's of Education in Teaching, Learning, and Neuroscience. But I don't think that means what it's supposed to mean, because learning doesn't look like what we measure, and what we measure isn't always learning. We just confuse the two because it's easier to manage that way. And the longer that I've been inside the institution of post-secondary education, the more I've started to notice that most of it does not depend on learning happening in the way that I have described learning in this series. In fact, it depends on things looking like learning, and I have done everything right in this structure. I showed up, I've exceeded expectations, and yet I still feel like this version of myself that is doing this thinking is never quite fully allowed to exist in the same space as the thing being measured, which is my learning. The weird part for me is that it doesn't feel like anything is coming to an end, but what it does feel like is that I'm finally seeing what I was doing while I was inside my own process. Because for the past 3 years, I have found myself trying to function in a system while slowly realizing the way that I think doesn't match the shape of the system. And it's not some big outlandish event that took place, it's the very boring day-to-day sense of noticing that sometimes you can be doing everything right and still feel like you're translating yourself the entire time. Maybe the way we usually describe learning just isn't wide enough to hold what it actually looks like when it's happening in real time. In the gap between what we call good learning and what it actually takes to get there when things feel messy. So this episode is all about weird pedagogy, and I'm going to position it as my last and final attempt to convince everybody listening or watching this episode that weird pedagogy is not a preference. Weird pedagogy is teaching inside the fact that cognition does not arrive in order. Weird pedagogy is what emerges when you stop correcting every deviation back into obscurity. Weird pedagogy is the practice of not flattening what you do not immediately understand. Weird pedagogy is what you get when you stop confusing learning for speed. Weird pedagogy is staying close enough to the process of learning that you can actually see it forming. And in this episode, we're going to break it down into 3 chapters. First, we're going to review all of the principles of it. What actually has to be true about learning for all of this to make sense. In the second chapter, we're going to take a look at how you can make the principles of weird pedagogy practical. What changes in real teaching when you stop treating deviation as an error and start treating it like a signal that you are responsible for answering to. And in the third chapter, the part that people normally avoid, we're going to talk about what it costs, the risks and responsibilities of a pedagogy built on responsiveness instead of control. And then we will wrap up this episode with my vision for the future. So let's get into it. The season 4 finale of Detox, season 4, said that twice. The season 4 finale of Detox starts now. Chapter 1, the principles summarized. Weird pedagogy begins as a recognition that the system we are in only works by flattening what thinking and learning actually is. And once you're able to see that, everything else becomes a question of what had to be removed in order for learning to look stable. Now we're going to take a look at the 12 principles of weird pedagogy, and they have to be true for this concept to even make sense. And if one of them catches your interest, you can go back and explore them more in depth by watching the full episode that each principle came from. Principle 1, attention is not obedient. Attention is continuously shaped by context, emotion, and cognitive load. And what looks like inattention is often adaptive redistribution of the limited cognitive resources under competing demands. And models of cognitive control consistently show that attention is regulated dynamically based off of the perceived task value and cost, and not moral discipline. Weird pedagogy starts right here with the recognition that attention is always responding to something, whether we acknowledge that or not. Principle 2. Flow is unblocked cognition and not exceptional ability. Flow states happen in conditions where cognitive friction is reduced enough for sustained engagement to emerge. Research on flow consistently links it to clear goals, immediate feedback, and a balance between challenge and skill, not talent or effort alone. In this sense, what we call flow is less about brilliance and more about a temporary removal of the constraints that normally interrupt our thinking. Principle 3. Identity is built through feedback loops and not discovery. Identity in learning environments is constructed through repeated social feedback, evaluation, and interpretation of our performance. Self-concept develops through mirrored responses from systems and others, especially in evaluative contexts where outcomes are repeatedly interpreted as traits. Over time, learners learn what kind of thinker they are allowed to be within the system. Principle 4. Feedback is a selection mechanism. Feedback shapes what kind of thinking gets to survive. Highly evaluative or corrective feedback shifts our attention from conceptual understanding towards performance management, reducing the depth of our thinking. So what survives feedback is not always the most accurate, it is what is most legible to the system that is giving the feedback. Principle 5. Systems determine what counts as intelligence. Educational systems define their own visible boundaries. What becomes recognized as smart is tightly coupled to what can be standardized or scored. This means intelligence is not just cognitive, it's also infrastructural. And whether somebody is seen as intelligent depends on whether the system was built to see it or not. Principle 6. Time is a control structure disguised as neutrality. School is a regulatory system that standardizes our cognition through pacing and synchronization. Cognitive processing speed varies significantly across individuals and context. Yet, Institutional time assumes uniformity. This creates a structural illusion that understanding should arrive on schedule. Principle 7. Performance is not understanding under observation. Observable performance often reflects strategic adaptation to evaluation rather than the depth of comprehension, and social evaluation reliably alters our working memory and executive functioning, shifting our focus toward impression management. So what we call doing well may simply be somebody's ability to remain cognitively stable under observation. Principle 8. Cognition is always state dependent. Thinking is consistently shaped by our physiological state, stress, and environmental load. Executive functioning is highly sensitive to arousal levels, fatigue, and stress chemistry. Principle 9. Stress is a part of the system, not outside of it. Stress reorganizes our cognition, and under chronic stress, the brain shifts resources away from higher order thinking towards threat detection and rapid response systems. In learning environments, people who have difficulty focusing often reflect adaptive prioritization and not a deficit. Principle 10. Marginalization shapes predictive cognition over time. Marginalization becomes encoded in predictive processing systems that anticipate threat, evaluation, or exclusion, and these expectations influence our attention, our memory, and our performance through stereotype threat and chronic stress activation, and the brain begins to prepare for environments before it even enters them. Principle 11. Resilience is adaptation and not immunity. Resilience is the successful adaptation to sustained or repeated stress exposure. This adaptation can enhance performance in high-demand contexts while simultaneously narrowing cognitive flexibility in low-pressure environments. And the final one, Principle 12. Teaching is the management of emergence under constraint. Teaching is not the simple transmission of knowledge from expert to novice, but the continuous navigation of the emergent cognition within structured environments. Learning unfolds through interaction, adjustment, and responsiveness rather than linear delivery. The teacher's role is not to stabilize learning, but to stay close enough to it while it is forming. So taken together, these 12 principles collapse into a single uncomfortable claim that human beings only become legible when they are reduced to what can be easily governed, and anything outside of those neat separations are seen as deviant, defiant, or weird. And once I was able to recognize that, the structure of my world, your world, our world started to look like a translation error between human cognition and institutional control. Now, let's bring these principles into the realm of practicality, because weird pedagogy is not an alternative method. It is the refusal to participate in the narrowing of expression as an unquestioned default. Chapter 2. Making weird practical. At some point during this degree, I started to experience weird pedagogy as something I was learning how to see. And there is this really defined gap between actual cognition and what a system is able to define as cognition. And it is visible, but only if you learn how to recognize it. Why do we want to recognize it, you may ask? That's a great question. The answer to that is, the gap is where everything interesting lives. It's the space between what is actually happening and what we can all agree is happening. Between lived cognition and its official translation. Between thought as it unfolds and thought as it gets labeled and scored and flattened into something that we can circulate without friction. And once you start to notice this more and more, you realize that this is not just about classrooms. It shows up in how we describe people, how we evaluate ourselves, how we turn complexity into something simpler just to make it easier to respond to. Weird pedagogy is the name that I gave to that recognition inside teaching, but the mechanism itself is everywhere. And I don't think I fully realized this until I started watching my own thinking change in response to evaluation itself. The way you start editing ideas before they even exist, the way that you learn what kinds of thought are worth saying out loud. Weird pedagogy is what I needed when I didn't yet have the language for that experience. So making this practical in terms of a classroom is not about designing better lessons. It's about tolerating unfinished thinking, accepting the unrest. It's about noticing when you are about to turn something alive into something accessible. It's not that structure doesn't matter, it's that structure is often the first thing that we reach for when we are uncomfortable. Weird pedagogy exists right in this threshold as a recognition that any stable representation of learning is already a reduction of itself. So making it practical does not mean solving emergence, it means learning how to stay adjacent to it without forcing it into a form prematurely. It means holding structure lightly enough that it does not become a substitute for attention, and it means accepting that the most important pedagogical skill may not be clarity, or control, or even design, but restraint. The restraint to not finalize what is still becoming. The restraint not to interpret something too quickly. The restraint not to turn movement into outcome before the movement is complete. Because once you do, you have not taught learning. You have just taught the simulation of learning. Woo, this is good. Okay, my brain is moving faster than my mouth and I keep it's fine. More tongue rolls for me. Chapter 3, the risks and responsibilities. The truth is, as educators, we are shaping what kinds of minds are able to exist in a system that we are a part of. Every pedagogical choice has a filtering effect in practice. Every correction, every assessment, every moment of let's get back on track is also a signal about what kinds of cognition are worth preserving, and systems are very good at turning those signals into patterns, and over time, they train students to reduce ambiguity faster. Students begin to predict what is going to survive contact with evaluation, and they adjust accordingly. So by the time you see a good performance, you are by no means seeing raw cognition anymore. You are seeing cognition that has already been filtered through decades of invisible adaptation to what the system rewards. And this introduces a problem that cannot be resolved through better methods alone, because constraint is not optional. Every system requires cognition. Every structure filters possibility. Every evaluation reduces dimensionality in order to make meaning portable. So the question is not whether we are constraining learning, because we are. The question is whether we are aware of what our constraints are selecting for. Some forms of thinking will always be accelerated. Others will always be interrupted. Some will become recognizable as intelligence. Others will never even be granted the time to become legible at all. So the risk is not chaos. The risk is premature closure, the quiet disappearance of cognition before it even has the chance to form. And the responsibility here, if there is one, is not to eliminate that tension. It is to remain aware of that tension. It's entering every learning environment cognizant of the fact that everything we do influences whether the kinds of thinking around us are being expanded or erased by our actions. It's what kinds of minds are we systemically making more or less possible. And sometimes that means slowing down. Sometimes it means letting a messy idea sit just a little bit longer. Sometimes it means resisting the urge to translate everything immediately into clarity, because clarity is easier to evaluate. Above all, weird pedagogy begs the development of true presence, grounded in this exact moment. Not in a performance, not in what you think the system wants from you, but just you. Weird, incomplete, and open. Resist the illusion that what is measurable is what is complete, and to accept that teaching at its core is not the management of knowledge. It is the stewardship of unfinished thought. Okay, here's the conclusion. My vision for the future. It's a tacky title name. If we treat learning as emergent and weird, then we are really working with instability that temporarily resolves into form. And that means that there is no final state of understanding, but only moments where complexity becomes temporarily coherent enough to act on or describe. The systems we have built around education are designed to capture those moments and treat them as endpoints, where each one is an attempt to freeze movement into structure. But cognition does not stay frozen, it continues. So what we call learning is often just the trace that remains after that reorganization has already happened. And weird pedagogy is the refusal to forget that very fact. We fix things so we can measure them. We measure things so we can compare them. We compare them so we can make decisions about things that feel ethical. But somewhere in that chain, the actual experience is getting reduced into something smaller than it was. Weird pedagogy is what remains when you stop pretending that that reduction is neutral. It doesn't give you a perfect alternative. It gives you awareness of what is being lost in the act of making things manageable. And it's something that you participate in whether you are designing it, observing it, or experiencing it yourself. So if there's a way to end this season, it is not with a resolution, because nothing is coming to a close here. It only took shape long enough to be spoken out loud, and then it dissolves back into motion. Thanks for watching this season of D-Talk. Holy bull. Okay, it's done. I'm out. It's done. How long was that? That was 35 minutes. It felt like 4. It felt like 4 minutes. Celebrate good times. Come on. It's a celebration.